So we're happy to have Megan from HRSA HR. So if all the members would just stand, and she'll walk you through. And then the folks on the phone who are members, yep, we'll trust you to stand too, please. Anywhere, right there with the microphone.
All right. Did everyone who's a new member get a copy of this? Sometimes it's just easier to repeat after me if you guys can. Okay. All right. Okay. If you could please raise your right hand and face the front. I state your name. I support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I will bear true faith and allegiance the same, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I'm about to enter. So help me God. Thank you.
All right, so while we're figuring some stuff out, we'll do just a little bit of housekeeping. I think most of you, okay, good. So the restrooms are out either way, left or right, around the corner. The cafeteria, I think most of you found it already. That's on the other side of the atrium. And then, because it is a secure building, if you leave this floor, you just need to be escorted by someone who works in the building. Anything else? Any other housekeeping before we actually begin? We can actually start a couple minutes early. Okay. Okay, folks, let's get started. The formal part of things. So my name is David Dela Cruz. I am the designated federal official and principal staff for the Secretary's Advisory Committee on Infant Mortality, and therefore in that capacity I call this meeting to order. So I just want to start by thanking everyone. This was sort of a particularly challenging logistics meeting. I appreciate the last minute changes and adjustments that you helped us work through. As you know, with the death of President Bush and pursuant to the executive order signed on the 1st of December by President Trump, the federal government will be closed tomorrow as a national day of mourning throughout the United States. So we did need to make some adjustments to the agenda and work a little bit harder to make sure that we are on time and that we are getting as much out of the time together that we spend. But before I begin and go any farther, I just want to take a moment to reflect on how President Bush's administration directly affected the impact of this committee. It was in 1991 when his Secretary for Health and Human Services, Dr. Sullivan, did a call to action to address what was identified as a rising rate and an unacceptable rate of disparity between birth outcomes for African American women and white women. The result of that call to action was the formation of the Healthy Start program, an initiative that continues today, about which you will hear quite a bit more later on in the day, and also something that is called out in our charter as something that you all as a committee is supposed to provide guidance and support. So just even though it is an unfortunate situation with his death, it is somewhat coincidental that we are meeting, and the work that we're doing is in direct relation to some of the work that he had in his administration really put at the forefront. During the course of the day, we will ensure that we'll give proper time and attention to all the presentations and our discussion. We want to make sure that the information that we share will help the committee form a nice foundation for you all to move forward. But we will, again, continue to ask for your help and cooperation as we keep an extra close eye on the agenda and on time, so we can't dedicate as much time as possible towards the end for committee work. So I'll pause there. But before I turn it to Dr. Ed Ellinger, who is our committee's acting chairperson, I thought it might be helpful, since so many of us are new, to give you a little bit of information about the different roles on the committee, specifically my role as a designated federal official versus his role as the acting chairperson. So as the DFO, it's my job to make sure all rules and regulations of the Federal Advisory Committee Act are met. I also serve as the committee's principal staff, along with Michelle Lowe, who was here, and then also Dr. Michael Warren, who is our new HRSA Associate Administrator for Maternal and Child Health. Together, the three of us serve as sort of the staff of the committee. We are assisted by Julianne DeStefano on the left there, to my left, who is the contracting officer for the logistics contractor, who is Morgan Pickney down there, who is our logistics person, who we have all heard from quite a bit over the last several days. We're here to provide the committee with any support that you need to do your work. Your work is to advise and guide the Secretary of HHS and the Administrator of HRSA on all or any activities related to infant mortality and perinatal health. And Dr. Ellinger, as the chairperson, guides the programmatic work of the committee. He'll facilitate the meeting and lead the committee to help ensure that you all are identifying how you want to advise the Secretary and the Administrator. So I'll stop there, turn it to you, sir, and go from there. And remember to turn your microphone on as you speak and turn it off when you're done. Everything is being recorded, and also not only for the record, but also for the people on the phone. Thanks.
All right, thank you, David, and good morning, everyone. At this table and on the phone, I understand we have at least 2 people on the phone and probably more, and we hope that we will be able to tie you in as best we can. It really is my honor to be on this committee and then to be the acting chair. I'm the acting chair because I think I need to pass some more hoops in order to become a real chair. So I'm acting until I stop acting. And I'm really looking forward to this. And I know, and we're going to be going around introducing each other in a little, or either introducing yourself and wondering why you got on this, why this committee is important to you and why you said yes, because I'm sure that you had some questions about that. And I'll be interested to find out why you said yes. But for me, it's been a long history of working on infant mortality, and I'll share that a little bit of that in just a second. But Paul Jarris knows that I like to kind of reflect on whose birthday it was today, and it's Thomas Carlyle's birthday, who was a philosopher and a writer and a social commentator back in 1795, a long time ago. And he said, every noble work is at first impossible. And as I looked at what our charge is here, we've been working at this for a long time. So it may seem impossible, but every noble work first starts with that. And I think we're going to make these, what we're going to be doing here is not impossible. We can actually make some changes, and that's what I'm hoping that this committee does. And in preparation for this meeting, there are 11 tribes in Minnesota, and I called together all of the tribal health directors in Minnesota from the 11 tribes to ask them about what they wanted to me to bring to the table here. And the first thing they said is, and 8 of the tribes are Ojibwe and 3 are Dakota. And the Ojibwe folks said, remind the folks that when you're meeting in Rockville, you are meeting on places where our ancestors used to live. They're part of the Algonquin group, and so this was their land. And so hearken to that, pay attention to that. And then they also said, don't forget us, because we often get left out. And as I looked at the data, are there data on American Indians in the data that we receive? Oftentimes we don't. So we honor their requests, remember what land we're on, and that they are part of this, our deliberations. They also, I'm always impressed with working with the tribes. They always start their meetings with a prayer, and which I always think is important. And one of the things that they reflect on are their ancestors. And we have ancestors. Looking at this book and looking at the history of SACIM, which Michael is going to go through, there's a history. We have ancestors who've done a lot of work in this, and so we have to honor their work. A lot of really good work has been done. And then the tribes always look to the future, to the seventh generation. So the work that we're doing is carrying on the work that our ancestors have given us, and we're doing it for the future. We're moving it forward for the seventh generation. I'm at a stage in my life where the work that I do is not done for my children. It's really done for my grandchildren and maybe someday my great-grandchildren. And so that's kind of the perspective we have to do. And the other thing it reflected when I was talking with the tribes is, they have SACIMs. Their leadership is, which is similar to SACIM. SACIMs they're the leaders. They're chosen to represent a group or a tribe, and they're not hereditary positions. They're chosen by the people that they represent to come forward. And I think that's what you are here. That's one of the questions I want from you is, who do you represent? Who are you accountable to? Who are you going to bring forward? Who are you going to report back to on what we discuss here, so that this is not just the however many members of the committee there are, but this is a bigger kind of thing. So that's sort of the frame that I would like to bring into that. And then just personally, I want to reflect on the fact that when I started in local public health in 1980, infant mortality was one of the huge issues, particularly disparities. And the very first testimony that I did before Congress was in September of 1983, the U.S. House of Representatives Select Committee on Children, Youth, and Families. And I talked about infant mortality at that committee meeting, and reflecting on the fact that the block grant had been made just a couple years earlier with a 25% cut in funding. And after 2 years of the block grant with that 25% cut in funding, we were seeing huge problems developing in our city of Minneapolis. We saw a slowing of the rate of improvement in infant mortality. We saw increasing disparities. And so that was what I testified on in 1983, to say, the policy change, taking all of the Title V programs and block granting them, cutting them 25%, had an impact. 2 years later, in 1985, I testified in a hearing to establish a commission to prevent infant mortality. That was the second hearing that I presented at. It was a Senate subcommittee on intergovernmental affairs. And it's interesting that Vince Hutchins was there, and Jim Marks was there, and Joel Kleinman was there. And also, as part of the panel, Paul Wise was on the group testifying, and really testified to try to set up a commission on infant mortality. And then in 1988, third time I testified to the National Committee on Infant Mortality. I'd like to read just a couple of things that I said in my testimony in 1988 related to the Infant Mortality Commission. It is becoming evident that infant mortality is not primarily a medical problem. It is a broad social problem, the roots of which are embedded in all segments of society, all sectors of our society. It is an issue of social justice and social responsibility that will require a commitment from everyone if we are to improve the situation. Since infant mortality is more than a health problem, every segment of our society will have to be involved if we are to find a solution. We will need to make every organization, business, institution, agency, group, and individual aware of the policies and activities that they either have a direct or indirect impact on infant mortality and infant health. Approaches are needed like paid leave, paid parental leave, child subsidies, and subsidized daycare are just some of the examples of the things that need to be done to improve the health of children and families. The problem of infant mortality in this country is a problem of social justice. If we are to change directions, we as a nation must make a commitment to our children. We need to do this as individuals and as society. The federal government needs to recognize its responsibility for the health of its citizens. and assume a leadership role in the development of a national policy that makes children a priority. To ignore that responsibility at any level would be an injustice not only to our children but to our society. That was 1988. Things have not changed one bit since that time. Everything that I said and others on that panel that they said in 1988 are still accurate today. The problem has not gotten better. In fact, I'm hoping Art will, as he does his presentation, will highlight the fact that in fact many cases they've gotten worse. So we have got great medical care in our country. We've got great public health activities in our country. And they're important, but they have not achieved what we had hoped to achieve. They have not, yes, infant mortality is going down, but the disparities remain. And that has to be, I believe that has to be the focus, because we're falling behind other countries because our disparities are pulling down our overall health. It affects everybody. You know, Paul Wellstone, one of our senators, said from Minnesota, we all do better when we all do better. And so if we reduce disparities, everybody does better. So we've got great medical care, great public health, but they are insufficient. Something else needs to be done. We need to do our work differently. And that's what I'm hoping that comes out of this committee, is that we look at what we've done, learn from it, and say what else needs to be done, or how do we need to do things differently. And I want to look back historically on places where we had, at times when we have made some difference, and what happened during those times. So this is a charge. I agreed to be on this because this is sort of, I'm nearing the end of my public health career. I want to have one last chance to actually bend the curve, change the needle, do something that impacts. And I think we have an opportunity to do that. So thank you for being partners in this. I hope I know some of you fairly well, and others I hope to get to know you better, and I hope we become partners over the next 3 years to really make a change in how we do our work, and that we actually bend the curve, and make things better for all families and children, particularly reducing the disparities that we have. So with that, I wanted to spend a little bit of time finding out a little bit about yourselves, and so we gave you some questions, but basically I want to know, why did you choose to be on this committee? What do you bring? What passion do you have? What connections do you have that can actually help us do things differently? So let's go around the table and introduce ourselves and respond to those questions, because I think this is a sort of a organizational meeting. We're going to be having a lot of level setting and groundwork basically being done, but we need to know each other. We need to know who we can leverage, who we can partner with, so that when we come together again, or either virtually or together, we can then start to move from a base of mutual knowledge. So let's start with you.
I'm going first. I'm Vidya Hogan. Hello, everybody. Nice to be here. So I'm a program officer for maternal and child health at the Ecological Foundation, Battle Creek, Michigan. Right now, I was the national program officer. Now I'm working specifically in place-based settings in Mississippi and New Orleans, arguably two of the most difficult places in the country as far as infant mortality is concerned. So I agreed to be on the committee for a number of reasons, all of which Ed laid out very nicely. Also because I feel like this is a high-level committee that can do some good, and I really desperately want to see that curve bend in my lifetime, and so I feel like you do. This is sort of my last-ditch effort to be able to have some hand in that. The other reason is because I'm working in these specific places and I get to see from the ground level all of the difficulties of rurality, of a political system that really has a lock on the health of people. They have control over it, and not in a positive way, and just a lot of issues that Massachusetts doesn't have to face, or Delaware doesn't have to face, some very unique situations in these two places, and that needs to be raised to another level, and hopefully this committee can help to define some strategies for how, these real places can make some progress, as well as the nation as a whole. The SACIM charge that I'm most interested in is health inequities. Eliminating the disparity in infant mortality is something that I really want to see, and I at least see some consistent progress in that disparity shrinking, which is something we haven't seen, and I'm sure you're going to show that later on. And I think it entails taking a different approach, not continuing to say we are committed to reducing the disparity, but committing to becoming institutions that everything we do moves us to equity. So it has to be embedded in everything we do, how we think, et cetera, in every public health and medical organization. So hopefully we can figure out a way to do that. What do I bring to the committee? Well, I don't know. I've had a long career in maternal and child health. I've been at CDC. I've been a faculty member in the School of Public Health at UMC. I've been a public servant most of my life. These past 3 years are sort of my first foray in the private sector, which is a little bit different. So I'm hoping that all of the experiences that I had can come to bear to help us define a way to move the needle. That's all.
Thank you, and thanks for the introduction and the history, Ed. So I'm Paul Jarrison, principal in the LLC I recently formed, looking to bring together both healthcare and public health around population health. And part of that also, which I won't get into now, is really looking at the effects of nature, natural environments, and green space on health, which is a fascination to me also. So I accepted the committee position really because I feel very passionate about health and health equity throughout my career, and I believe that birth outcomes are both essential to the future of our nation, to social justice in our nation, but also are almost a perfect reflection of the structural and social determinants in our nation and a result of the structural and social inequities that we have in our country. So I do believe that we need to take, as you said, Ed, a broad-based approach to this, that all sectors do need to be involved and recognize that this is as important as health care and public health are. This goes far beyond that. What I will bring is I'm a family physician by background, practiced in QHCs, rural environments, and inner city. Also was the CEO of a medical group, the chief medical officer of a health maintenance organization, eventually acquired by Kaiser, worked in that system, commissioner of health in Vermont, and then ran ASTO, the Associated State Territorial Health Missions, for 10 years, so really had a view of public health across the country. And then most recently also chief medical officer for the Mchd, and got to really work on birth outcomes. I think it's a critical time also with increasing preterm birth rates, decreasing life expectancies in this country, increasing maternal mortality, and from what I'm seeing, the interim data shows about we're flattened in infant mortality 2016, 2017, and that may be a lagging indicator of these other things we're seeing in health. So really a very critical time, and it's an honor to be part of the committee, so thank you.
Well, good morning, and particularly good morning to the folks that are on the phone. I know what it is to be disembodied, so I want to make sure being wildly welcoming. My name is Mchd, and it is eerie and fabulous and humbling to be back in this building. I first walked its floors in 1990-91, trying to convince Vince Hutchins, your predecessor, as the head of the Bureau, that the conversation in maternal and child health could not be limited to a federal-state dialogue, that there was a disproportionate number of women and children, families and fathers that call America's cities their home, And so came up with a project which was co-founded in part with Dr. Ellinger and many others called City Match to try to reshape how we do our work and give special emphasis to the disproportionate burdens and extraordinary assets in America's cities. So I come here as the founder and former CEO and perpetual mother and senior advisor to City Match, and promise that I will continue to bring an urban perspective and a local perspective to the work here today. I'm a recovering academic. I say that with also humility, having started 2 schools of public health, the first in the University of Nebraska Medical Center, where City Match is embedded as an academic partner. And then most recently in another sentinel city of America, which is Milwaukee, whose most recent mortality rate among its black infants is 15.4, which is a disgrace and is unconscionable, and I am sick of it. But that's just me. Imagine what it is to grow up knowing that the likelihood of your baby not surviving is among the highest in the nation by virtue of your zip code, 53206. So I come here also with, as founding dean of that School of Public Health, and wanting to bring academic partners to the table that are relevant and that will bring a workforce development so that we have leadership to sustain this work beyond the generations at this table. And I'm wildly enthusiastic about the passion that the younger folks I work with bring. And so that will be another perspective that I bring. I said yes because you asked. And when we're asked to serve, we should say yes, even though it seems wildly improbable that it's going to move the dime. I said yes because my mentor, Bill Fahey, former CDC director and a great leader in public health, taught me about persistent, fierce, and unwarranted optimism. And I promise to bring that to this table. I will be passionate, of course, about equity, because how can we not to do this work? I will also be passionate about assuring that women of every age and stage from generation to generation are given their due, because I believe that women's health is the backbone to great birth outcomes. And finally, I want to bring the power of story. Ed tells us often, and many have talked about the need to change the narrative about who lives, who dies, why. And I think we have a lot of stuck narratives around infant mortality that need to be changed. And until we change that narrative, it's a convenient status quo that keeps things as they are, which benefits those of privilege and power. So my newest work beyond what I have done previously is independent consulting through MP3 Health, where yes, we'll do cross-sector strategies, particularly in sectors other than health, a lot of leadership development, but also unleashing the power of stories. And so I want to make sure that the story of this committee sworn in is one that will be pivotal and leverage and change. So thanks for the honor of serving.
Before we go to the rest of the members here in the room, I want to test out our phone capabilities. So I'd like to go to Jean Connery. Jean, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Could you tell us why you said yes, and take your time now to tell us your story. Why, as Magda said, we need stories. Tell us your story, why you chose to be on this committee, and what passion you bring, who you are accountable to in this, and you know, why we need you on this team.
Well, I want to thank you, Dr. Ellinger and Dr. De La Cruz, for inviting me to be part of it. Like Magda, when I'm asked, I say yes, even though sometimes I feel like I'm overcommitting myself or might not be the ideal person to be involved. I have been committed to healthy moms and healthy babies for my entire career as an obstetrician gynecologist. I practiced in Kaiser Permanente for 30 years, so I understand from the bottom of my heart why preventive health is key, and I truly believe that collaborative efforts like this committee are critical. I've seen how effective we've been in California in reducing maternal mortality because it was a statewide committed, focused agenda. So I know we can make a difference. And I bring to this committee, you know, when I look at this, I say, you know, if mothers are not healthy, if mothers don't have access to care, if mothers have disparities, you're going to see infants suffering. When you ask what am I most passionate about, maternal health outcomes are critical to me, but I'm best representing the voice of environmental concerns of a healthy pregnancy and its impact on children's health. I'm president-elect for the International Federation of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, past president of ACOG, and I co-chair the International Working Group on the Environment. So I'm here to be a voice for reducing exposures to chemicals like lead, mercury, toxics like glyphosate. And Dr. Ellinger, your comments, you started, it brings me back. I haven't seen anything change in the 45 years I've been involved in environmental issues, and I've seen us go back rather than forward, so I am very concerned. We're falling behind other countries because we aren't placing the health of women and children first, and most importantly, I believe in being a voice for science and voices that need to be listened to. Finally, say, what do I bring to the committee that can help the committee succeed? I bring a perspective of healthy moms and healthy babies. As president of ACOG and president-elect of FIGO, my focus has been the health and well-being of women around the globe. You know, I joke that I've spent my entire career delivering babies and then tossing them quickly to pediatricians to catch. But in reality, I know that I have to be a voice for that intersection of maternal infant care, with access, with training, with the ability to provide for mothers. I have experience with the National Maternal Health Initiative, with the Women's Preventive Services Initiative, and I know how effective it is if we're collaborative. So I look forward to being a part of this, and as Magda said, I'm also very honored to be asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Do you know Paul Jarris? The reason I ask is
no.
He brought up the environmental health issues, and so I hope that the two of you get to work collaboratively on some of those issues because they're very important. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Janelle, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Good.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Danielle Palacios. I am at home. I have a 6-week baby at home, so you may hear some crying from time to time as I speak. I come to this committee as a Native American woman. I am Salish and Kootenai and grew up on the Flathead Indian Reservation in Montana. And I could easily have become a statistic on both ends, as a newborn to a teen mother, and then again when I started having my own children. I come to this committee with experiences of having been a near miss on these statistics. I am a storyteller and a story listener. Much of my own personal research has been with qualitative research methods. I've worked with Native American communities on and off reservation and in maternal child health. I've done a lot of work on teen pregnancy, looking at teen motherhood, and then again later at teen fatherhood. And most recently, I've moved into the hospital setting as a Kaiser Permanente midwife researcher looking at maternal child outcomes on labor and delivery experiences. I am most interested in helping women and their doesn't come from it's broader than an individual perspective, and I understand the significance of and importance of a community, and I would like to see what we can do that reaches the individual through community. And I'm very excited to be a part of this committee. I too was asked to be involved. I did not know this committee existed, and I was hesitant at first because I didn't know if I had enough experience to help guide policy and research, but I feel that as the first two people spoke, like David Dela Cruz, that it almost seems that you have almost nothing to lose to be a part of this committee, and that when you have nothing to lose, then you can maybe take some risk. And I'm in a position where I can take risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Janelle. Any questions for Janelle from anyone?
Janelle, do you know Anna Whiting-Sorrell?
No, I do not.
Okay, she was a secretary in Montana. I think she's also a tribal member, grew up on the Flathead Reservation.
It's nice to have that the Native perspective on this committee. That is really necessary. So thank you, Janelle. And Paul, are you still there?
Yes, hi, this is Paul Wise. I am here.
All right, Paul. Yeah, good to hear your voice. As I reflected, we were on a committee, our testimony on a panel back in 1983 together.
Yes, I remember. Thank you for mentioning that. I'm shocked that you remember that, but also impressed.
It was one of my first testimonies, so I saved it. And I noticed that you're part of the California cabal here. We have lots of members from California on this committee. So, but tell us your story, Paul.
Well, thank you very much. It really is a privilege to serve on this committee. I've worked with this committee really since the early 1980s and have been impressed by both its accomplishments and its failures over the years. And I bring that legacy with me to my enthusiasm to participate with you on this committee now. I'm a professor of pediatrics, health policy, and international studies at Stanford. But my background has been working on infant mortality reduction efforts around the United States and actually increasingly in parts of the world afflicted by violent conflict and war. My primary voice has been an analytic voice that addresses the interaction, and I would even say the collision, of clinical innovation around maternal and child's health, obstetrics, and child's health, the collision with social stratification and profound social determinants of health. And my work has always focused on that point of intersection of how a very dynamic clinical environment interacts and helps shape social disparities in infants, maternal, and child outcomes. And my focus for this committee, I expect, will be to elevate the fundamental paradox of why infant mortality rates have declined over the past 30 years fairly dramatically, and yet the disparities, the social disparities persist. That advances in clinical capability can have a profound effect on infant outcomes at the same time that the disparities not only persist but can be worsened. And my commitment and hope will be that we can break new ground despite a legacy of continued concern regarding social disparities and infant mortality, that we can break new ground that will actually have a dramatic effect on reducing the disparities as absolute rates continue to fall for everybody. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions for Paul from anyone? All right, thank you, Paul. Colleen.
Hello, my name is Callie Malloy. I am a physician practicing neonatology for Northwestern University in Chicago. And I really am interested in serving on this committee for the opportunity to better infant health from a national standpoint and policy perspective. I think that what I might bring uniquely to the table is just, I think of myself as kind of a champion for the voiceless that are infants, and specifically premature infants. I think we talk about disparities. I think it all starts with maintaining a healthy pregnancy. So I think the, just recognizing the health of the fetus and growth and development in utero, and then extending that to after birth and kind of rallying for that infant health post-birth. I think when you've seen a 500-gram baby fight its way through 4 to 5 months of in-hospital care and go home as a healthy baby, like you can't not have the utmost respect for these little tiny humans that are fighting their way through. So when I think of infant mortality and improving it, obviously trying to better the pregnancy and then subsequent to that doing a better job in the world of neonatology, I think our survival rates have actually improved dramatically in the 20 years that I've been practicing. A 25-week baby, when I first started, the survival rate was probably 50-50, and now a 25-week baby born has survival rates of about, at our hospital. It's different from place to place, but in the right scenario, upwards of 85% survival and intact survival, meaning that they don't have long-term sequelae of their prematurity. The other thing that I think I bring to the table is I'm currently pursuing a master's in health informatics at Northwestern, and I think that that's a great way to reach out to communities that have typically been underserved, such as the Indian Health Service and also rural situations. And I think telehealth is going to be the next step that's going into the next kind of time frame in terms of reaching people that it's obviously a burden to come in to see a provider and all the steps that might take if you don't have transportation, if you have to drive 2 hours to see a doctor, like all the ways that telemedicine can kind of reach communities that weren't able to be reached efficiently before. So I think that there's a lot of potential in that for improving infant mortality as well. And I'm grateful to be here.
Thank you. Any questions for Colleen? All right, Belinda.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Belinda Pettiford, and why am I at this table? Well, my very first job out of college was working with the local health department. So the first 8 years of my career, I actually spent it in the community, and actually I'm doing home visits, working with barbers, beauticians, and all others. So I value the voices of people with lived experience, and I think from the community engagement perspective, it is critical. I'm at this table because for over 30 years I've been working in the area of perinatal health and specifically focusing on disparities. And the one job that took me from the community was to the State Division of Public Health, was a new program we had implemented in our state. I was the first project director, and it was around improving birth outcomes, specifically in African American and American Indian women. And we've been successful in those, but the numbers are small. So it's like 400 women a year. But most years, there were no infant deaths. All of the outcomes were positive. And from that, we tried to expand it. So I'm at the table because we have not done what we need to do to improve the disparity ratio. And I think every time we talk about the topic of infant mortality, we have to also, as we give the statistics on infant mortality, we need to quote the disparity ratio simultaneously. And because people need to hear that. And they need to know that if we don't address the disparity ratio, there's not so much more we can do to improve our infant mortality. I speak from North Carolina's data because I know it best. That's where my entire public health career has been. But I also know that, you have to walk a tightrope. Having worked in communities many years of my career, you also get into conversations with communities of color, whether it's African American, American Indian, Hispanic, and they at times get tired of hearing about how bad it's going, how bad things are in my community. So you really have to have that dialogue and figure out the best way to share the message. I'm a member of a sorority, so in one of my sorority meetings recently, I brought up the issue of infant mortality and health disparities, and these are college-educated women, and the vast majority in the room had not heard that it was a problem. And so to me, then that's a myth for us, that we've got college-educated individuals who don't know that, but in the midst of the conversation, they shared their own losses. And we didn't know about their losses. So it's not a conversation that always comes out, but it's a conversation that needs to be had. So I'm at this table for that reason. The experience I bring, and again, is working in local public health. But since 1995, I worked with the state Title V in North Carolina. So I've been actively engaged in MCH efforts throughout that time period. I am fortunate to have worked very closely with Healthy Start. At one point, I was the project director for 3 Healthy Starts in North Carolina. And so we feel really engaged in that process and value Healthy Start and what it brings to the table. I'm also have done work again with our Healthy Beginnings program in North Carolina, which is our minority infant mortality reduction program. Again, small numbers, but wonderful outcomes. I am fortunate to be a member of the board of the Association of Maternal and Child Health Programs. I represent Region 4 and Region 6, where we have our own unique challenges around the country as we're looking at issues of infant mortality. I've been engaged in the corn work since its inception. I'm also a past president of the National Healthy Start Association, so I value the work and the expertise that they bring to the table. And in our own state, I chair our perinatal health strategic planning team. So in North Carolina in 2014, we began the work of really trying to figure out, well, what are we missing? And we used much of the work that Vijaya Hogan and others, Chuck and others, and we took the 12-point plan and moved it into actionable steps. And we were able to get the plan released. It took us a while. We released it in 2016. And since that time, we've got a team of about 40 individuals in our state who really are trying to figure out how do we take steps like undo racism? How do we implement that in our state? How do we have those courageous conversations around our history and how we look at institutional racism today? How do we move that forward? And it's a slow process, but the process has gotten to the point that our division leadership now has agreed to make it a required training for all state employees that work in the Division of Public Health. That did not happen overnight, and it is not the gigantic step that we wanted, but it's the step that increases awareness. And to us, we count all things as a success. We also was able to use the plan and are now working in communities and really trying to get their feedback and their perspective. But I'm at this table because as I've been working in this field for 30-plus years, we have not done our citizens in our community. We've not given them what they need so that we can improve these outcomes and specifically address perinatal disparities in our country.
Any questions for Belinda? Thank you all. My story started in 1953 when my dad took me to the Green Bay Packer game. And I met Bobby Mann, who was the first African-American I'd ever seen. The first time I saw him. My dad said, why can't I only see Bobby Mann around? You can't live in town. You can only come here during football season. Has to go back to Detroit where he lives. And he can't come live in town. He has to live on the outskirts of town. And my dad said, that's not fair. And my dad said, that's right. I have some expectations that your generation is going to do something about that. That was in 1973. And in 2014, at the Minnesota Department of Health, we identified structural racism as one of the major contributors to disparities in our state. And just by stating that, as you mentioned, Belinda, by having a governmental agent stating that structural racism was a part of the problem, was a core to the problem, it changed the dialogue in the state. It opened up the opportunity for communities to come forward and say, we've known this all along, thank you for acknowledging it, now let's talk about it. But 1963, 10 years after I met Bobby Mann, I read The Other America by Michael Harrington, and he identified the fact that we have disparities in this country, the other America, he called it, and it led to the war on poverty and the Great Society programs. And during high school and medical school, seeing the impact that those Great Society programs, the war on poverty programs, had on improving health, reducing disparities. People said that war on poverty didn't work. It really worked very well. In fact, it worked so well that it generated some resistance because it worked so well. And that stimulated me to say, there are things that we can do, given what they did in that war on poverty program. Looking back at the 89th Congress, which passed Medicare and Medicaid and food stamps and VISTA and the Peace Corps and civil rights legislation, voting rights, I mean, just on and on. They took a health and all policies approach and actually started to make a difference. And so that told me that there are ways that you can move things forward in trying to implement that with medical care and public health, but also with other sectors economic development and transportation and housing. And so I bring that history and that desire to learn from the past, learn what did work at times. I was talking with Magda last night. The other times when we had a really decrease in disparities was during World War II. World War II and during the War on Poverty, we actually had a decrease in disparities, black-white disparities. And I believe, and that's what I'd like to have us look at sometime, is what was it? Was it just the fact that the federal government paid for care for women during the World War II, as a national health program during that time? Was it the fact that we were all on board with the same goal of, winning World War II? What was it in the War on Poverty that really reduced the disparity? I'd like to learn from that history. That's what I'm hoping that this group has. So I bring that history and the fact that this is a major disruptor the disparities are a disruptor in our society. It disrupts the health of everybody. And we're seeing that we can't look at just averages. We have to look at those disparities. One thing that I didn't hear from folks that I really would like to just have you reflect on now, with this work, who are you accountable to? And who do you report back to with what we have here? Who are you bringing forward as partners in this? Not just each other around the table, but back in your business, your job, your community. Who are the partners? Who are you accountable to? Who are you reporting to? Who are your partners? I'd just like to know from any of the committee members, who else is around this table with us? Anybody?
This is Jean Connery. I would say ACOG. I will share all of this that takes place in the committee and any of our discussions, any of the presentations with the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and then with the International Federation of OB/GYN, although that's more peripheral, but certainly they're interested in what we're doing.
Good.
And I would add AMCHIP. I represent AMCHIP at, on the board, as well as the National Health and Association. And I would think more broadly, our communities. Communities where we are providing services and supports and programs to, their expectation is that we will come back with solutions that can help.
Specific, who will you bring, like I'll bring them back to the tribal health directors, and I will bring them back to the narrative group that's working on African American infant mortality in the Twin Cities.
So in North Carolina, our community, we would bring it back to our perinatal health team. So our perinatal health team would include representatives from March of Dimes. It would include sororities, fraternities. It would include the Center for Maternal and Infant Health. It would include we have about 40 partners sitting around the table. So the expectation, our Child Fatality Task Force, which is a legislative study commission, the perinatal health partners in the room, NC Child and others, all of those, they're waiting for additional ways that we can address this issue.
Any others?
Hi, this is Paul Wise on the phone.
Yes.
I work closely with the March of Dimes prematurity research centers that network around the country, and the March of Dimes Policy Committee, and I feel committed to engage them and their affiliated groups, both in community settings and in academic research centers, to both inform and respond to the work of this committee.
Excellent, excellent. Colleen?
I would also add that I'd bring it back to my colleagues at Northwestern who are working on, at least in Illinois, changing the way that perinatal centers are set up in terms of the different stratification of levels where mothers can deliver. So kind of changing the way certain centers are better at doing prematurity than others, and who can deliver at what hospitals, and kind of they're restructuring the whole system. So I would say the first people I think of when you ask that question is I would take it back to my colleagues, because I think that has a big effect on infant survival, is what if they're born at the right place for their gestation and the pregnancy. This is Magda. I want to make an acknowledgement that for a long time I held positions of authority. I had title, and I was in charge of a lot of stuff. And I made a decision in the last year to step aside from that to move towards what I call a portfolio of influence, which allows there to be a different way. So your question of accountability, Ed, may play out differently for those of us who were previously formally representing X, Y, and Z. And so on the X, Y, and Z, I still will assure that from an urban perspective and through City Match and its extended partnership, I am an ambassador as its senior advisor, and that will permeate into the local level and its extended partnership. And as a positional leader, I will assure that Milwaukee and related areas where I serve as an ongoing advisor and consultant will have the opportunity to be influenced. I think that there's another way to think about how we are accountable and what that strategy is. And would also note that when I look at the list of the SACIM members in past iterations, it's been larger than 9 people. And so I would use your question as a way of discerning what's missing and where is the gap, and question why is there a diminutive size at this time, and perhaps could we have one of our actions to assure that the breadth and impact of what we do can have more voices around this table.
Anybody else?
This is Janelle on the phone. I am a past president of the Native Research Network, which is the largest indigenous national network of American Indian Alaska Native researchers in health care. So I'll bring this.
Love hearing that baby in the background. Love it.
I also am a member of the Academy of Certified Nurse Midwives. So I will take this back to ACNM, which is the ACOG to Nurse Midwives. And because I do work for Kaiser, I am involved with the Department of Research based in Oakland for the Northern California region of Kaiser. And so there's another partner interested in knowing what they can do. So I'm glad to hear that there are various institutions and places and communities that we can take all this information to, because as we know, they're eager. Everyone's eager.
Thank you. Yeah.
This is Vijaya. I'm similar and dissimilar to Magda in the sense that I'm a recovered academic. And I left academia to work at a foundation because I wanted to be closer to the stakeholders and have more direct contact and influence on what happens on the ground. And so the people that we fund are at the national, the state, the local level. They're stakeholders who cross sectors, but who are all contributing to maternal and child health. And so I'm hoping that what we discuss and define here can also filter down to help them to do their work a lot better. Additionally, you know, it can potentially inform the funding strategy for the Kellogg Foundation, and I'm also a member of other funder collaboratives, so hopefully it can influence that as well.
Sorry, quick. No, I am a recovering academic, but I am an academic. So I want to, and I do think that, you know, once having been a dean, it's the schools of public health, the programs of public health, and the curriculum, particularly from bachelor's, from community health workers through to post-professional degrees, how we prepare folks to lead and serve. We have extraordinary influence, and given the Bureau does have its training grants, which are catalytic, given its limited scope. I just think that there's an opportunity for us to inform curriculum and leadership and professional development, and I can be an ambassador to schools public health and the larger academic environment. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't dissing in my humor, but respectful of the leverage that the academic institutions can play in research, as Paul said, but also in the capacity building and training for the next generation.
Paul, anything?
Well, along those lines, I teach at the Georgetown in their health policy course, the medical school, as well as to RWJ, National Academy of Medicine, health policy fellows, and talk about this topic, so it's inform training those health policy fellows and students and residents.
The reason I ask that question is because I'm hoping that I believe that community organizing is a very strong public health tool. Getting communities, part of my triple aim of health equity was creating the capacity of communities to create their own healthy future, really empowering or helping communities become empowered. And so community organizing is part of that. So that I'm hoping that you are not here as an individual. You are here with a base that you're going to organize to try to change the narrative, to develop the public will. Because I believe, looking at all of the reports that we've got lots and lots of data, and we've got lots and lots of programs. And the data are powerful and the programs are good. But looking back on the data use triangle that Magda and Julius Richmond and Milt Pavlicek put together, the piece that's missing so far is that political will. And the only way we're going to get the political will is if we organize. If we organize and build power in our communities, build power for the people who are advocating for advancing health equity. And so I want to, as part of our meetings, I want you to report back the questions that the groups that you work with are asking, or the input that they're bringing, so that there are more people around this table. As Magda said, 9 people. No, there are more than 9 people around. There are large organizations. There are communities that we want to hear their voice, and it's your job to report back to them, listen to them, challenge them, have them challenge you, and then bring that back to this table. Be it local communities, be it political organizations, be it our politicians, be it professional organizations, be it academic, whatever the group that you're working with, we need it to build power. And that's what I'm hoping that this group will do. And that's why I asked that question, and I hope it's built into the agenda that you can report back what you're learning. So before we go on to the rest of our day, which is going to be filled out with lots of presentations to learn about what's going on in this building and other buildings that the federal government has, anything else that you want to learn from this group, anything else you want to bring forward? I also want to raise the issue that I believe there needs to be some tension in this group, because tension is where the energy is, and that's where we can actually move something. So if there are things, don't be afraid to speak up if you want to challenge something, or if you have something you may think is controversial. Tension is fine, and I think I've talked to my federal colleagues. They're fine with it too. And there has to be that tension between the feds and the non-feds, and the state and the feds, and the locals and the state, and there needs to be tension because that's where the energy is, and that's where we can actually do some action. So feel free to raise up some controversial things or things that may be a little uncomfortable, because we need to have those conversations. So before we move on, any other comments, anything that has not been put out yet that you would like? Any questions you have of anybody in the group?
So this is Vijay Hogan. So I'm sure this is probably included in the discussion about the history of SACIM, but as I read through the previous reports, I was curious which ones of those recommendations have actually materialized. What is the outcome of what has been recommended in the past, and what is the probability that what we do will actually materialize into something that's actually implemented?
I think Michael will be getting at some of that with that, because like I said, a lot of work has been done. Really, really good work. Has it been sufficient? No. But can we learn from it? I certainly hope so. And can we build on it? So any other questions or comments? All right. Hearing none, we're then going to move on with an update on HRSA.
I actually, I really appreciate that we were introduced, Ed, but I would be really curious before we get the update. Maybe that's your next thing you're going to do. I would like to know who the ex officio folks are. And I think that, with all due respect, Michael, if we can, I just think your stories, frankly, are, I mean, it's the relationships that I've had with people in CDC at HRSA over the many years that have built my capacity to be effective. So I'm just really curious about who else is in the room and what they can bring.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Magda. Yes.
So this is David. Let me just jump in and say that I talked a little bit about the roles of the designated federal official and executive secretary and all those things. Our ex officios are our federal partners who we hope, being at the table, can help fill in some gaps, provide information, but also take information back to where they go and where they work. The only real difference is if this committee decides to vote on something, as ex officios, none of us would vote. That's really the only other difference. We hope and plan and expect them to be just as involved as appropriate and as the committee needs, but they definitely fill a very important role. So I appreciate that. If you're fine with that, sure.
Good morning. I'm Suzanne England. I'm representing the Indian Health Service in my day-to-day role on the Great Plains Area Maternal Child Health Consultant, and I also maintain clinical practice as a nurse midwife and a family nurse practitioner and psychiatric nurse practitioner. I've spent my entire career in the Indian Health Service, and I feel that's where I best serve the needs, and I'm really excited to be here today.
Yeah, and feel free to comment on anything else that you've heard, in some of the questions that we had, if you're going around the table, so that know what your passions might be too.
Hello, I'm Wendy DeCourcy. I'm going to start with my apology for being late. I made very poor commuter choices this morning. So I'm happy to have made it here. But I represent the Administration for Children and Families under Health and Human Services. Our agency is involved with TANF and Head Start and Office of Child Care, Child Support, Community Support, and Office of Refugee Resettlement. So we have a broad range of services for at-risk children and families, and my particular office is the Office of Planning, Research, and Evaluation. So I'm here representing all the work we do. On occasion, you guys have called on me to try to pull sufficient data from TANF or other services to inform your work, and that might be an area where you can make some recommendations about what variables you'd really be interested in hearing about. Because I couldn't provide very satisfactory answers, unfortunately. But, all right, I'm very excited to be back at SACIM.
Good morning. I'm Lee Warner. I'm the Chief of the Women's Health and Fertility Branch at the Division of Reproductive Health at CDC. Epidemiologist by training. I worked at the State Health Department in Georgia in perinatal epidemiology for 3 years. And I'm excited to be here. You'll be hearing more from us in the next hour.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Cheryl Broussard, and I'm representing CDC's Division of Congenital and Developmental Disorders. Also filling in today for Dr. Cindy Moore, our Chief Medical Officer, who couldn't be here. One of the missions of our division is saving babies through birth defects prevention and research, so that jives pretty well with the mission of this committee. And on a personal note, of the 23,000 infants who died in the past year, I knew 2 of them. So both my best friend and my husband's best friend coincidentally lost infants in the past year. One to very premature delivery and one to multiple birth defects. So on behalf of baby Brendaman and baby Ellie, I want to thank the committee for continuing this important work. Thank you.
This contract, I've been in the division for a long time. I've seen, yeah, for a long time. I'm just happy to be here today.
Good morning. I'm Vanessa Lee. I'm also with Mchd's Division of Healthy Start and Perinatal Services. I oversee the Infant Mortality COIN initiative, and so happy to see so many familiar faces and COIN starters, really. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Kristen Zeikerman. I'm representing Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services in the Division of Quality and Health Outcomes. I'm the coordinator for the Maternal Infant Health Initiative, and I am fairly new to the division, only been there a month, so I am very happy to meet all of you and make some connections, and that will help inform our work going forward. So thank you.
And this is Karen Matsuoka. I'm the Chief Quality Officer for Medicaid and CHIP, also at CMCS with Kristen. In addition to the Maternal Health Initiative that Kristen referenced, the Division of Quality and Health Outcomes oversees all the quality measurement and many of the quality improvement initiatives for Medicaid and CHIP, including the two main sets of measures that we use to assess the extent to which we're meeting the needs of the Medicaid and CHIP beneficiaries that we serve. These are the Medicaid and CHIP Child Core Set and the Medicaid Adult Core Set, of which, given that Medicaid covers over half of all deliveries in this country, no surprise that maternal infant health measures comprise a significant chunk of the measures in both of our core sets. And it's a pleasure to be here.
Anybody else on the phone who are ex officio members? Art?
My name is Arthur James. I'm an obstetrician, gynecologist, and pediatrician with a long-term interest in health equity. I am a SACIM member. Previous term, this will be my last meeting, and I'll have an opportunity to provide a PowerPoint later on, so you'll hear more from me then.
Michael Warren. I'm the new Associate Administrator for the Maternal and Child Health Bureau. This is week 7 at HRSA, and so appreciate the opportunity. I'd actually been appointed to be on this committee as a member prior to starting federal service, and so excited to be able to continue in that role. Prior to coming here, I spent the last 8 years in state public health with the Tennessee Department of Health. Most recently was the Deputy State Health Officer there for population health initiatives, and then I'm a general pediatrician by training.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Parks-Brown. I am also representing CDC's Division of Reproductive Health. I am on the infant health team within our maternal and infant health branch and spend the majority of my time working with our sudden unexpected infant death case registry, which I will be sharing more with you about later this morning.
Good morning. My name is Danielle Ely. I'm with the Division of Vital Statistics with National Center for Health Statistics, which is a part of CDC. I just recently took over as the manager of the linked birth infant death file, and I will be presenting on some of our data here shortly.
I get to stand up. I'm Joyce Martin from the National Center for Health Statistics. And I lead the perinatal vital statistics data group. And I'm here to see how we can help better serve your data needs.
Hello, my name is Quinny Harris. I'm the Director of Health Equity and Community Partnerships at the National WIC Association. And I'm just here to learn a little bit more about the work of this committee, given that we prioritize the issues of infant and maternal mortality in the WIC community.
Thank you. Can you shout out your names back there just so we know who you are?
Hi, I'm a new employee.
I'm glad you are all here. Anybody else that on the phone that we missed? All right, now let's turn it over to our HRSA administrator.
Good morning and welcome to HRSA. It is a pleasure. I'm George Bunas, the HRSA administrator. I have been here about 20 months now. And it is a pleasure to be here today and speak with you. HRSA's mission is to improve health
for the populations we serve through access to quality services, a skilled workforce, and innovative programs. And we have several of those. We have 90 programs. I know that you are here to help us reach our goals and improve health outcomes. And we are appreciative of your time and efforts. I want to welcome all of the new members. I have read your bios, and you all bring a lot of experience, expertise, and passion of reducing infant mortality. I also want to welcome our ex officio federal partners who are at the table and will provide their perspectives in this meeting. As you know, HHS has established the Secretary's Advisory Committee on Infant Mortality in 1991. This committee has recently been reestablished, and we are now holding the first meeting of this committee since 2015. The Advisory Committee plays an important role in advising the Secretary and me on HHS programs and activities related to infant mortality, including implementation of Health Start program and infant mortality objectives from Healthy People 2020. The committee also represents a public and private partnership to provide guidance and focus attention on the policies and resources required to reduce infant mortality. Year 2018 has been a busy but successful year for HRSA so far. I would like to spend a few minutes to highlight some of our recent accomplishments. Today, HRSA has played an important role in helping to address the Secretary Shazar's priorities. These 4 priorities are transforming the healthcare system to one that pays for value, reducing the cost of prescription drugs, addressing the high cost of health insurance, and last but not least, combating the opioid epidemic. The Bureau of Primary Health Care has been successful in increasing the access to healthcare services. In 2017, more than 27 million people, which translates 1 in 12 Americans nationwide, relied on the HRSA-funded health centers for affordable, accessible primary care services. To give you a little more detail about how this translates overall to the American population, this is 1 in 3 people living in poverty, 1 in 5 people living in rural communities, 1 in 9 children, and more than 355,000 veterans received care at a HRSA-funded health center. Through our health workforce programs, 13 million patients have access to a provider because of the more than 12,500 National Health Service Corps and nurse clinicians practicing in underserved areas. To help address the opioid crisis, HHS announced this past September more than $1 billion in grant awards. The awards support HHS's 5-point opioid strategy, which was launched last year. As part of this announcement, HRSA awarded more than $400 million to combat the opioid crisis. This investment will enable HRSA-funded community health centers, academic institutions, and rural organizations
to expand access to integrated substance use disorder and mental health services. HRSA's Maternal and Child Health Bureau awarded $360 million to 56 states, territories, and non-for-profit organizations through the Maternal, Infant, and Early Childhood Home Visiting Program. These funds support communities to provide home visiting services to women during pregnancy and to parents with young children. That was just a brief example of what we have done this past fiscal year. And another thing which I would like to mention is that in 2018, HRSA had the highest budget in the history of the agency, and 2019 we have even higher budget than what we had in 2018, and we're expecting to do even more with your help, of course. So, Dr. Warren, who is our new member here, and he came here with full energy to bring the Bureau in another level, and this is the expectation, will provide an update and highlight some of the accomplishments within the Maternal and Child Health Bureau. So again, I want to extend our thanks and appreciation for your dedication to this committee and this nation. And hopefully we'll have more often meetings, and we will not wait for another 3 or 4 years to convene this committee here. We look forward to continuing our work with you. As members of this advisory committee, you are important for the implementation of HRSA's programs. I hope you have a productive meeting. Thank you for helping us.
Thank you, Dr. Segunas. I have a question. You know, I see from your bio that you're a professor of medicine, were a professor of medicine, and you did cellular therapies and bone marrow transplant. Was infant mortality even on your radar screen in your previous professional work?
Yes.
So yeah, I'd like to know how the connection that you have with the.
I will tell you briefly a little about myself.
Yeah.
I was here. I worked for about 9 years at NIH and also the Naval Medical Center. At that time, the Walter Reed, the old Walter Reed, was another place, and we had the Naval Medical Center here. So I was recruited in North Carolina at the Georgia School of Medicine to start the bone marrow transplantation program there. So with a colleague of mine, we did that. That school was established 40 years ago with a mission to provide primary health care physicians who will practice in underserved and rural areas in North Carolina. And I don't know if you have been in Greenville, North Carolina, but when I moved there 25 years ago, after I took the exit to go from I-95 to go to Greenville, the only thing which I was seeing right and left that road, there were tobacco farms, cotton farms, corn farms, and cows and horses. I could not see the pigs around. So that school has a great mission. I loved the mission of that school. Many of my friends during those 25 years I was there, they were devoted, committed people to help the rural areas and underserved areas. I love the programs. Great success from the programs. 45% of the graduates are practicing primary care real primary care, not the dean's definition of primary care. So given the opportunity to come here, I came here because HRSA has similar programs. And I have several pediatricians, friends there who were telling me about the difficulties which those areas are facing with deliveries, with the infants, with children, and etc. So this was not unknown area to me. I have a very good friend of mine, Tom Irons. I don't know how many of you know Tom. He was Michael's professor there, who has been practicing for 40 years now, 45 years, I don't know, pediatrics there. And I had many, many stories around this area. So I have some knowledge.
Good to get that background. I did a couple of years at Prospect Hill and Yanceyville, North Carolina, practicing primary care. And so if you got that background, I think it would be sensitive to some of the recommendations that come out of this committee.
Right. Right. Thank you. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Okay. Michael, you're up.
So I'm going to come down here so I can drive. Can you hear me on the phone okay?
Yes.
And folks in the room, you can hear on that end, Belinda? Well, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. This is week 7, and so just like this is the first time this committee has met and you all are on a learning curve, I too am on a steep learning curve. It feels like being an intern all over again, where you have a base of information, but you're learning new systems and new processes. But I'm really excited to be here and to join the team at the Bureau, which is really a fantastic group of folks. As I was talking to Dr. Segunas over the summer about this opportunity, I asked him, what would your priorities be for me, and if in coming to this role, what do you want for the Bureau? And he very quickly said, the Bureau is not broken. I don't need you to come and fix it. I need you to support the strong team that is there. And so, as you've heard from Magda and others, we stand on the shoulders of folks like Vince Hutchins and Peter Van Dyke and Michael Liu, but also folks like Martha May Elliott and Grace Abbott and folks you're going to hear about in this presentation, who really have given us such a storied history of maternal and child health in this country. Click this one. Thank you. So a little bit about SACIM, and we'll talk about this as we go. SACIM has been established since 1991 and really represents a public-private partnership so that we as a federal government agency can get the perspective of stakeholders across the country and think about how we work together to address infant mortality. The role of the committee is to advise both the Secretary of Health and Human Services as well as the HRSA administrator on issues related to infant mortality and offer recommendations for how we approach that as a country. And really, I think the formation of this committee and the duration of this committee represents a real long-standing interest from a public health perspective in infant mortality. And so if we look back to the time the Children's Bureau was founded, back in 1912, the infant mortality rate in this country was about 100, which none of us can really imagine at this point, given that we generally are in single digits. But we've seen a dramatic decline in infant mortality overall over the years. But importantly, as it's been pointed out several times already during our conversation, that has not held true for all populations. And so infant mortality reduction, specifically disparity elimination, has remained an important public health priority over the years. I wanted to, there was the opportunity here to give an MCHD update, and as Dr. De La Cruz and I looked at the agenda, you're going to hear from experts across the Bureau later today. They are far more expert than I, and so it's important that you hear from them and hear their updates. So I thought I would just take us back for a bit and talk about the roots of maternal and child health, how we got to where we are today. Magda talked again about stories, and understanding those stories and understanding the people who have gone before us and laid a path for us, I think, is really important. And so if we think about the early roots of public health, early in the founding of our country, the end of the 1700s, there was the founding of the Marine Health Service, largely founded to provide health care to merchant seamen, but also to help with things like epidemics and quarantine that the country was experiencing early on. And it was the precursor to our modern-day U.S. public health service and public health system that we have in this country. Early on, the focus was on hygiene and infectious disease, and so you've got things like the introduction of smallpox vaccine in the 1800s. You've got the creation of local and state health departments during that time. The first state health board was actually established in 1869, and what you can see here, this is a print from, that was Massachusetts where that state health board was established, and a print from their first annual report, and it's a slaughterhouse. And I thought this was interesting because it really reflects what people were focused on at the time. They were focused on hygiene, they were focused on the airflow. These are elaborate diagrams in this book of if you're going to construct a slaughterhouse, drainage, temperature control, airflow, those kinds of things. And that was really the focus early on, was on hygiene and control of infectious disease. But MCH had roots in that early time as well. And very early on, the roots were focused on social concerns, so things like child abuse, child labor. So the picture you see on the left is Mary Ellen Wilson. Mary Ellen was found to be severely abused and neglected, and at the time, folks didn't know what to do from a response standpoint. There was not organized child welfare, an organized child welfare system. There was a Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, and so folks approached the SPCA, and from that effort, because that really was the only organized body, Society for the Prevention of Child Abuse was born, and really some of the roots of our modern child welfare system are based there. You also saw during that time the origin of things like settlement houses, focused on education and health and child care, but also some other public health interventions like milk stations where you're trying to reduce the spread of infectious diarrhea, for example. So MCH had early roots in that era, and in the early 1900s, 1912, the Children's Bureau was established. So as we think about the modern-day Maternal and Child Health Bureau, Julia Lathrop got us started in 1912 with the first official federal investment in maternal and child health. And early on, infant mortality and infant care was a focus. So the Bureau in those early years published a number of pamphlets and educational materials on infant care. You see a screenshot of that there, but also advocated in working with other federal partners to understand better what our statistics were. So advocating for example, for the development of a national birth registry, and you heard our colleague from National Center for Health Statistics introduce herself. We really rely on those data, and one of the early priorities of the Bureau was to support that work. In the 1920s, we had the Shepard-Towner Act, which was really the precursor to our modern Title V. This was the Maternity and Infancy Care Act, and established those grants that go to states that have evolved over the years into Title V. Those grants really were the foundation for state health departments to start to provide MCH services and establish their own bureaus or departments of maternal and child health. And there you see Grace Abbott, again, one of the early leaders of the department. And then comes 1935 when we had Title V of the Social Security Act. And so Title V, again, that federal-state partnership around maternal and child health, firmly establishing those programs for maternity, infant, and child care, as well as services for crippled children, as it was called then. And those services for children with special health care needs were really a key part of Title V and were established during that time. There were, as you all know very well, a number of advances over the course of that century that really related to improvements in infant mortality. And you see a number of these listed here. Largely medical interventions, things like antibiotics, advancements in neonatal care, newborn screening, but also public health programs and approaches like family planning, establishment of Medicaid, home visiting, and Healthy Start. It is difficult to point to any one single one of those that was the leading contributor to reductions in infant mortality, and likely the improvements and progress made during the last century really reflect all of those things in concert. Again, we've seen this dramatic decline over the years overall in infant mortality, though those disparities persist. If we think back to the time when the Children's Bureau was founded, tremendous progress, about a 94% reduction, and you can see some of the various milestones in maternal and child health that are listed there. One that's mentioned that I didn't talk about earlier, the Maternal and Child Health Services Title V became a block grant in 1989. really creating flexibility for states, and that really is where we are focused today, giving states the flexibility to design maternal and child health interventions to meet the needs of their populations. Those are based on 5-year needs assessments. Our states are about to go through that process again. 2020, they'll have needs assessments that are due. And really from those needs assessments, they outline their priorities based on needs in their state for the next 5-year period. SACIM was established in 1991, so I took that infant mortality graph and showed you just the last few decades. And what you'll see is that at the beginning of that, we saw a decline, but as you've heard earlier, we've remained pretty static since then. And so some opportunities to continue to move that needle. And what you will see in our presentations later on are those marked disparities that persist. So even though you see one number here for overall, this is not the number for the entire population. It's important to think about those. And as we think about where our opportunities lie, to think about how we continue to close those gaps. So I want to tell you a little bit about today's Maternal and Child Health Bureau. Our mission is to improve the health of America's mothers, children, and families. And the vision is an America where all children and families are healthy and thriving and have a fair shot at reaching their fullest potential. There are a wide variety of programs within the Bureau. Dr. Segunas mentioned 90 different programs within HRSA. It feels like there are that many within the Bureau as I'm starting to learn those. The ones that folks are most familiar with are our Title V Maternal and Child Health Block Grant, our Maternal, Infant, and Early Childhood Home Visiting Program, as well as Healthy Start. Budget-wise, those represent the 3 largest investments that we have in the Bureau, but you see also a number of other programs. You heard earlier this notion about workforce training mentioned. The Bureau has had a long-standing investment in workforce training, thinking about how do we train that next generation and build that pipeline of MCH professionals. And overall, our budget is about $1.3 billion. Dr. Segunas mentioned some recent increases. We did have additional investments with the funding of this most recent appropriations bill, specifically in maternal mortality, and there was money for Healthy Start related to maternal mortality as well. I mentioned earlier flexibility being a key hallmark, if you will, of the Maternal and Child Health Services Block Grant. Another key factor there is accountability, and so we really rely on measurement to drive the work that we're doing and to help tell the story of MCH. So we've got national performance measures that tell us how our health system is performing, and there are a number of those overall, but specifically there's some related to infant mortality, things like rate of well-woman visits, low-risk cesarean deliveries, risk-appropriate prenatal care, and others that you see there. And again, those performance measures or process measures, some might describe them as, really tell us how the system is working. And then we look at national outcome measures to say, if this is how the health system is working, what are those outcomes that are associated with that? So things like timing of prenatal care, birth weight, gestational age, mortality rates at various intervals, both for moms and babies, and some others, again, that you see there. So focusing on accountability, focusing on those metrics to guide us and direct our efforts. So I want to close by talking a little bit about a public health approach to addressing infant mortality. One of the key principles in maternal and child health, and hopefully many of you are familiar with this, is this notion of the life course model. And we all start out with this health trajectory. And there are risk factors that may pop up that diminish that optimal health trajectory. Those may pop up across the life course. But there are also protective factors that may elevate that health trajectory or balance some of those risk factors. And those can occur throughout the course of your own life. But the thing that makes the life course perspective unique is that your mother's and father's life and those experiences, those risk factors and protective factors and that balance for them also influences your outcomes, and those in your own life influence the next generation. I think this is not new to those of us in maternal and child health as we think about, for example, the health of young girls who become mothers and how that health is, their own health is imparted on the health of their babies. But this notion of a life course approach is really key as we think about improving infant mortality rates from an MCH and public health perspective. There's also this notion of the social ecological model. My training, as I mentioned, is in general pediatrics. I was in a primary care clinic in an academic setting. And one of the things I always tried to do was to get our residents and students out of the clinic, out of the hospital, and into the community. I used to tell them the story. It frustrated me to no end when kids would come in for well-child visits, and I would plot their growth, for example, on the growth chart, and I would see that the growth trajectory was not moving in a good direction. They were overweight or obese. And I was puzzled because I said, I'm doing all the things that Bright Futures recommends that I do. I'm bringing them in every time they're supposed to come in. I'm giving them the right advice and saying you need to eat healthier foods, you need to be more active. But those 15 or 20-minute visits in a clinic, as you all well know, are not sufficient for moving the health of our population. And that's because kids live in families. Those families live in communities. Those communities are part of a broader society. And if we just focus on those clinical interventions alone, as a pediatrician, those 15 or 20-minute well-child visits, even if I get all of them, are not going to dramatically impact the health and well-being of that child. We have to think about that broader perspective, and the social ecological model can give us. So these are some framing perspectives that we bring to our work in the Maternal and Child Health Bureau, and I think offer us some perspective as we think about addressing infant mortality. So what's the role of the public health system? Because MCHB is part of that. Broadly, we've got those assessment, policy development, and assurance roles. These are the 10 essential functions that have been described in public health. Part of that is linking to or providing care, and so what I don't want to do is diminish the importance of care. It's absolutely important, and as you saw with the improvements we've seen in the last century, many of those due to improvements in care. However, it's more than that, and so if we think about health, we have to take a broader perspective. And folks have looked at this a number of ways over the years if we think about what contributes to health. And the estimates vary, but if we look at clinical care, only about 10 to 20% of overall health outcomes are determined ultimately by health care. Those other broader factors, community factors, health behaviors, genetics, underlying genetics, play an influence as well. So healthcare is important and necessary, but not sufficient in and of itself. And so from public health perspective, we think about this population health focus. And you frame this as a pyramid. Clinical interventions are certainly part of this pyramid, but what you see is as you move down this pyramid to things like long-lasting protective interventions, addressing the context in which health decisions are made, thinking about socioeconomic factors, we actually have an increasing population impact. I think part of the challenge is this is not necessarily, as we move down the pyramid, the set of tools that we always have most at the ready as we think in public health. And so thinking about the broad partners that we need to involve, thinking about going back to our constituencies, our communities, and engaging them is really key as we think about addressing those socioeconomic factors. So I want to share a poem. We heard earlier about the importance of stories, but I want to share this poem, which I think helps frame some of this work. And it's called A Fence or an Ambulance. Has anybody heard this before? So I see a couple of heads nodding. "'Twas a dangerous cliff, as they freely confessed, though to walk near its crest was so pleasant. But over its terrible edge there had slipped a duke and full many a peasant. So the people said something would have to be done, but their projects did not at all tally. Some said put a fence around the edge of the cliff, some an ambulance down in the valley. But the cry for the ambulance carried the day, for it spread through the neighboring city. A fence may be useful or not, it is true, but each heart became full of pity. For those who slipped over the dangerous cliff, and the dwellers in highway and alley, gave pounds and gave pence, not to put up a fence, but an ambulance down in the valley. The cliff is all right if you're careful, they said, and if folks even slip and are dropping, it isn't the slipping that hurts them so much as the shock down below when they're stopping. So day after day as these mishaps occurred, quick forth would these rescuers sally to pick up their victims who fell off the cliff with their ambulance down in the valley." And the poem closes by saying, "Better guide well the young than reclaim them when old, for the voice of true wisdom is calling. To rescue the fallen is good, but is best to prevent other people from falling." And this has always really resonated with me, again, as we think about the opportunities we have in public health. The ambulances are certainly important, and so to be clear, I'm not advocating that we don't need those. But where are our opportunities to build fences? Where are our opportunities to think upstream and prevent some of these adverse outcomes from occurring in the first place? And so I'll close with just some potential opportunities as we think about the role of MCHB and supporting the work of SACIM. Certainly broad collaborations across the public and private sector, again, recognizing that these infants and the children they will grow into are not living in isolation. They live in families, who live in communities. We have to think about all the stakeholders who need to be at the table. Thinking about our overall infant mortality rate and the improvements, but the improvements across subpopulations. And you're going to hear about various disparities throughout the day. And so continuing to think about where are our opportunities there. Thinking about our MCH roots and the social factors that really called folks to attention. What are those social determinants of health and where are our opportunities to address that here? And then finally, upstream interventions that we've talked about, that broad public health perspective, thinking about where there are opportunities to either prevent bad outcomes from happening in the first place, primary prevention, or even secondary prevention, where we're identifying problems early on so that we can either eliminate them or mitigate them before they become worse. So appreciate the opportunity to be here. Look forward to supporting you all as we continue this work together, and know that the Bureau stands ready to work alongside you. I do want to go back. There was a question earlier about the contributions in sort of the history of SACIM, and I think Dr. Hogan had asked what some of those had been. So the main role is to recommend, to make recommendations both to the Secretary and the HRSA Administrator. And so I think a lot of the work that's been done to date has been in that format. So recommendations for programming, for example. Healthy Start is a great example, where the committee over time has looked at things like the investment of Healthy Start in rural areas, or with the American Indian population, for example. And so program guidelines have actually changed, or funding priorities have changed in that. I think if you look at the work of the infant mortality coin that Dr. Liu started, the work of this committee was foundational in helping to guide the philosophy of that, and to think not only about clinical interventions, but thinking about tackling things like social determinants of health through that rapid cycle change kind of approach. And then also in the revisioning of the Maternal and Child Health Block Grant, which happened a few years ago, maintaining those key measurements for that accountability, specifically around infant mortality and factors like birth weight and gestational age and prenatal care, prenatal smoking. A number of those made it into this latest round. So those are just a few examples of how that work has translated to work of the Bureau. So happy to stop there. Thank you, Dr. Ellinger, for the time.
Could you do me a favor and answer those questions that we asked the panel? Why did you take this MCHB job? What do you bring? What passions do you have? What are you going to contribute, and who do you see as your partners?
Yeah. So my passion is and has been for a long time pediatric primary care. I love taking care of kids and their families. But what struck me early on was that the time that I had with kids and families in clinic was not sufficient to move their health trajectory necessarily. It was necessary, but not sufficient. And the things that would frustrate me at the end of a clinic day often were things that had very little to do with my own medical training. They were systems factors. They were things related to public health. And so I was drawn to this public health work, had the opportunity while I was getting my master's in public health to do a practicum in our state governor's office, where I was working in an office that had been given special funding for both infant mortality and women's health initiatives. So that really was my first introduction to infant mortality from a public health perspective back in 08, 09. And over time got connected with our state public health department and then took an opportunity there. But that work that is broader than the direct clinical setting is what's always been fascinating to me and is what drives me. Your other questions?
What opportunities do you see?
Yeah, what opportunities? So I think I would reiterate first what I said. Dr. Sagunas told me that the Bureau is in a really good place. There is great strength. Dr. Liu really built an incredible team and brought great talent. And so I think there's the opportunity to first and foremost continue to support them. I am interested in thinking about how we continue to push upstream. And I'm very careful not to say just primary prevention, because I think there's a role across that prevention, both primary, secondary, and tertiary spectrum. But thinking about how we can push upstream, we've got a lot of investments in downstream interventions, so mitigating risk factors that have already occurred, but continuing to think about how we move upstream, continuing to think about how we use data to drive that work, particularly to look at the subpopulations and how do we make that routine that when we look at data, we automatically look at data stratified in a number of ways so that it calls attention and really forces us to action. And then finally, continuing to listen to partners. So the Bureau will be working over the course of the next 6 to 9 months to develop some key priority areas. HRSA is working on an agency-wide strategic plan. We'll be working on some Bureau priorities as well, thinking not only how do they fit into HRSA's strategic plan, but also how do they address the needs of the stakeholders. So we'll be listening to folks across the country. And to your last point, who are those key partners? I think those key partners are states and the local communities, whether those are urban or some of our more rural communities. I think there are academic partners as we think about our training programs. The various non-governmental organizations, we end up supporting a lot of those through grant funding to community nonprofits. For example, we work with a lot of national professional and advocacy organizations. Those folks bring us the perspective of their various constituencies. And then I think we work with our funders. And I will tell you one of the things that's been interesting in moving from the state level where you have multiple funders, here at the federal level we have one funder. It is the Congress. But we interact with them and provide them with information. We were just there last week, for example, providing a briefing on maternal mortality. And so I think continuing to engage that group of stakeholders as well, providing them with information, with those stories, with data, as they come to us with questions to think about informing their work.
So you're following the footsteps of Julia Lathrop, who said, part of it is to assess what's going on. What information do you need? What information is lacking? What information would you like more of to help you do your job?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We frequently go to vital statistics, and we're fortunate to have good vital statistics in this country. I think there's an opportunity to improve those, and that is not an NCHS issue. It's really an on-the-ground issue as I see it, from the collection in hospitals, the death data collection in funeral homes and by medical examiners, for example. At the state level, I saw huge opportunities for that and see that at the federal level as well, because we really rely on those data so much that having really clean and robust and accurate data is key. And the data that NCH gets and is able to give us is only as good as what they get from those partners out in the field. And so I think at the very basic level, thinking about that sort of core data, how we improve that. I also think as we think about the impact of social determinants, it can be difficult sometimes to get a number of our indicators stratified by a number of factors that we know cause disparities. And so thinking about how we look across our various data sets, to think about how we drill down beyond just one national number or one state number and think about looking at subpopulations. We've got the National Survey of Children's Health, for example, and so that is a large representative sample, and we can draw state-level estimates, but depending on the question, we can't necessarily drill down to subpopulations within states. And so being able to get to that point across a variety of indicators, particularly those that are related to social determinants, and be able to look at those, I think, would be key. And so getting you all's input on that as we move forward would be helpful.
Other questions for Michael? Okay.
7 weeks, first trimester.
A little bit of morning sickness.
Congratulations, and thank you for your leadership. Ed, you asked us, you gave us permission to raise tension and turn the heat up, and I'm going to own my role and my preference as an adaptive leader to turn the heat up a little bit. And I want to make sure that we use our time and our talents to the fullest. So 2 questions for you, Dr. Warren. The first has to do if we know what our charge is, but are there any invisible boundaries that we cannot cross? Are there any limitations that we should just know that it's there, and we should name them and not waste time with? For example, around reproductive justice and abortion, around immigration policy and the separation of family and children, and social policies that are impacting directly the health of women and children in this country right now, or e-carceration in terms of the movement in the new Jim Crow to homebound incarceration and mass incarceration. So, or eviction as of pregnant women being one of the great indicators of stress and social stress. Are there any areas that you can tell us that we should not go there? Because you're bound to tell us not to do that. Or as advisors, can we make the assumption that there are no boundaries and our greatest commitment is the integrity of the work we do regardless of the politics? That's the first. I'll tell you the second. And the second is, in each time of your history, as somebody who was trained under a training grant, thank you, Harvard School of Public Health, and has taught the basic MCH intro class, there has been political will of a president, Theodore Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt, John Kennedy, are three great examples of what pushed the Children's Bureau to exist for a daughter named Alice, or for disabilities, and so I'm wondering if there's anything you can tell us about the current administration and the political will to really address infant mortality. And you've only been here for 7 weeks, so have fun with those questions.
Thank you. No pressure at all there, Dr. Peck. So first, appreciate both of those questions. So I'm not aware of any sort of boundaries or stated restrictions in terms of what you all can discuss or recommend to us. And I think if you look at the history of the committee has offered a wide variety of recommendations to the Secretary and to the Administrator of HRSA. So I would say I'm not aware of anything that is off the table in terms of what you all may recommend or discuss. Second, I think, again, fairly new, 7 weeks into this role, I have been impressed thus far by the investment thus far in maternal and child health at a minimum from a budget standpoint. And so we have seen stability both in our maternal and child health block grant funding, but also increases in maternal mortality. A lot of public interest in this in both the executive and the legislative branches at the federal level, as well as a number of states. So I'm encouraged early on by that support for the Bureau.
Thank you for both. Just state and fact right up. So we'll take those as clear assumptions. And the clarity in the charge to this committee, it speaks about pregnancy and not necessarily broadly women's health. But the 2013 report of recommendations as one of the 6 guiding areas and priority areas clearly to take on women's health more broadly. Can we build on that and not be constrained by the original language of the charge, but can we build on the 2013 broader definition of our charge to not just maternal health, but women's health? And can we also assume that maternal mortality is part of the work that we should be addressing? Clarity, please.
Thank you. I think you can certainly assume that wide berth if we think, I think back to a city match tool and PPOR, and if we think about infant mortality, preconception health, preconception care is certainly a contributor to that, and that is not defined by definition to that pregnancy. So I think you are certainly fine, again, within the purview of this committee to make whatever recommendations or have whatever discussions you all think you need as it relates broadly to maternal and infant health.
So just a couple of comments. Regarding some of that. As the only person in the room that has been a member of SACIM and is stepping down, I can tell you, Dr. Peck, that there were several recommendations that we made where politics took priority over those recommendations. But I think it's very important that this committee go on record with making the recommendations, understanding that the recommendations you make become public documents. And so that even if the nation is not prepared to move on some of these things, sometimes what you say will empower local communities to make a move. I also just want to add this comment. I sometimes have used the ambulance down in the valley to end my talks and to put more emphasis on the whole issue of disparities. I want to share with you a stanza that I've added to that poem. And when we decide that the ambulance ride is okay for one group but not another, despite causing more pain and costing more sense, we neglect the fence for those with fewer tents, but we erect it for those with more money. And then we even assert that those experiencing more hurt somehow deserve the increased pain that they are getting. I think that that's an important component that is inferred in that poem that is true for how we approach particularly disparities today. So I just wanted to raise that to the group's attention.
Thanks, Dr. Jacobs. That expands the narrative quite a bit. Thank you. Other questions? Anybody on the phone have any questions of Michael?
Yeah, this is Jean Connery. I want to just echo Magda's comments and say I appreciate what Dr. James said. I think it is very important for us to go on record with what we believe, what we know is the science, and our very strong statements. As an idealist, I would hope then that we follow the science. I wonder how we can make our scientific statements and understanding followed. I mean, I'm not politically naive by any stretch of the imagination. I certainly work in an advocacy position with ACOG. But what will it take then? I've heard everybody comment about how there are recommendations that are not followed. I've said that my perspective is going to be one of environmental concerns, particularly for children's health around lead and about pesticides. What is it going to take then for the recommendations from this group to be listened to and followed? Why will this be any different?
I shared my perspective, this is Ed, that we're doing community organizing. We're building the power in the communities to push what science says is the right thing to do and what social justice says is the right thing to do. As a committee, we'll make recommendations to the Secretary, and the Secretary will have to do what he has to do, I guess. But we're representing a whole bunch of communities, and so that voice will be a lot louder than just ours, I'm hoping. Other questions? Paul?
What's occurring to me is we need to probably decide who our audience is. Is it, in fact, making a statement that will empower communities? Is it the Secretary? And what is the purpose of the statement? Are we trying to get as much movement as possible or make a statement for the sake of a statement? So I think we better decide what our purpose here is. Because we can say a lot that we know will be ignored from day one. And the question is that really our job, or is it to try to move as far as we can, given the constraints we face? And it's not a position, it's a question for the group.
And that's a question I hope that we will answer as part of our conversation. I mean, I don't think we will answer that right now, but I think as we gather information, learn a little bit more, we learn from each other, that we will come to that strategy. I hope we will anyway, because if we get more clarity, will move us. Any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you for taking the job. Thank you for being here. And you set us up well for a break. So we'll take, I think we have set for 15 minutes, but let's make it 10, so then we'll be back. Back together here. What we can do to make that happen. Sure. Go ahead.
One of the questions I was wondering is, what was the rationale for the delay in meeting? I mean, the committee has not met since 2015, and now we're at the end of 2018.
Yeah, I was just telling Magda that that's one of the things I'll talk about at the end about why the delay and how we can make sure we have more than 9 members, because the charter says we can have up to 21. So we have a strategy in place, but I want to get your feedback on making sure that we're moving in the right direction. Yeah, as part of the committee discussion.
I'm going to take the chair's prerogative for just one little insert into the agenda for myself, because I have just a couple of slides that would actually lead into the presentation by Dr. Ely with the data. So next slide, just got a couple of slides that sort of frame what I've been thinking about. You know, you've seen this slide. This is infant mortality from 1915 on, and just think about when we've started to see a lot of improvements and where we're not. What happened, you know, certainly 1915, 1920, a lot of things happened around that Michael talked about. But then we also, you know, in 1965, we started to see a decrease. What happened during that time? The next slide, a little bit more striking, is that, you know, 1920, look at this maternal mortality rate. 1920, women got the right to vote. Women got the right to vote, which led to the passage of the Shepherd-Towner Act, which did all of the things that Michael talked about in terms of data and MCH and home visiting. And so there was a huge impact at that time. What did we learn from that? Next slide. This is the one that I think that I would like us to really think about. This is the black-white disparity over the years, independent of the overall infant mortality rate. You can see, you know, we would like this to go from the upper left to the lower right, but it's going in the opposite direction. But what happened in the 1940s that allowed the disparities to decrease? What happened in the 50s to make it go up? What happened in the 1960s to make those disparities go down? And what happened in the late 70s to make them go? I think that's, for me, I want to find what happened during those times that actually made a difference. Next slide. You know, and Arthur will expand on this one a lot more. This one for me was I started working on infant mortality at the city level in 1980, and I became Commissioner of Health of the state in 2011. And it was striking during that 31 years, the African-American infant mortality rate after 31 years still hadn't reached the white infant mortality rate of when I started. So obviously said that something is different. Next slide. But it's also the same thing in other areas. It's not just in health outcomes. This is reading scores. The same disparities exist that after 30, 40 years, the African Americans and Hispanics have not reached the level that whites had 30 years earlier. Next slide. So I think this is the definition of public health that I use, is that, you know, the record of redefining of what's unacceptable. Something is go from the category of the given to the category of the intolerable. I think that's what our committee is given that African Americans and American Indians babies die at 2 to 2.5 times that of whites. That should be intolerable. It's a given, but it should be intolerable, and that's what we are going to talk about. I think that's it. So one more slide. I have another slide. All right. Okay, that's it. All right. That's what I wanted. So think about those disparities in those regards. What happened that really caused the disparities to go down there in this period? So now, that was just my chair preference. Get that out there. So let's now hear from the Danielle Ely from the Division of Vital Statistics.
Hi, everyone. My name is Danielle Ely. I am with the Division of Vital Statistics and specifically in the Reproductive Statistics branch. I recently took over as manager of the linked birth infant death file. So today I'll be presenting on fetal, perinatal, and infant mortality statistics from our division. So to start with, I would like to discuss the data files that we have available. We do have the 2017 birth file and rapid release provisional estimates available through the first quarter of 2018. Further, for the mortality file, the 2017 final data file has been released, and the rapid release provisional estimates are also available through the first quarter of 2018. We also have the fetal death data file as well as the fetal cause of death. So the availability for fetals right now is the 2016 final with the demographic data only. 2015 and 2016 cause of death are anticipated in early 2019, and we expect that starting in 2017 that both demographic and cause of death will be released at the same time, and we expect that to be early in 2019. One of the plus sides about releasing at the same time is that it allows researchers to start doing research on things that we haven't been able to offer to them before now. And we've dramatically improved the timing of the release of the cause of death as it relates to general mortality improvements and timeliness, as well as fetal death reporting timeliness. Currently, for the linked birth and infant death file, we have the 2016 period file and the 2012 cohort file. We are expecting that the 2017 period file and the 2013 cohort files will be released in early 19. We are getting through looking at historic files and the approval process with those. And we also have the rapid release provisional estimates available through the end of 2017, so Q4. Discussing our data a little bit more as it relates to infant mortality. So the linked birth and infant death data file links births and death certificates for infant deaths, or those deaths that happen within a year of birth. And the purpose of linking this is to provide more detailed information from the birth certificate, which gives maternal characteristics, it gives pregnancy risk factors, and other important factors that relate to infant health and infant mortality. Further, this allows for more accurate information on maternal race and ethnicity than the general mortality file, because this is self-reported by the mother. So historically, we've had two files. We've had the period file, which includes 2 years of birth and 1 year of death. And we've had the cohort file, which is 1 year of birth and 2 years of death. However, starting in 2017, we have revamped our files, and we will be able to release files by re-releasing the previous year so that users will be able to create their own cohort files from a single, from 2 years of the period file. Again, we've had substantial improvements in timeliness on the infant mortality file, which is very closely related with the timeliness of the general mortality file. To begin, I'd like to start with discussing total fetal, early fetal, late fetal, and perinatal mortality rates. So over time, we have seen some general decreases from 2000 to 2016 for nearly all of these categories.
Could you make sure you define those terms so that we're all on the same page in
Yes,
terms of what those mean,
absolutely.
because they're different definitions.
Yes. So total fetal deaths are those fetal deaths that occur. Sorry, I just totally spaced off without having that there. So total fetal deaths are those fetal deaths that are 28 weeks of 20 plus, weeks of gestation or more. Late fetal are those at 28 or more. 20 for, sorry. And those perinatal mortality rates include the fetal mortality rates along with infant mortality that occurs at the early neonatal, which is less than 7 days. So as I was discussing, over time, we have seen that there have been declines. However, in the last few years, there has been a general stalling of these improvements in the fetal and perinatal mortality rates. We show also the total infant, neonatal, and postneonatal mortality rates from 2000 to 2016. And to define these, the total infant are all infant deaths occurring before 1 year of age. Neonatal are those infant deaths that occur before 1 month or 28 days. And postneonatal are those occurring between 28 days and 364 days. So over time, as well, they have declined. This chart comes from a recent report showing that we've actually had a general stalling of infant mortality and postneonatal mortality rates since 2011. Neonatal has continued to decline over time. However, it is a very a fairly flat decline rather than a steep decline like we would like to see. Showing this on a shorter scale of time from 2011 to 2016, showing perinatal, total infant, neonatal, and postneonatal trends, you can see why these have generally stalled in their decline in terms of the changes. Postneonatal mortality has, in 2011, was 2.01 per 1,000 live births, whereas in 2016 it was 1.99. For the total infant mortality, there's slightly more of a decline, but it was not statistically significant when looking at it over time. Since there has been stalling in infant mortality from 2011 to 2016, we wanted to look at what states we're seeing differences in or changes. So 4 states had significantly lower infant mortality in 2016 than in 2011, and 1 state had significantly higher infant mortality, which means that every other state and jurisdiction saw no substantial increase or decrease, so very stagnant. Looking at perinatal mortality rates by race and Hispanic origin of the mother, this is for 49 states in the District of Columbia. Rhode Island does not provide race and Hispanic origin data for fetal deaths. So for 2014, 2015, and 2016, rates were stagnant. This is going to sound very repetitive because this is what is happening in our country currently, is that we are seeing that for different groups, which in this case are non-Hispanic Black, Hispanic, and non-Hispanic White, rates did not decline or, I suppose, improve, but we would, of course, want to see a decline over time. Also, just as a side note on this, the reason we did not go back farther with fetal deaths than 2014 is because starting in 2014, we moved to using the obstetric estimate for gestational age. And although there is not a substantial difference from the estimate using last known menses, it is enough that we want to differentiate between these 2 types of estimates. Yes.
So do you capture the American Indian as well?
We do. However, in
numbers are typically smaller, I understand.
Yes, and given how small the numbers are in some cases and reporting, it makes it very difficult for us to report given our procedures of reporting.
A quick question.
Yes.
And again, drilling down, do you can you get information about African-born versus African-American, or how far granulated can you get to disaggregate given the homogeneity within the Black community or within the Latino community?
And there are ways to get at that. We have variables within our files that assess whether a mother is a resident or foreign-born, also their current state of residence. Most of that a person would need to download our files and use a statistical package to look into.
That would be good to do because, like in our state, half of our Black births are to foreign-born Blacks, 50%. So that makes a huge difference. So it would be nice to do those statistics by state.
Yes, yes. So that is something you can do with our data. Are there any other questions on that? So looking at infant mortality rates by race and Hispanic origin from 2007 to 2016, one of the things that many people here have discussed is this ratio between white and Black. However, it isn't just a ratio between white and Black in all cases. As you can see, Hispanics and non-Hispanic whites, as well as Asian or Pacific Islanders, all have the lowest infant mortality rates in comparison with non-Hispanic Blacks and American Indian or Alaska Native. Specifically, we can see that non-Hispanic Blacks at the national level have infant mortality rates that are more than twice as high than those of non-Hispanic whites or Hispanics, and nearly 2.5 or more times as high as Asian or Pacific Islanders. Sorry, what? I have not done that in this presentation. That is something you can do with the data that we have. A recent report that we put out looked at infant mortality rates by state. However, it used 2013 through 2015 data combined to create more stable rates, especially for smaller states. So I have updated this using only 2016 data for showing the total infant mortality rates by state. As you can see here, these range widely throughout the U.S. and go from less than 4 infant deaths per 1,000 live births up to more than 9, so more than twice as high. And the range of rates goes from 3.47 infant deaths per 1,000 live births in Vermont to 9.03 in Alabama in 2016. U.S. rate on was 5.87. This doesn't include the territories? No. Huh?
You ask questions if you could put your mic on so it could be, you could be heard.
No, I'm actually curious. Is in the data that given Maria and Zika and immigration from Puerto Rico into the United States, and I'm just curious if there's just generally not reporting on Puerto Rico and the territories in general, or is it just not brought to SACIM's attention? Historically, has it ever been part of SACIM's attention? I think, and in particular, there's a lot of sensibility and sensitivity around Puerto Rico right now, and displacement of extraordinary numbers of populations into other communities. And so there's a diaspora which influences these numbers, and it's just being relevant in the moment, not only from the hurricane, but also from Zika. So I was just curious, and from a national perspective, it's always been present, right, in terms of your work. And so I'm just curious about, from MCHB and from SACIM, what can we stay curious about, and knowing the data are there?
The data is there for Puerto Rico, and actually they're doing some good things in Puerto Rico, making some improvements on the hurricane side.
So, as you just mentioned, there is data for Puerto Rico. However, here we're only looking at the non-territory, so the United States and DC as a jurisdiction, rather than looking at the territory data. We have data available for Puerto Rico and Guam through our territories files. We have generally not put as much focus in our national reports on Puerto Rico. And it is only more recently that there has been increased interest in this. So in terms of the displacement that you discussed, that would be captured if they moved onto the mainland. It would be captured in the data if they were from Puerto Rico. But we do not capture when they moved or different aspects of that.
So this is where the environmental things come in. Looking down the road with climate change and the spread of various mosquitoes, we're going to have Zika in various other places. And so what we learned from Puerto Rico, because there are huge disparities, and so that would be interesting information to have for kind of future plans.
Can I ask a quick question? Do you break the data down from a socioeconomic level in terms of the poverty status of the mother and the financial background? Because just looking at it from a racial standpoint, I mean, as a neonatologist, African-American female babies are do better than, say, Caucasian male babies. So genetically they almost appear to have an advantage from a medical standpoint. So is this more a reflection of the socioeconomic status that they're coming from, or do you track that data? It seems to be more of what resources they're coming to the table with than maybe just along racial lines.
So one of the reasons that we go by race rather than, say, poverty status of the mother is that our data does not cover poverty status of the mother. Specifically, all of our data is coming from the birth certificate and the infant mortality, the mortality and death certificate. And those do not include income or poverty level. There are some things that people could use as indicators of this, such as WIC, but it is not something that that we have in turn if you are asking specifically about poverty.
I'm sorry.
We have those data in other data sets, though, don't we?
Right. We do with the linked file. We have information on mother's educational status, which is a good indicator of SES. We also now have information, as Danielle said, on whether the mother received rich food during the pregnancy, and we also have information on the source of payment for the delivery. So we have information on whether the mother was on Medicaid for her delivery, which is also a useful indicator of SES.
The issue, I wouldn't think issue necessarily with those, is that we didn't have fully reporting data for those. Actually, we still don't have publicly available fully reported data on those. That is coming out with the 2017 file. So that is one of the reasons you haven't necessarily seen us discuss any of these issues previously, is because if we don't have fully reporting data, we can't give a nationally representative idea of what's happening. Does that answer your question, or did I miss part of that?
Yes, I mean, I don't know, maybe you have more information about, does that carry through, like, say the example you gave, the college-educated African-American group, are they seeing similar higher infant mortality rates, or do they then reflect other similar groups? I don't, maybe you know the answer to that question.
No, I mean, you still see higher infant mortality rates with college-educated African-American women. But I wonder, could you just, do you have, I know it's not part of your set data set, but could you pull data just on poverty and education, you know, similar to what Ed was talking about when you look at where the other disparities are? So if you look at other data sets, you can pull incarceration data, reading level, education. There are other things that kind of overlay it with this data. I'm wondering, do you have the capacity to do that just to see if it's in the same part? I mean, we do that with our own data in North Carolina, but I'm wondering from a national level, can you do that?
So one of the issues we run into within our agency is that we do get this contract to get this from states. We do not, this is not our data. It is our data. It is not our data. So to do something like that, we would have to use resources at the state level that they would provide to us that we don't necessarily have access to.
But some of it I think you have access, because I think some of it the states may not actually own. I mean, I think some of it is just, I don't want to say just Google it, but some of it is just to that point. Because some of, I mean, because even though I'm with a state agency, we didn't contact other state agencies at times to gather our information. We just was able to locate it. But I maybe can provide you some examples.
Right. So I think what you're referring to are linkage projects, so linking the vital statistics data with other data files. And the challenge at the national level is we would have to get the agreement of all of our jurisdictions to agree to do that. And right now, that's just not been feasible. We've been working on it, and we keep trying, but right now, historically, we have not been able to do that. But it would make for a very rich data set.
Yeah, I having been involved in some of those conversations also between the states and the federal government with NAPSIS and other organizations, it is very complex with negotiations. So one of the things we have to understand are what are the limitations of these data. And for example, you think it'd be easy to like Medicaid files to vital records, right? You'd think. Not at all, especially if you're looking at the national picture. I mean, there are states that can do it, but at the national picture, it's very challenging. So
that may be one of the recommendations that could come out of this committee.
And if I just, I want to give you a chance to get through your data because we don't have a lot of time. And I was wondering, Chair, if we could all keep track of our questions, like, and as we go along, like what's missing, and then maybe we could identify, well, what are the burning questions we have around gaps in data? Bill Sappenfield, close colleague, now in Florida, would always say, what do you want to know? Why do you want to know it? And what are you going to do differently when you find out? And I just want to make sure that we have some criteria by which, if we're going to make any, we can be curious about what is and is not available, but if we're going to make any request, I'm hoping that it's in the context of a strategic ask, and that we know what we're going to do, and why we're asking that. Beyond, because I know we're all curious around this table, so I'm just like writing down, and I was just wondering if we could.
Good suggestion. Whole question, because otherwise we have lots and lots of questions that we have. So let's go through the data, and then we'll put the questions together at the end. Jean? Yes.
Jeannie, raise your hand.
Jean, we don't hear you. Raise your hand. She has to go to the bathroom.
No,
she's in Paris.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Yeah, good.
Hear me with a speakerphone?
Yes.
Is that better? Okay, sorry. I'm not sure I was using earphones. I think the pattern that strikes me that I have the most questions about is looking at Texas with relatively average infant mortality, yet they've got one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the country. So an overlap between infant and maternal mortality would look fairly interesting. You look at California, it's got the best maternal mortality, lowest maternal mortality in the entire United States, and it's relatively low here for infants. But Texas stands out. So looking at some of these where the patterns don't match would be interesting to find out what's going on in these states that it has either made it desperately bad, or in this case, Texas much better than I would have expected.
Thank you for that. All right, let's proceed with this presentation, and we'll have the questions at the end.
Okay. So as I mentioned, this is for the total infant mortality rates by state and for 2016. For the next few slides, I will actually be referencing back to the publication that used 2013 to 2015 data to describe the non-Hispanic white, non-Hispanic black, and Hispanic populations' infant mortality rates. So for non-Hispanic white women, there was a range from 2.52 infant deaths in D.C. to 7.04 in Arkansas. Now, if I click back really quickly, you can see that the range of infant mortality rates stays the same on each of these slides. That's something to keep in mind for the next slides. So you can see that this is a mostly blue, and in general, non-Hispanic white infant mortality rates are under 6 per 1,000 live births. If we go to Hispanic women, if you note, the white states are those that didn't have enough infant deaths to calculate a rate based on our standards. So for Hispanics, infant mortality rates range from 3.94 in Iowa up to 7.28 in Michigan. Again, mostly blues in this map. However, if we move into non-Hispanic black women, their rates are substantially different across all states. So one of the things to note here is that we only have dark green through the color black, which is a range of from 8 to 12 or more infant deaths per 1,000 live births. And it ranges from 8.27 in Massachusetts to 14.28 in Wisconsin. Looking at these side by side really shows a striking difference between each of these race and Hispanic origin groups. One of the things to note that we noted in our data brief for this was that the lowest rate for non-Hispanic blacks in any state is still higher than the highest rate for non-Hispanic whites in any state. So looking at the some of the leading causes of infant death for 2007, 2015, and 2016 to show some differences just over more recent years. The 5 leading causes of death haven't varied that much over the last 15 years or so. Congenital malformations, low birth weight, maternal complications, sudden infant death syndrome, and unintentional injuries are the 5 leading causes of infant death, and were the 5 leading, or within the 5 leading causes of total infant death for each of these time periods. If you break it down for 2016, for those for neonatal and postneonatal death, these do vary by age at death. Specifically for neonatal death, the highest infant mortality rate was for low birth weight, followed by congenital malformations, maternal complications, placenta, cord, and membrane complications, and bacterial sepsis, whereas for postneonatal, the highest rates were for congenital malformations and SIDS, followed by unintentional injuries, diseases of the circulatory system, and homicide. 5 leading causes of neonatal death actually do not really vary by race and Hispanic origin. They do vary in terms of the rate for these causes. However, it isn't that they're necessarily different for the groups. The one place we do see a difference for neonatal death is for non-Hispanic Black infants. They are more likely to have a cause of death related to low birth weight than congenital malformations, whereas these two are switched when looking at the other groups. For postneonatal death, the same can be said generally. There are some differences across the groups. You can see that SIDS is the leading cause of death for non-Hispanic white and non-Hispanic Black, but for Hispanic, congenital malformation is. I put in this to show the changes in SIDS and SUID, so sudden unexpected infant death, over time. You'll notice that I did put in a note at 2007. There was an increase there, a substantial increase in 1 year that we would note that is related to, we believe is partially related to a new SUID reporting guide that was released in 2006. So with new guidelines, we would expect that there might be some changes in rate and how people are discussing these. Further, you can tell that the SUID rates haven't really changed much since 1999, whereas there has been this decline in SIDS rates. However, there has been plenty of discussion about how this is likely related to how people are reporting the same types of incidents over time. Here I'm showing the percentage of preterm births by maternal race and Hispanic origin. So the percentage of preterm births in the U.S. total for 2016 was 9.85%. For non-Hispanic whites, this was 9.06%, but for non-Hispanic Blacks, it was 13.64%. Hispanics were between non-Hispanic white and non-Hispanic Black at 9.45%. We look at infant mortality rates by gestational age. Preterm births are those births that occur before 37 weeks gestation. Looking at this, the highest infant mortality rates are obviously for those born most preterm, so under 32 weeks. We look at infant mortality rates for preterm births specifically by race and Hispanic origin. Again, we're seeing the same that we would see with the total population. However, there are variations in these rates, specifically at under 32 weeks gestation. Non-Hispanic whites rates for 1,000 live births were about 174, whereas for non-Hispanic Blacks, this was actually closer to 216, and for Hispanics, it was about 182. But then if we look at the percent of preterm-related infant mortality by race and Hispanic origin, the total is about 36% of infant mortality is preterm-related. This ranges from about 30% for non-Hispanic whites up to 44% for non-Hispanic Blacks. Again, Hispanics fall somewhere between non-Hispanic white and non-Hispanic Black at 36%. I've also done a lot of a lot of work looking at infant mortality rates by urbanization level. That is my background is rural sociology. So this particular project looked at infant mortality rates by 3 different urbanization levels. We have large urban counties, small and medium urban counties, and rural counties. Going through these, we can see that between the rural and small and medium counties, there have been declines over time within the counties, but there have been increases in the differences between counties over time. So in 2007, rural counties had a 5% higher infant mortality rate than small and medium urban counties, and in 2015, it was 7% higher. These become more pronounced if we look at the differences between large urban counties, so what we would think of as central cities, and rural counties. In rural counties in 2007, the infant mortality rates were 17% higher. But in 2015, this increased to 25% higher when compared to the large urban counties.
Just an aside for conversation later, we have to be really careful about any unintended consequences of regionalizing care, because if regionalizing care means there is no care in rural communities, we may be doing worse in a public health point of view than if we didn't do. But the answer, of course, is rational regionalization, but we have to maintain obstetrical care in rural communities, and it can be hundreds of miles for many women.
Okay. One of the other things to note in here was for 2016 data in terms of the total infant, neonatal, and postneonatal mortality rates by urbanization level. I just compared between 2, rural and urban more generally here. And looking at total infant, neonatal, and postneonatal, rural counties have substantially higher rates for each of these than urban counties. So for a few conclusions, essentially fetal mortality was unchanged between 2011 and 2016. Same can be said about total infant mortality. And because there have been no improvements in fetal mortality or infant mortality, there have been no recent improvements in overall perinatal mortality. Only 4 states significantly improved their infant mortality rates between 2011 and 2016, and those were California, New Jersey, New York, and Virginia. We also see that non-Hispanic Black infants continue to have infant mortality rates that are higher than other race and Hispanic origin groups, and that Native American or Alaska Native infants have the second highest infant mortality rate. Compared with 2011, the mortality rates for non-Hispanic White and Asian or Pacific Islander infants were lower in 2016. However, the rates for the other 3 race and Hispanic origin groups were essentially unchanged. So the leading causes, of total infant death were congenital malformations, low birth weight, maternal complications, SIDS, and unintentional injuries. These have been consistently the leading 5 causes of infant mortality since 2006. For neonatal, the neonatal leading causes of death, these included low birth weight, congenital malformations, maternal complications, placenta cord and membrane complications, and bacterial sepsis. These have been the leading causes of neonatal mortality since 2007, with the exception of 2011, when bacterial sepsis was ranked 6th. The same 5 leading causes of neonatal mortality, these were the same 5 leading causes of neonatal mortality for each of the race and Hispanic origin groups I discussed here. For post-neonatal leading causes of death, these were congenital malformations, SIDS, unintentional injuries, diseases of the circulatory system, and homicide. These have also been the leading causes of post-neonatal mortality for several years, specifically since 2010. Before this, the homicide or assault was ranked 6th or 7th for several years. These were the same 5 leading causes of post-neonatal mortality across race and Hispanic origin groups. Since 2007, which is the year after the reporting guide was released, as I mentioned earlier, SIDS rates have declined 33%, and the SUID rates have declined 7%. However, we do think that there is a reason for the SIDS declining more is due to changes in how these are being identified. Preterm-related causes of death accounted for more than 1/3 of infant deaths in 2016, and there were substantial differences by race and Hispanic origin. In fact, nearly a 15% difference when looking between non-Hispanic White and non-Hispanic Black. Total infant, neonatal, and postneonatal mortality rates are higher in rural counties than urban counties. This has been consistent over time, and we know that these differences are actually getting wider over time. So looking ahead, the 2017 linked data file will be based fully on the 2003 birth certificate revision, which will include the items that we discussed earlier being fully reported, such as WIC and education, and moving to a more encompassing file of the variables that are on the birth certificate. And users will be able to make their own cohort files, starting with the re-release of the 2017 data, which we expect will be a couple months after we release the full, or the first round. And we expect to continue to make improvements to data timeliness over time as we are given more resources that we can work with. So I know we've covered some questions already.
Thank you, Danielle. Yeah, so I mean, I'm sure we could spend all day talking the data. So if there are some burning questions, let's get those out. Otherwise, you know, write down some of the questions. You keep them in track so that we can bring those forward. But are there things that need discussion right now?
Well, just a request for David, when we have data presented, if we could ask the presenters to include American Indian Alaska Native. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm asking David if when we have presenters come, we could have presented the American Indian Alaska Native data also.
I mean, the disaggregation of various racial and ethnic groups is problematic, and we need, you know, all Asian Pacific Islanders, all African American are there different. Articulate those groups would be, the more you can do that, the better. But given the numbers, other questions? All right, I'm sure there will be lots. So write them down, and we will get those to you. So now let's move on to some other data. So we've got PRAMs and SIDS and SUID and maternal mortality and opioids. All right, you can all do that in half hour. Good luck.
I can do it. I think we can do. Okay. That works for us. For everybody, sorry, just housekeeping. If you could bring your mic close to you when you talk, so that we make sure that it's coming over the audio for everyone.
So, can I start? Okay. So Ed, we'll do our best. I think we can do it though. So again, I'm Lee Warner from the Division of Reproductive Health. I'm the branch chief of the Women's Health and Fertility Branch, and my colleague, where'd you go? She's right behind me. Sharon Parks Brown. We'll be splitting the time. I'll be talking a little bit about the organization, our division, some new initiatives related to maternal mortality and opioid use, and I'll close with the Pregnancy Risk Assessment Monitoring System, or PRAMS, a little bit of history on that. I'll turn it over to Sharon, who will talk about our division's work in the area of sleep-related infant deaths. How do I forward this? Oh, great. Okay. So our division director is Wanda Barfield, who many of you know. She's an ex officio member of this committee, an etologist. She's been with us since about 2010, and our division is 50 years old. I think I've already talked about the rest of it, so I'm trying to. So this is when Dr. Barfield came in around 2011, we took a very close look at our mission and vision. And I think this goes back to some of the comments that Ed was making and others about health equity. So our mission statement looking at how do we promote optimal and equitable health in women and infants through public health, surveillance, research, leadership, et cetera, and science to practice. And I think we, you know, it looks good on the slide, but I know how much agony we went through in the strategic planning process to come up with this. And the equitable is a huge part of it. As a matter of fact, our division recently established a health equity office at the division level. We have 3 primary focus areas in women's reproductive health. Again, improving the women's reproductive health from menarche through menopause. And then pregnancy health, improving pregnancy health and care. And then infant health, improving our fetal, newborn, and infant health. We're located in the Center for Chronic Disease Prevention and Health Promotion, so we do a focus on chronic disease prevention in women of reproductive age. So these were our strategic areas of focus and continue to be. I'm really going to focus on the top row, particularly infant mortality and morbidity, and maternal mortality and complications of pregnancy, both which relate directly to infant health. So a major DRH priority is understanding and preventing maternal mortality. There's about 700 women who die each year in pregnancy or the year following because of pregnancy complications. There are clear disparities, especially with race. We've already been talking about it. And we know that healthy mothers lead to healthy babies. So we spend a lot of time in this area. The recent media attention and from major medical journals has really helped. And because of that, we've received $12 million in correctional funding this coming year to establish maternal mortality review committees, MMRCs, in 20 to 30 states and help standardize the reporting. So I think this will be a huge boon for the field. Another new DRH priority is documenting and reducing the impact of maternal opioid use disorder. This past summer, we put out an MMWR, and it basically revealed what we were suspecting, that opioid use disorder is not only increasing in the general public, but among women at delivery hospitalization. And you can see from the slide, or if you can see from the slide, over a 15-year period from 99 through 2014, the rate of opioid use disorder increased more than fourfold. So our division has been fortunate to have been the recipient of some internal monies from CDC to really take a look at this. We received $9 million in funding to basically conduct 3 activities. First is to improve and standardize data. Now this is just on the pregnancy-associated overdose deaths by working with state maternal mortality review committees. We're expecting to work with at least 5 or 6 to get some standardized reporting and get a better idea of this. We also, in partnership with the Division of Congenital and Developmental Disorders, we are going to establish a learning community to support state teams to address opioid use, and by the establishment of the learning community in which we'll work with states and convene them and help them implement programs and policies to address that. And then on the third piece, and I think the largest part of this proposal, is how can we better collect data through state-based data on non-fatal opioid use through PRAMs. Now, for those of you like Melinda, Michael Warren, who know PRAMs, this is going to be Magda and others, be a little bit of review. The rest of you, I'll tell you what it is. So what PRAMs was established just over 30 years ago as part of the Infant Health Initiative, again, and due to the rising rates of maternal infant mortality. It's an ongoing population-based system, state-based, and it collects for participating states self-reported maternal behaviors before, during, and shortly after pregnancy. And I'll show you our map. Even though it's state-based, we can produce near national estimates given our coverage. The sample, these are, we draw our sample off the birth certificate records. We sample infants when the infants are between 2 and 6 months old. In general, our state samples range from 1,500 to 3,000 women per year. Now, our combined annual sample now exceeds 1,000 women per year in that we have 47 states, New York City, and newly a site in D.C. and Puerto Rico. And in the Q&A, I'd be glad to talk more about it. We're very excited about this. And we also have a point-in-time South Dakota project. So here's our current map with Puerto Rico on it. We've got all states have 3. We don't have Ohio currently, Idaho, or California. Now they have their own PRAMS-like maternal infant health assessment, and we partner with them on measures and in participation in, for instance, Healthy People 2020 objectives. PRAMS has a number of indicators related to maternal infant health. I really, because of this nature of this meeting, want to focus on those affecting infant health. We have all kinds of variables related to preconception health, maternal weight, tobacco, and alcohol use, the receipt of services, particularly the timing of prenatal care, health insurance status, and then postpartum, the use of contraception, the initiation and continuation of breastfeeding, and infant sleep practices. And again, thanks in large part to partnership with HRSA, we've been able to expand that from just infant sleep position to other types of safe infant sleep practices to all our states. PRAMS has really improved its flexibility, and I'll show the timeliness too. It's gotten better in both regards. And we collect emerging and hot topics related to MCH priorities. Some examples that we've done, in 2015 we partnered with FDA to add questions on e-cigarettes and hookah use. In 2016 we collected data related to Zika on PRAMS in regards to counseling and testing received during pregnancy and prevention practices implemented by pregnant women. We also conducted a special type of PRAMS-like survey in Puerto Rico, in which we interviewed women at the hospital, time of hospital delivery, rather than doing it at 2 to 6 weeks or months postpartum. It proved to be very beneficial in this emergency situation. They got between 80 and 95% of the women, depending on the timing of the survey, to participate. So we also have collected data related to marijuana and drug use, hurricanes, and then in 2019 we're going to start 2 new partnerships, one with NIH to collect data on maternal disability status, which will be a first for PRAMS, and the second one is adding a module on opioids. And this is the project I was referring to earlier. This was the third pillar of the funding we received from CDC, which was in 32 states been asking questions on opioid use during pregnancy, the source of the opioids, why they were taken, did they try and quit, etc. So that data, that will commence in April of 2019. We've also, some other things I think would be interest to this group. Our PRAMS is based on sampling women who've had a recent live birth. We are implementing a project in Utah to survey women who experience a stillbirth. I think it's about time, 30 years into PRAMS, that we do this. It just kicked off in September. We're very excited about it. We should have the results within the year. We are also addressing a new project we're calling PRAMS for Dads, looking at the role that fathers play in their behaviors during pregnancy. And this is what I'm working with Craig Garfield at Northwestern on. That survey kicked off in Georgia. That was in October. And what we're doing in that one is randomizing identified women. We're going to sample sample either the dads directly or sample them using the mother as a gatekeeper using traditional PRAMS methodology. And then thirdly, we are using PRAMS to evaluate the effect of the Healthy Start program and key outcomes. This has been an ongoing project with HRSA for the last couple of years. We're doing it in 11 states and oversampling mothers who are Healthy Start participants. We should have that data out probably in the next year or two. We just turned it over to the contractor. I'm so pleased to say we are catching up on PRAMS data. We released 2016 this past summer. We're releasing 2017. We're in the process of doing that now. I think a quarter of the states have already had the data. We're really hoping to get it by the end of the year out to all the states. You can request data at the link below, and I'll be glad to talk afterwards about that. And it locked up. Oh, here we go. We have also some tools for states to use. State top reports conducted in coordination with the states by their priorities. We released 4 you see on the slide, including one in infant safe sleep. And just in closing, in celebration of our 30 years of PRAMS, we just had a overview of our design and methodology article solicited by and published in the American Journal of Public Health, celebrating 30 years of PRAMS, the changes in methodology over time. Take a look at it. If you want, I'd be glad to send the link as well as any hard copies. Thank you for your time. I'm turning over to Sharon.
Lee, one question. Is there maternal mortality reviews in every state?
I believe it's in the majority of states, not in every state. I think it's 37, 38. That's all right? Yeah. What's that?
You said 47 on the slide, but maybe some of the data.
No, 47 states is PRAMS. Yeah, different.
Can I ask a quick question about the emerging issues? Are those defined by the states or by CDC?
The state top. Sorry.
The reason I'm asking is because you mentioned hurricanes, but not sort of natural disasters in general.
Well, these are ones we are interested in building capacity to look at natural disasters. That's an example in which we've used PRAMS and leveraged it to collect data on hurricanes. We did it both in, I believe it's in Texas and Puerto Rico. Okay. And then you had one other question, Vijaya?
No, that was basically because there are other natural disasters.
Absolutely. This is not all-encompassing. This is how we're leveraging PRAMS now. We want to expand that. I think particularly as PRAMS is becoming more timely and we can get the data out, we can take a look at some emerging emergency issues. Yes.
Are you looking at specifically meth use in pregnancy or in deliveries that infants that are testing positive newborn?
Can you repeat that again?
With the methamphetamine use, it's becoming an epidemic in this country. Are you looking at that or intending on looking at that specifically?
We know this is a challenge of doing this in PRAMS, and while we are becoming more nimble, the field, opioid field, we can't keep up all of the derivatives and what's the hot topic. So let me take a look at the survey. I know we're adding, I think, somewhere between 14 and 16 questions that are currently undergoing cognitive testing in CHS. What's a great point? Magda.
Real quickly, first of all, delighted to see the maturation of PRAMS and the nimbleness and the responsiveness, particularly around cannabis. And it'll be very interesting to see if the California PRAMS system, given the legalization of recreational marijuana, is something that they can, outside of your system, be ahead. So for the California cabal. I go into my earlier question around boundaries and for the data that was presented by NCHS, given that the number 5 cause of death in neonatal death is homicide, exposure to guns in the home. Does PRAMS capture, or has it ever been suggested that PRAMS capture exposure to guns in the home or other drivers of homicide, the number 5 cause of postnatal mortality?
It is not currently on our core. However, there are, I believe, 2 or 3 states that do collect data. So the way PRAMS questionnaire is developed, there's a core set that all sites do. There are standard modules that CDC endorses, and states can choose them, and the states can add their own added questions. And in the latter, I think 3 states have added questions on gun use, whether they're locked and basically stored in a safe way.
Are you precluded from asking questions about gun-related injury related to infant mortality?
I'm not aware that we are precluded. I think it's something that can be raised. We'll be revising our questionnaire starting in 2019. We'll start planning for it to be implemented in 2021. I expect that to be a topic raised by the states.
Good, thank you. All right, Sharon.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are now going to transition to talk about our division's work in the area of infant safe sleep. Just for a little bit of background, there's about 3,500 of these deaths in the United States each year. They're also referred to as unexpected infant deaths, or SUID. These are deaths for kids that are under a year old, and they often occur during sleep or in the child sleep environment. And when we're talking about SUID, we're referring to collectively to those that are due to sudden infant death syndrome, or SIDS,
as well as accidental suffocation, strangulation in bed, and then those due to undetermined causes. Just to give you a little bit of an idea of the data over the past few years, in the early 1990s, we saw a really steep decrease in the rate of sleep-related infant deaths. The decreases started to decline around 1992 when the American Academy of Pediatrics released their first recommendations that infants be placed on their backs to sleep, followed shortly thereafter by the NIH's initiation of the Back to Sleep campaign. But starting around the late 1990s, the decline in the rates has really stalled, and the rates have remained essentially unchanged since around 2000. The most recent AAP policy statement actually has 19 different recommendations in the areas of prenatal, postnatal, and environmental factors that we know increase the risk for sleep-related infant deaths. The recs also contain guidance for healthcare providers in a couple of areas, mainly their endorsing of the recommendations, as well as them modeling and counseling their patients about the importance of safe sleep. And then the primary recommendations, which I've bolded here on this slide, are the ones that our safe sleep promotion efforts really focus on. And the PRAM system, which Lee talked a little bit about, allows us to assess several of these directly. And we're going to skip that slide. So actually using PRAM's data from 2009 to 2015, our division produced a vital signs on safe sleep for babies in January of this year. And if anyone is not familiar with it, Vital Signs is a high-profile CDC product, suite of products that is released monthly by the CDC director. And it has a group of corresponding products for the media as well as the public. And they're all produced using really clear language as well as graphics. There's social media attached to it, and then specific calls to action. And there's an accompanying morbidity and mortality weekly report, so MMWR article that goes along with the vital signs. So in the MMWR, we presented some key statistics, which I'll talk about in just a moment, as well as suggestions for what could be done at the state, local, and federal level to address infant safe sleep, and then some suggestions as well for caregivers and healthcare providers. And then all of those materials are available to the public and anyone else on our website. So next, I just wanted to go over some of the key findings that we presented in our MMWR. So in 2015, the overall prevalence in the PRAM sample of non-supine sleep positioning was 22%. We found that more than half of respondents, so 61%, reported any bed sharing with their infant. And use of at least one type of soft bedding in the sleep environment was reported by 39% of our respondents. And we also saw a great deal of variation in those practices when we stratified by both race, ethnicity, and maternal age. So race, ethnicity variation you can see in the blue bars. And then the variation in the different practices, depending on maternal age, are shown in the green bars. Starting with the 2016 PRAM survey, I think we alluded to this a few minutes ago. We're fortunate to have some improved assessment of the infant safe sleep practices on the PRAM survey, and this is thanks to a collaboration with and provision of some additional funding by HRSA. So we now have 5 safe sleep questions on the core PRAMS questionnaire. So these are being asked of all respondents of the PRAM survey now in all of our participating states. In addition to standardizing how safe sleep is being assessed across states, the questions now more closely align with the AAP recommendations. So we're now able to get multi-state, near national estimates of safe sleep practices in all of our states for the first time since the National Infant Sleep Position Study ended in 2010. I did want to take a couple minutes just to mention a couple other safe sleep activities at CDC, the first being our sudden unexpected infant death, or SUID, and sudden death in the young, SDY case registry. The SUID registry actually began in 2009, and as a result of collaborations with and provision of some additional funding by NIH, so specifically the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, and then the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke, we were able to increase our surveillance of sudden deaths up to the age of 18. And then that funding is also allowing us to do some additional post-mortem clinical review and do some genetic testing on a subset of our cases. We just launched in October our next 5-year cycle of funding, so we are now doing surveillance out through 2023. We are now covering 22, we have 22 awardees, so the 17 states and 5 jurisdictions shown here in this map, and we're covering 32% of all SUID in the United States now. A little bit more about the registry. It's built upon the National Center for Child Fatality Review and Prevention's Child Death Review Program. So we rely upon all of their standardized death review protocols, their team, multidisciplinary team structure, and their web-based reporting system. And our aim is to conduct population-based surveillance and to use that data to improve the case review process, death investigation, and ultimately to inform prevention strategies at the state and local level. Just to give you an idea of the types of cases we're collecting in the registry, when we look at data from our registry, it really emphasizes the findings from the PRAM survey. So in the vital signs, unsafe sleep practices we saw were common, pretty common overall, and even more so in Blacks and among younger mothers. And then when we look at the deaths in the case registry, it was comprised of a higher than expected proportion of Blacks and American Indian Alaska Native babies and younger mothers with a median age of 25 in the case registry. And 99% of our cases were actually found to have unsafe sleep environments. The majority of our infants are 4 months of age or younger, and we have a slight predominance of males, and these are similar statistics to what we see when we're looking at vital statistics data. So we are getting a good representative sample with our case registry. To give you an idea of how these data are actually being used at the state and local level, some examples of what our awardees have done recently include changing the child care licensing laws that require adherence to the safe sleep recommendations. A couple of states instituted safe sleep training curricula for child welfare professionals. The one requires parent safe sleep education at all of their birthing hospitals. Another developed a fully queryable data dashboard so that anyone can obtain local level SUID data real time without having to do a data request from the state health department. And then another developed a healthcare provider notification system, and it was in Louisiana, so that whenever a SUID death occurs, notice is sent to the pediatrician, the OBGYN, as well as the birthing hospital to let them know that that happened and to help emphasize the importance of them promoting infant safe sleep. And then also, many of our awardees have been actively engaged and regularly provided data to support their COIN activities. And lastly, before we wrap up, I just wanted to mention the recent Infant Safe Sleep CDC Public Health Grand Rounds that our division was selected to host just last month. The session consisted of an overview of epidemiology and trends of SUID. There was a review of the role of the medical examiner in the death certification and investigation process. We had someone talk about behavior change theory and some promising new interventions in safe sleep promotion. And then we also had a SUID parent advocate who talked about his foundation's work to promote infant safe sleep through a children's board book. So with that, we can wrap up and take any additional questions for myself or Lee.
Any questions from anyone?
Yes, this is Janelle on the phone.
Yes, please, go ahead.
This is definitely something that I'm actually experiencing right now with my 6 weeks age baby. So the slides you presented show safe sleeping patterns, but and that's Back to Sleep is the campaign. But do you have data that further goes into the different various types of sleeping with your baby, or like there's co-sleeping or breastfeeding as you sleep, and then there's bed sharing but you're using a bottle, and then there's also the back to sleep where the baby's just placed on a hard surface, usually not in the same bed with the parent. I didn't see anything broken down, but those are all various ways, and it looks like most women have some sort of unsafe, it's defined as unsafe sleeping pattern where they're sharing with their infant. Because my understanding is that co-sleeping in low-risk women, so women who are not substance using, who are not intoxicated, who are not also sharing their bed with another child, that it's actually protective for their infant.
I'm not aware of data that shows that any surface sharing under any circumstance is actually protective. And the stance of the American Academy of Pediatrics, which we stand by at CDC, is that the safest place for infants is always to be on a separate firm sleep surface, and that they should be room sharing, so close to the parents, but not on the actual same surface.
Are you familiar, and this is just if you yourself are familiar with the data, but there are bits and pieces of data that have come out that have shown that the infant and mother together, or a parent together, have a lot profound physiological and psychological benefits to both the mom and the baby. So this is the reason why we do skin to skin in a hospital when a baby is born, is to try to establish these thermal regulation and to establish different hormone and neural reactivities, and that it seems to continue beyond the hospital period of time. And this is just a little side note asking you if you've come across any of this data, because this would be, I guess, positioned towards co-sleeping.
No, I'm absolutely aware of debate, and actually the American Academy of Pediatrics in this most recent revision to their guidelines tried to address the concerns around this issue, and because they were getting a lot of pushback from the breastfeeding community in particular. And so their recommendation now around breastfeeding and promotion of parent or mother-infant bonding is that, if you do bring the baby to bed with you to breastfeed, that precautions be put into place. Make sure you're not on a sofa. Make sure you are on an adult bed that's free of a lot of soft bedding. It's recommended that parents have someone watching them, or the mom have someone watching them in the event that they do fall asleep, and that the baby be immediately moved back to its own sleeping surface as soon as possible once breastfeeding is complete. But in terms of that being, surface sharing being a benefit to nursing mothers, I think we just don't have good evidence that the pros outweigh the cons, if that addresses your question.
I had one question with the death reviews. They're used to generate some information. Are they also used for other things? How are these death reviews teams put together? What I'm getting at is, are they actually used to build community capacity to address some of the issues? Are they bringing in community members to say, this is what we're finding, here's the data, but how are we being able to use this in the local community to change conditions that impact that?
Absolutely. I'm not the best person to speak about the National Center's processes, but when we do our site visits with our awardees, we do spend a lot of time meeting with these committees, and they are truly multidisciplinary. Most of them have community members who sit on the review boards, as well as public health folks and medical practitioners. And part of their meetings are supposed to be set aside as part of their protocol to set aside time to discuss, was this death preventable? Who do we need to bring to the table to talk about putting the recommendations from our discussion into action in the community? And I actually attended the National Center's national meeting with all of the child death review programs back in May, and they spent a good portion of that meeting talking about how to move the recommendations to action. So that's a big part of what they do.
Great, thank you.
So this is David. So one of the 3 presentations that we'll miss by only being a one-day meeting is on child death review and FEMUR. So, and that is actually out of Maternal Child Health Bureau. So we will try to get that information to you all as quickly as possible. And Ed and I have talked about trying to pull us back together again as quickly as possible so we don't lose out on that opportunity.
Thank you.
One quick, going back to PRAM, Lee. So can you talk a little bit about the challenges with the response rate and any efforts to move forward to see if it can be done using a cell phone? Because I know we've had some conversations at different points in time because, you know, as we keep adding questions to PRAM, the response rate will be impacted because it's, you know, it's quite a long survey right now. So can you talk a little bit about any innovation there?
Yes. The first thing to do is what I should have ended with to this group, as we're starting with the questionnaire revision process for the next 2 years, it'd be really good to hear from this group what are some other problems with some of the questions that we're asking, and are there new questions that directly result or directly affect maternal, but really infant health that we should consider. So we would definitely like to hear from this group. And response rates are a continual problem. I guess it's the same type of issues that you're experiencing in other federal surveys, but our response rate last year overall was 61%, which I think is pretty darn good in this environment. And we are, PRAMS is that's been a mail and phone survey since its inception and data collection in '88. We are really hoping to add a web module. Now, I don't think that directly, I think that might help to have that option, but it's that'll be in the next, in 2019. I think what we need to do is get it actually programmed onto a cell phone so folks can establish that. And we have had some, despite declining response rates to some states, we have had some states actually increase the response rates, either working with a contracting out to a call center for that proportion, and increasingly the proportion of surveys completed by phone is by phone. I mean, proportion surveys completed by phone is growing. So it's now 20%. So one group contracts out with Rutgers, for instance, who has a lot of experience conducting this type of surveys. I think they handle operations for 7 or 8 states.
Do you track the response rate by race and ethnicity?
Yes, yes. We look at it by that, and then the way it works, states can stratify by different groups, high-risk groups. Some do it by birth weight, some do it by race, and we can't look at that. And I think, and where's the giant, one project that actually Kellogg funded in PRAMS a couple of years ago was to look at how we can increase response rates in hard-to-reach populations. And it was Louisiana, Mississippi, Michigan, and New Mexico, right? Oh, I actually got it. So I think that was very telling. You can't always rely on the mail and phone. You have to do other types of outreach, and I think the cell phones and bridging to that will be a huge thing in the future.
Time for one more question. All the other questions. So when you say phone, you're not including cell phone now?
No, I mean entering, and you could call on the cell phone, but people entering, that's what we're really losing some of the younger moms. That's where we're having trouble because they're not doing this. So I think once we bridge over and have that platform available, we hopefully will see a rise, or at least not a decrease in our response rates.
Lee and Sharon, thank you very, very much. Very helpful. All right, let's now move on to Cheryl Broussard. Third. I'm sure nobody's starving, so we'll be able to make it till lunch, right?
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. It's afternoon now. Again, I'm Cheryl Broussard. I'm with CDC's Division of Congenital and Developmental Disorders. I serve as the division's Associate Director for Science, and I've been in the division for nearly 12 years now. So today I'm going to be discussing our center and division's efforts to reduce infant mortality. So our division sits in a small center at CDC, the National Center on Birth Defects and Developmental Disabilities. And our center's vision is that babies are born healthy, children reach their full potential, and everyone thrives. So we have 4 thematic areas in our center that relate to our mission. So these are saving babies through birth defects prevention and research, helping children reach their potential by understanding developmental disabilities, protecting people by reducing complications of blood disorders, and improving the health of people living with disabilities. Thus, our center's work cuts across the lifespan, as does the work of our division. So given the focus of this committee, I'll focus today on some key ways that our division, DCDD, is addressing infant mortality, starting with preventing birth defects. We know that 1 in 33 babies are born with a birth defect in the United States. Birth defects are a leading cause of infant mortality, causing 1 in every 5 deaths, or 20% in the first year of life. The CDC Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report from 2017 reported that approximately 12 infant deaths related to birth defects occurred for every 10,000 babies born in the United States from 2011 to 2013. However, these rates differed by race, ethnicity, gestational age, and age group at death. I apologize, I haven't shown this by race, ethnicity in this slide, but if you go to the full report, you can read more about that. This figure shows differences by payment source for delivery, and the graph shows preterm births at the top and term births on the bottom, and they're separated by neonatal and post-neonatal infant mortality. So post-neonatal infant mortality due to birth defects for preterm infants and both neonatal and post-neonatal infant mortality due to birth defects for term infants were approximately 45% higher for deliveries covered by Medicaid, which is shown in the orange, than those covered by private insurance in the blue. But through surveillance and case control studies, CDC works to identify causes of birth defects and find opportunities to prevent them. Accurately tracking birth defects and analyzing the collected data is a first step in preventing birth defects. Although 43 states have birth defects tracking programs, these include a wide range of capabilities. Not all can gather consistent or usable data. CDC funds 14 population-based state programs. Information from birth defects tracking systems is used by public health officials, policymakers, and scientists for the following activities: to understand if the number of birth defects is increasing or decreasing over time, to plan and evaluate activities aimed at preventing birth defects, to refer babies and families affected by birth defects to appropriate services, and to help allocate resources and services for affected babies and their families. The Centers for Birth Defects Research and Prevention are several research centers across the nation funded by CDC to understand the causes of birth defects. These centers have been conducting one of the largest studies of birth defects ever undertaken in the United States, the National Birth Defects Prevention Study. The centers built upon the success of that study to further examine promising findings with the birth effects study to evaluate pregnancy exposures, or BD steps. Findings from this research are used to inform clinical practice. For instance, there have been some committee opinions that ACOG has put out that were based on data from our NBDPS study. They're used to confirm previously observed associations, to generate new hypotheses for further study, to identify areas for prevention, and to provide information to the public. And usually when CDC researchers publish articles, we will always put that into a easily readable format for the public and post those on our website. So looking closer at a couple of specific types of birth defects, I'll highlight progress towards survival with spina bifida and with heart defects. So between 1979 and 2003, the survival of infants born with spina bifida improved. However, improvements in survival varied, of course, by race ethnicity, and Black and Hispanic infants continue to have poorer survival compared with white infants. CDC promotes the use of folic acid among all women who can get pregnant to prevent spina bifida and other neural tube defects. And CDC conducts public health research to decrease mortality and improve the health of those with spina bifida. Turning to congenital heart defects, these are the most common group of birth defects affecting nearly 1 in 100 births in the United States. 1 year survival for infants with critical congenital heart defects improved between 1979 to 1993 and 1994 to 2005, yet mortality remains high. Newborn screening for these critical heart defects using pulse oximetry can identify the defects before infants leave the hospital, reducing infant mortality. In a JAMA article published last year, CDC and collaborators showed that mandated critical CHD screening using pulse oximetry reduced early infant deaths from critical CHD by 33%, or 120 early infant deaths from critical CHD averted per year. CDC has worked with our partners to track state implementation of screening for critical CHD, which has now been implemented nationwide. And CDC conducts public health research to improve health and reduce mortality of those living with heart defects. Our division is also reducing use of alcohol and other substances and teratogenic medications during pregnancy. A key priority of our division's prenatal alcohol, opioid, and substance exposure team is to reduce in utero alcohol exposure through implementation of alcohol screening and brief intervention, and awareness and education efforts for women of reproductive age and their healthcare providers. Alcohol SBI has been shown to reduce risky alcohol use in a variety of settings and among multiple population groups. It is recommended by the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force for people ages 18 and older, including pregnant women, and it's widely supported by federal agencies, medical groups, and professional organizations. CDC promotes the implementation of alcohol SBI in health systems, providing women's health services to reduce risky alcohol use among women by collaborating with SAMHSA and NCQA on a quality improvement learning collaborative to promote a HEDIS measure on unhealthy alcohol use screening and follow-up, and by targeting 5 healthcare disciplines to engage providers in alcohol SBI and message delivery to patients. We're also taking the lessons learned from our many years of studying fetal alcohol syndrome and fetal alcohol spectrum disorders to see how these can be applied to other substances of concern, including opioids and marijuana use. Treating for Two is CDC's national initiative to promote health for moms and babies through safer medication use in pregnancy. And prior to my current role, I led this initiative at CDC for several years. Because our research has shown that a majority of content available via online sources, even from seemingly reputable sources, does not adequately reflect what is known about medication safety in pregnancy, we propose a concept through the Small Business Innovation Research Grant Program to develop an evidence-based gold standard information source for providers to consult regarding treatment decisions in pregnancy. So we've supported a company called Right Answer Inc. to develop this platform as a mobile app. It's now in phase 2 of the SBIR process. And the goal is for the app to be launched, sustained, and updated as new information becomes available. The grantee is partnering with the University of Washington and the Teratogen Information Service, or TERIS, database to populate the app content. And once launched, the goal is reduced use of teratogenic medications as well as better counseling for women during pregnancy. Our division is also monitoring emerging threats and their impact on infants. The Zika virus outbreak was an important reminder of emerging threats to the health of pregnant women and infants. And preliminary work from Brazil suggests that about 10% of infants affected by congenital Zika may die during infancy. Prompted by the Zika emergency response, but continuing afterward, our center has led a cross-CDC working group on longitudinal surveillance of pregnant women and infant dyads. And CDC has developed a core variable list for surveillance efforts, which will improve opportunities to monitor other health threats that contribute to infant mortality and identify interventions that could reduce mortality. Our division also led a CDC Public Health Grand Rounds, which was held on September 18th of this year, and that highlighted the opportunities for public health surveillance to address health threats that can impact infant mortality. Another CDC cross-center work group that both my division and Lee and Sharon's division, the reproductive health, have been partnering on is the Maternal Immunization Work Group. This cross-center work group is aimed at collaborating on promoting maternal immunization for infant benefits. So the ACIP, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, recommends influenza vaccine before or anytime during pregnancy, and a Tdap vaccine during each pregnancy, preferably from 27 through 36 weeks gestation. Yet the coverage among pregnant women is suboptimal. Maternal immunization will also be considered for other current and emerging vaccines, including for the Ebola and Zika viruses. Finally, I want to briefly mention our division's work to monitor and understand risk factors for fetal death. So because the annual number of fetal deaths in the United States is roughly equivalent to the number of infant deaths each year, CDC is working to monitor, better understand the causes, and prevent fetal deaths. And it's important also to note that when we compare infant mortality rates across countries, that different countries might have variations in the way that they consider live births and stillbirths, and thus consider the definitions of fetal and infant death. So with that, thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very interesting. Questions? Magda.
When CDC worked with CityMatch to develop the perinatal periods of risk approach, it was using a combined measure. So this question goes to you and to Danielle. Combined measure of fetal and infant mortality. And so I'm hearing that NCHS is separate from CDC, although under CDC. Thank you very much.
Separate center.
That was a quiz I passed. It is looking at them in tandem or parallel. And I'm wondering if there's been any appetite or movement from a monitoring and surveillance at the national level to use a combined fetal infant mortality rate. Whether or not you then choose to disaggregate that into its 4 periods of risk. It was designed as a local measure. but it has moved up and migrated to being a pretty standard state measure and is now integrated into most every Healthy Start. So I was listening for the fetal death information, which seems to be kind of new, and how that aligns with just the metrics of fetal infant mortality. And is there any appetite or interest in combining the two or keeping them separate? We don't need to go into depth. It's sort of one of my questions, but I wanted to mark it for a future conversation. You want to respond?
Thank you. We have long published perinatal mortality rates that combine fetal and infant deaths, and we've actually typically published 3 different perinatal mortality rates, and still do.
Yeah,
Yes, actually, right. Yeah. Right. So we published that rate for years in our standard annual publication, and then we stopped publishing that annual publication. We haven't published the same level of details as we've gone through this transition with revised data. And let us know what you need, and we'll publish it. It's certainly, we haven't had recent discussions about that. My memory is that it was not widely used, and so that might be why we've turned away from doing it, but we certainly can do it.
Thank you.
It would be nice actually to see those publications, to see how it was presented, and so that we can sort of get a magnitude issue. I just have one question that came of interest as you were talking about the monitoring of alcohol. I mean, that's been one of my issues. I worked in college health for a long time, and recognized some of the data showing that if you increase taxes, a price of alcohol by 10%, 10 cents on a bottle of beer and 50 cents on a bottle of wine, that you would decrease alcohol-related deaths by about 35%, fatal car crashes by about 11%, sexually transmitted diseases by about 6%, violence by about 2%. But the data didn't show anything about pregnancy outcomes. I'm thinking, are there ways of getting at the impact of alcohol, which is a huge problem in every state, and it is not in the public consciousness as a major health issue. And again, trying to build that capacity by saying, here's another reason why we should raise the price of alcohol to stop congenital anomalies.
Yes, that's an interesting point. I think I've seen something from our alcohol program related to the taxes or the increasing the prices. And that's a good idea to consider how to weave in the birth sex perspective. I do know that our division is working a lot with just generally trying to raise awareness among providers that they just need to talk about these issues with adults in general, not just with women. But certainly it's important for women of reproductive age and women who are very early in their pregnancies to be checking to see their alcohol use as well.
Because I'm finding whenever you can build a broader consensus of an issue, that more people are engaged in the issue, the more likely it is to get some change, and this is one of those areas. Paul?
I was just thinking it would be interesting to look more into that. As I recall, and someone please correct me, that the acceptance of alcohol during pregnancy is higher among college-educated and above women who may be less price-sensitive to other women, so it may or may not be effective.
Yeah, I mean, there's other, yeah, there are two issues where disparities go the other way, alcohol and skin cancer, that reverse than what we'd normally see, but alcohol is one where it really varies from community to community. I'd like to have some more information. Other questions related to this or any other topics? I'm always impressed with so much work going on in all of these areas with so much data. Like, I'm sort of like overwhelmed by the amount and how do we, kind of synthesize it. And so maybe that's what you can start as we have our lunch. We are scheduled for lunch from now until 2 o'clock. We've got an hour. And we probably should take that hour because we've been, but I would ask you, when you're having lunch, start to think about, because we've limited time, start to speak with each other. And I think Paul's question was one, who's our target? Who are we trying to get at? Who are we trying to influence? That may be something you may want to talk about during lunch so that we can kind of stimulate that conversation. Are there other conversations that you'd like to have during lunch?
Like I said, and could you also just give us a preview of what you want?
Yeah, well, we're going to be going to be from 2 to 3:20. We're going to be doing the same like we did this morning, and then we're going to be Art is going to give us an overview or some discussion about the equity, and we've got a limited amount of time at the end to really start to say what are our next steps. We're not going to be able to, I don't think, set a really robust agenda for next steps, but I want some big categories that we can have to start to synthesize and start to plan. And then I talked to David about having a follow-up meeting relatively quickly so that we don't lose any momentum that we have to take the next steps of clarifying what the big issues are into categories that we might actually do some work on. So it's a big funnel that we're not going to get down to a small exit at this point in time, but we're building the funnel that we're going to be working on over the next 6 months. All right? Lunch on your own, as they say at HRSA.
Yeah. Yeah, and we'll start right on.
Mr. Dela Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want me to put music in the conference, or are you okay with just leaving
that'd be great. Sure, yeah, might as well. Yeah,
okay,
thanks.
I'll put you in a pre-conference and then put the music in the main call.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, and I understand we don't need a quorum, so so we can start anytime we want. So it is 2 o'clock. So we have about 3 hours left. There's a lot on the agenda, and there's a lot in our minds that we want to get out. And I started out with, this is Thomas Carlyle's birthday. Well, he said, no pressure, no diamonds. I like that. So we've got 3 hours to hear some more really good testimony, presentations. And I was impressed. I've not directly engaged in maternal and child health for many years after running maternal and child health programs. As Commissioner of Health, you get sort of tangentially in. So it was really a good education on all of the stuff that's going on at the federal level, and I suspect this afternoon is going to be the same thing. So it's really good to learn all of those things. But I also realized that our job is to distill all of this stuff and put it down. It's sort of like we're boiling the ocean to try to get it down into a bucket. And that is hard work. And so as we're listening to the presentations this afternoon and we get to our discussion, one of the questions is, who is our target? But also, do we want to have, and there are unfilled slots on this committee. Who is not at this table who should be at the table? Think about that. Are there categories or individuals or perspectives that we would like to add to this? So that'll be part of, so be thinking about that. Thinking about how often we should meet, because we can't come together very often, but we can do teleconferences and video conferences, I assume, and so how often do we want to meet, and how soon do we want to meet the next time? And then I know in the past they've broken it down into people want to do a little bit more work on one area than another. Are there some subcommittees that we may want to pull together to help us
only boil the Mediterranean as opposed to boiling the entire ocean. So be thinking about that as we listen to the presentation this afternoon. So I think Julianne is going to take over because Joanne is not here, so you're on. Oh, and by the way, one other thing. If you're asking a question, when you turn on your mic, say your name so the transcriber knows who's talking, and also the people who are on the phone know who's talking.
Hi, my name's Julianne DiStefano. That is loud. I am pinch hitting for Joannie, which is a very hard thing to do. She's home, pregnant with twins and sick, so we're taking care of her and making sure she stays healthy. Okay, so what I'm going to briefly talk about is the history of the Healthy Start program, some current program information, talk a little bit about our accomplishments for 2016, and I'll give a little information about our next Healthy Start program starting in 2019. Okay, let me just give a very brief history. It was a presidential initiative. It was established in 1991 as a demonstration project. I should actually say I'm a project officer in the division, so I've managed these Healthy Start projects for. We target communities that have a very high infant mortality rate, as well as other adverse perinatal outcomes. Initially, we were focusing on community innovation and creativity. With our purpose then and continues to be to improve perinatal health outcomes and reduce racial and ethnic disparities in these outcomes. We support communities with infant mortality rates that are greater than 1.5 times the U.S. average, and we provide services. We facilitate access to comprehensive health and social services for women, infants, and their families. So let's talk a little bit about the current Healthy Start. We did a transformation of Healthy Start in our 2014 set of grants. We had 3 levels of funding currently ongoing now. Level 1 was community-based, level 2 is enhanced services, and level 3 was leadership and mentoring. We had a focus on quality because we were requiring core competencies and standardized interventions, and the Healthy Start coin was very involved in that development. The new focused areas were based on emerging science, and we focused on outcomes in improving women's health before, during, and after pregnancy. We engaged the families, parents. We looked at resilience and stress that underlie many of the disparities in birth outcomes. We looked at CAN's community action networks, and we used collective impact framework as we looked to drive systems change. And then we focused on accountability with performance measures and rigorous evaluation to drive improvement. Okay, this looked at 100 of our grant recipients nationwide, total 100. This gives a breakdown a little bit of the levels and where urban and rural and border communities were. So let's talk a little bit about our accomplishments. I'm not going to go through all these slides in detail, but essentially we had the EPIC Center, which was our Technical Assistance Resource Center, that helped us, and they were involved in all these pieces, this website and knowledge base, TA, a lot of peer learning teams, a lot of individualized TA and mentoring, and they do a lot of trainings and webinars with 80 monthly webinars. Another slide that really talks about how our grantees used our resources. There was a community health worker course that was developed. I actually participated on the development of that. It was wonderful. Part 1 launched in February of 2017, and then the Part 2 launched in 2018. And this gives you an idea of how many programs really use this, and we actually require them to use this. I'm going to go through just a few statistics here, just to kind of show you how successful we've been. In 2016, our programs ensured access to health care and preventive services that improved women's health. And you can see at the bottom some of the data. We connected over, 60,500 plus participants to health insurance and almost that much to a medical home. But if you just kind of look through these, you could see we really were involved with encouraging and facilitating reproductive life plans, with postpartum visits, well-woman visits, and screening for intimate partner violence. Basically, in Healthy Start in 2016, the program screened over 31,000 women for perinatal depression and connected over 4,000 follow-up services. Over 36,000 women were connected for intimate partner violence. And again, this looks at promoting infant health and safety. In 2016, over 16,200 fathers and male partners were involved during the Healthy Start participants' pregnancy. Again, important aspect. Participants reported over 13,620 of their father/male partners were involved with their infant and child up to 2. 2016, over 11,900 children from 0 to 24 months participating in HRSA's Healthy Start programs are read to daily. This is a hard one at first, but our programs really were able to make this successful. They worked very hard at that. Those Healthy Start kids would fill 583 kindergarten classrooms, and we all know that getting to kids early is the best way to help them, academically and otherwise. Okay, so a little brief information about our fiscal year 19, our National Healthy Start program. Again, our purpose is to improve health outcomes before, during, and after pregnancy, and to reduce racial and ethnic differences in rates of infant death and adverse perinatal outcomes. Okay, this looks at the phases. Again, we do preconception, pregnancy, postpartum, and again, the interconception period between pregnancies. Next couple of lines look at just some of the services, an example of some of the services we provide for women of reproductive age and infants and children. They're provided much more. It's just a highlight. And this kind of goes back to what Dr. Warren was talking about a little earlier, but the model we based it on. So if you look at this, it's really a single enhanced model. And all of our programs are going to have one funding level and a single set of program requirements, where we start off looking, first it's improving women's health, and we also want to look at improving the family health and wellness, systems change, and assure impact and effectiveness. Working with the entire family is going to make a difference. Okay, again, I'm not going to go through these in detail, but this is a little more specificity about our program activities in terms of improving women's health, improving family health and wellness. Again, we look to improve infant health and development using kind of a two-generation approach. Promoting system change, we're looking at social determinants of health. And assuring impact and effectiveness. Again, we're looking at data collection, quality improvement, performance monitoring, and evaluating, so we can look at the implementation of our evidence-based practice and report on results. So this, every Healthy Start project funded under this notice will serve at least 700 program participants per calendar year. And this breaks down what we're looking at. This project, this we're looking up to 18 months. So it'll be 0 to 18 months. Again, you can look at these slides later, but this talks about the eligibility factors. What projects will need to meet in order to be considered for funding. A little bit more detail. Applications were due November 27th, and we're looking to send the notice of award out by April 1st, 2019. We're looking to fund up to 100 applications.
Thank you. Just one. So one of the things that I've been impressed with all of these programs that go through in this, and Healthy Start in particular, really good programmatic thought, things going through it. But what's the denominator? Of all of the programs, they're serving a group, and I assume they're doing good things. What's the denominator? If this went to scale, how much would we have to expand it to go to scale? Do you understand what I'm saying? This is a small thing in a big pool, and it could it ever go to scale?
So I'm going to probably turn to David for that one.
Yeah. So clearly funding only 100 communities is a drop in the bucket of what we could be doing. One of the things, recognizing that there are other communities and other populations that would benefit from Healthy Starts, we made sure that the Technical Assistance Center that has all of the lessons learned and all of the curricula that we use and everything that we do is put on their website and made available to anyone who wants it. Any community can use the Healthy Start materials. We also, the Technical Assistance Center is also encouraged and allowed and funded to serve non-Healthy Start communities. You don't have to be a Healthy Start community to get those services from the TA Center. I think I know we could serve more communities. I feel very fortunate that in the 28 years of Healthy Start or so, we have never had a decrease in funding, and that's over several different administrations. And in fact, most years we've gone up. As Dr. Warren mentioned, in FY18 and in 19, well, in 18 that's already appropriated. We did get an increase in funds to increase our focus on maternal mortality and severe morbidity. So I think good things are coming. I think the evaluation that we're doing and the lessons learned that we've been able to share have proven that Healthy Start is worth spreading, and hopefully we'll be able to do that.
And my always question, and I'm not asking a response, but has this increase in funding made up for the 25% cut in all Title V programs that was back in 1981? That's in the trail. So, Vijaya?
This is Vijaya Hogan. I have two quick questions. So you said you got 100 applications, or 100 applications will be funded. How many did you receive?
We're not privy to give that.
Yeah, we're not allowed to say that yet.
All right. And the other question is, so the service number limitations that you have, does that impact on the rural or smaller states that have smaller population sizes? Like I'm thinking of South Carolina, where the population base isn't that large.
You do want me to jump in? So this is David. So I'll jump in. First, let me just say thank you, Julianne, for stepping up. You found out this morning. So I sure appreciate that. Yeah, so yeah, we were very thoughtful and very careful about our eligibility criteria. We knew that we needed to fund the communities most at need, but we also knew that we couldn't have such a small pool of applicants. And a couple of things that we did is we have enhanced or changed our eligibility criteria. As you saw from the authorizing legislation, it's not just infant mortality anymore, although clearly that Healthy Start still is that. But in order to address infant mortality, we've been able to talk about women's health and community health and addressing the family, and including finally officially fathers and male partners. But we also understand, the other thing we did is made sure that the target community does not need to be contiguous. It can be, as long as it makes sense to the applicant and they can justify and explain how they decided to serve that community, that's allowed. Because infant mortality is such a, one or two infant deaths can really affect a rate. We also do use a 3-year average so that in case some horrible event happened in the community, that wouldn't skew those numbers. So we were very thoughtful about it, very, very thoughtful. We do know that as a demonstration program, there may be some communities that have worked themselves out of a job. Yeah. That's over 28 years, you would think that would probably happen. We have seen some grantees change their target area or change their target population. A lot of the folks that we serve seem to be somewhat transient in nature, or the community turnover because of a wide range of things. But every time we do an open competition, we do lose some and gain some community.
Other questions? Linda?
Belinda Pettiford. One quick question. How was the determination made of just $950,000? And the reason I ask is because, similar to what Vijay is asking, you know, if you're focused on a rural area where you're going to be more maybe with transportation challenges and you need more funding for that versus, because you may have to be in a larger area to get your numbers, versus if you're in an urban area where your numbers may be closer together. I'm just wondering, what was the rationale for the $950,000?
I'm looking at Julianne, make sure I can still, I don't want to step
No, I'm going to let David.
Okay.
As the
I want to be respectful of the speaker.
I'm going to be respectful of David as the division director and let him carry on.
So as Julianne said, in the current Healthy Start grant cycle, which ends in March 31st of 2019, we have 3 levels of funding. And the level 2 received about $1 million a year. And what we have found is of those 3 levels, it was level 2 that was most successful in implementing Healthy Start and saw not only sort of the most successful, the best results, but also the most effective implementation of what we were hoping they would do. So with the funding that we had, wanting to keep about approximately the same level of funding and approximately the same number of grantees funded, we looked to start around at a level 2 amount. And then with the additional funds of maternal mortality, that will be another $120,000 per year. So it's not as much as we would hope, but we also looked at how much it costs to implement Healthy Start. But as you say, you're absolutely right. Implementing Healthy Start in Manhattan is very different from implementing it in Manhattan, New York, and Manhattan, Kansas. Very, very different. And you know, we will work with that grantee to be as successful as possible.
I was just,
Say your name.
well, this is Wendy from ACF, from the Administration for Children and Families. I've always been really interested in hearing the updates on Healthy Start and how they're going, thinking of them, you know, as parallel or sideways or perpendicular activities to Head Start, which is run by the ACF. I noticed the line in there about evaluation, rigorous evaluation, and continuous quality improvement, and the data described seem mostly to be reports of people served. And I wondered where I could be going for other information or what's going to be coming out on that.
Sure. So this round of Healthy Start, the current round of Healthy Start, for the first time since I've been around, we were allowed to collect participant level data. So our evaluation is every grantee has to submit participant level data on a monthly basis. We also have almost 24 performance measures, benchmark measures that are submitted annually. And then as we heard before, the national evaluation also is addressing 2 concerns that we hear sometimes, especially from this committee in years past. Yes, Healthy Start may be in the most high-risk communities, but are they serving the most high-risk women and families in those communities? So as you heard, we're linking to PRAMs to see if there's any significant difference between a Healthy Start participant and a non-Healthy Start participant. And then another question that comes up often is, sure, the reported infant mortality rate sure sounds good, but what happens to those families who are lost to follow-up? Are they any significantly different? Maybe the infant mortality rate is so good because if you have a poor birth outcome, you drop out of Healthy Start and you're not counted. So the other part of the evaluation that we're doing is we're linking birth and death records, and we'll follow them regardless of if they remain in Healthy Start or not. We'll at least find out what happened to that infant. That's rough. That's rough. Yeah, but it's also a rough measure because, you know, a woman may have dropped out of Healthy Start shortly after birth of her infant, and that infant died significantly later. I'm not sure how much effect Healthy Start could have on that. But you could have the other argument also. You may have recruited that woman in the Healthy Start sort of at the very end of her pregnancy, and how much can you do in 9 months, let alone in the 2 years, which is why we also have adjusted our program to really have a focus on women and understanding a more healthy woman is more likely to have a better birth outcome. And then finally, we also acknowledge and celebrate and are thrilled whenever a baby is born healthy. But we also know if that baby goes back into an unhealthy house or an unhealthy community, she won't thrive to her fullest potential. So we also want to recognize the importance of the community and the health of the community, and a lot of Healthy Start work addresses that as well.
First of all, just 28 years, how things can change. And I just want to acknowledge that the shifts that have happened and the iteration between, say, the 2005 CDC Preconception Health and Healthcare Report and its action plan and the movement, the shift to preconception health, and now it's integrated into Healthy Start. And I just think we need sometimes to take pause to recognize how systems change and the influence that we have here on those systems. So just a moment of gratitude and appreciation for what changes sometimes slowly. It's a very slow boil of the ocean. The question I have is twofold real quick. The easier one is in the community health worker course, which is an investment in workforce and recognition that the people who do the work at Healthy Start, particularly community folk, get acknowledged, recognized, and credentialed for their work, and that's awesome. Is there a pathway from the community health worker credentialing into the new bachelor's in public health programs? Is there a way that we can, in schools of public health, okay, I'm putting on my dean's hat, schools of public health have been aggressively growing in the bachelor's of public health and working with community colleges to be that pathway in. And many community colleges, if you go to your first 2 years of community college, you only need 4 more courses to get your bachelor's. So there's just the notion of a pathway for learning for professional development and integrating the schools of public health is a question and potentially a seed.
Not from us, not at a national level. That's something we can absolutely look into. Yeah, and you're right. The purpose of that, of this course, is a real recognition that there needs to be a baseline level of learning or baseline level of comfort for if you're out there providing care or even outreach into clients, you need to have some knowledge.
And similar work has been done in childcare in terms of credentialing. I'm looking for Wendy in terms of the ACF and the notion that there's a whole workforce that's doing childcare and how to credential.
We're doing the evaluation. This is Wendy again. We're doing the evaluation also for health development of health professionals, and so that data will be available for secondary analysis in the next month.
And it might be an opportunity to connect between ACF and HRSA and MCHB because we're talking about workforce development, we're talking about cross-system development. That's one area, example.
Before you ask your second question, I also want to acknowledge that we also are committed to certified lactation consultants. We have done several. We fund grantees to actually go through that course. That's another opportunity that that they actually get us.
And you may even want to look in terms of housing and urban development around community real estate specialists around sustainable housing as you move into the housing sphere. So there's a whole movement to try to build a workforce from community programs into community colleges and eventually into, in this case, could be a lovely way to bring the bachelor's of public health. The second is I spent time, as I said, in San Francisco with their new Solid Start program on Friday, 2 years of investment between San Francisco General Hospital, the Health Department, the California Healthcare Foundation, and I was just noticing that they have essentially reinvented Healthy Start in what they do because they're not eligible for Healthy Start. They also are across the way from a Best Baby Zone in Alameda County, and Early Head Start, and 0 to 3. And so I'm wondering about the overlapping zonal strategies that are happening between Best Baby Zones, with my colleague from Kellogg, Healthy Start, and Solid Starts, which is the 0 to 3 thing. And how are we mindful from a systems change piece? So that's the second, and the last parallel to that is when you eliminate level 3, you've eliminated a focus, even though it's very complicated in transformation, in leadership and systems change. So who's doing that work of leadership and systems change when it seems to be level 2 has been, at that level of funding, is really about still service delivery. And the leadership piece brings us back to the capacity building. So every one of those community health workers is a leader in the community.
So this is David. I can answer that your last question first, because that's an easy one. Instead of each of the 18 level 3, currently 18 level 3s get extra money to do this leadership capacity building at a national level, mentoring. Instead, what we have done is we've increased the baseline funding for the next round of the TA Center, and they will be the ones to fund that activity using Healthy Start. So it doesn't go away, not at all. We fully understand and recognize and appreciate and want, need that leadership role for Healthy Start. We think we have a story to tell. We think we should be at the table to move this initiative and move infant mortality. But instead of funding individual grantees, we're funding one agency, one organization that will coordinate it. It's out for competition right now, so it's not. It will start June 1st, 2019. And then as far as collaboration and coordination of activities, it's something that we expect our grantees to do, and I think that we could do a better job. One of the things that Dr. Warren was talking about, lessons learned from, or recommendations from the committee that have been instituted, is around coordination. And Healthy Start and Title V have a long history of working together. Up and down, sometimes it's better than others. Title V and Healthy Start and home visiting are serving the same population, in some places the same community. We work hard with them to make sure that there is no overlap, and that there's actually not just overlap, but not any overlap, but also coordination of activities. And then about a quarter of our current grantees are also community health centers. So we work very closely with the Bureau of Primary Health Care to make sure that our Healthy Start funds that go into the community health center is clearly not their only level of their only funding, but they provide wraparound services, and they enhance those funds. They leverage those funds to go a little bit farther. So that's something that we work pretty hard here at the Bureau. It's one of the things I think we're very aware of, but it's something that we always need to keep in mind to do better.
And for a couple more questions, we got them? Paul? Or maybe more than, I think we have 4 questions here.
So I just wanted to, this is Paul Jarrett, second something Mike just said about the community colleges, and as a really important step into that pipeline. Several years ago, Dick Riegelman, who was a founding GW, was working with the American Association of Community Colleges, trying to put that bridge together between local communities, community college, and the bachelor's and master's programs. So community health workers would be a really nice entree point for that.
Art?
Hi, this is Art James. Couple of questions. First off, as far as I know, the last cumulative infant mortality rate data that we have Healthy Start is from 2015. And so first question is whether or not we can update that data so we know it. And in part, the question is being asked because during that time, we've seen, unfortunately, an increase in particularly the Black infant almost 28 years into this. But we've essentially had 28 years of experience of local demonstration projects that have proven that in going into the most troubled communities, we have been able to implement mechanisms to significantly improve the infant mortality rate. So how long are we going to be satisfied with doing local demonstration projects when we know compared to other developed countries that our infant mortality rates are way, 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 way too high? I mean, if we have a tool that works, then although I understand it costs a lot, but at some point in time, for the sake of saving our babies, we need to figure out a way to scale this up and to spread it.
So we have 2016 data, and those are pretty clean. And we have 2017 data that are final, and we are just about ready to release them. Always with the caveat of these are grantee level, these are grantee self-reported data. So there's always some issues around that. But I can share those with you, share them with the committee in the next, when we send out the notes, I can add the 2016 and 2017 data.
Sure. Before I go to our last two questions, I have just a comment. You know, Healthy Start got put together in 1991 because of guilt and a lot of community pressure. During the 80s, with the defunding of MCH programs, infant mortality, the American Academy of Pediatrics called the federal government into task. A whole bunch of coalitions said, federal government, you need to do something, and that's how Healthy Start got implemented, because they were getting a lot of community pressure to do something. So I think, to your question, Art, we need to guilt our federal government into our society as a whole to do something with a lot of pressure. Because that might be what we can do here, is say it is time to go to scale with some of these things that we know. Do we have the political will to do it, is the question. Belinda?
Yes, Belinda Pettiford, and mine, David, is more of a comment than a question. In thinking of mentoring and leadership for Healthy Start, I would encourage you all to engage the Healthy Start programs in that, because when you bring in people who are not familiar with Healthy Start and who may not have had experience with Healthy Start, it doesn't mean that they can't assist with mentoring and capacity building, but it is different. It is, and having worked in the program and outside of the program and having feel very comfortable with Healthy Start, I would truly encourage you to pull some of those seasoned individuals into that, whatever process it is, to provide that ongoing TA and technical assistance, because as you know, it is a different process.
That is absolutely our plan. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Vijaya, you get the last one on this topic.
Okay, Vijaya Hogan. So I want to go back to the community health worker training program. Excuse me. So a couple of states I know are working on state credentials for certifying community health workers for the purpose of getting Medicaid reimbursement, and that's, you know, a great sustainability plan, and it would help you start a lot, because it would take away that cost from the grant that they get. So are you seeing this training as a pathway to that, or a stepping stone to that? How are you thinking
I can't say.
that?
I don't know. I think that's a great idea, and I know that many of our grantees have been successful in getting Medicaid reimbursement. I personally don't know if they're using this training as a step in that. I would hope they are, and that's something that we can absolutely bring up. That's great idea.
It's interesting. We need to get things on the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force as the top level recommendation, like we're trying to work with doulas to get it in there. Because then it has to be provided, and so there are other strategies to do that. So, all right, Healthy Start. Thank you. That was a healthy start to the afternoon. So now we'll go on to COIN. Vanessa.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to now give you an update on the Infant Mortality Collaborative Improvement and Innovation Network, or Infant Mortality COIN, as we fondly call it. It's another infant mortality reduction initiative within the Division of Healthy Start and Perinatal Services. Before I go into detail and update you on where we're at and what's the current phase, just in case some of you may have not heard of a coin, we have about 10 or more different MCHD-sponsored coins at this point in the field, and we describe them as a methodology as well as a platform for participants to engage in collaborative learning together as what we call virtual cyber teams around a common aim or goal. They use quality improvement methods, tools, and techniques, as well as innovation to spread and scale policy and program innovations. And we think all of this combined will help accelerate improvement in different strategies that contribute to desired health outcomes. So just to break that down a bit further, the COIN methodology really leans heavily on collective impact. So you see we borrow a lot of the conditions of collective impact in our MCHD-sponsored coins. And again, our 3 core methods in any coin are collaborative learning, innovation, and quality improvement. And this is another way of looking at it. All of the teams that participate in an MCHD-sponsored coin, as I mentioned, have these common aims that they've established, or that common goal or common agenda. And then they identify strategies at the state or local level that they think will help them achieve this aim. And then they also track their progress towards the aim using shared measures. Coins range in anywhere from about 12 months to 24. Some have drifted to about 3 or 4 years, but these are meant to be rapid learning, rapid cycle change, rapid innovation initiatives. And again, most of the work is done team-based and virtually. So the infant mortality coin was the very first of all the MCHD coins, and many of you were part of this first phase of the infant mortality coin. It started back in 2012 with HRSA's Regions 4 and 6 of the 13 southern states. HRSA, along with partners, had convened these states for an infant mortality summit. And it was there they brought together state teams and came up with their own state infant mortality action plans. It was after the summit that the state health officials in these 2 regions actually came to HRSA and said, we want a way for continued collaboration and work together around this issue. And so the coin emerged essentially out of that meeting and from that request. And the states then focused on 5 sort of common topic areas that we were seeing across their action plans. Again, these were the common aims. And we saw some really promising results from this phase. My colleague Ashley Harai actually did publish a paper just this last summer. If you guys haven't seen it, we can circulate the link, but she did do an outcome evaluation of that pilot phase of the infant mortality coin, so looking at results from the 13 southern states from 2011 to 2014. And there were reductions in preterm birth, as well as early elective deliveries, and a decrease in smoking during pregnancy. So from there, the Bureau decided to spread to Region 5 in 2013, and we really owe a lot of credit to those states in Region 5 for infusing much more of that equity focus and equity lens to the infant mortality coin. Dr. James and Dr. Ellinger actually co-led our strategy team on social determinants of health in that region. And then in 2014, we expanded and brought on the remaining 7 HRSA regions and became a truly national initiative at that point. So we had 51 participating states and jurisdictions in the last phase of the infant mortality coin, and we had Mchd, the National Institute for Children's Health Quality. We had a cooperative agreement with them to really support the states and lead that national expansion phase, which again lasted 4 years. It just wrapped up last summer. The 6 common topic areas that phase focused on were also smoking cessation. I mentioned social determinants of health. There was a continued focus on safe sleep. We brought in preconception and interconception care, again, stemming from Region 5's work. There was a continued focus on risk-appropriate perinatal care or perinatal regionalization. And then, what am I missing? There was a focus on preventing pre- and early-term birth through increased access to 17C. And Mchd, at the end of the last phase of the infant mortality coin, produced this sort of 2-page summary document. So I'm not going to go into results from the national phase, but all of you should have this handout. And if you open it, it does summarize some of the outcomes from that phase. And on the back, there's some great resources that came out of this phase of the infant mortality coin that do remain available to all of you and the public. So that brings us to where we are now. This current phase of infant mortality coin we fondly call a 2.0 model or approach. We did try to retain those elements of the coin that participants told us were most helpful, but also tried to address some of the challenges and barriers that we were hearing over the years that made it sort of challenging to participate. And so I'll share with you now the purpose has stayed the same for this current phase of infant mortality coin. It is to reduce infant mortality as well as disparities, and we aim to support collaborative improvement, collaborative innovation, and the spread and scale of best practices. And just to break that down further, we expect that the coin teams that get funded in this round will show measurable improvements in the aim that they put forward. We'd like them to develop and discover new evidence, innovations that help to reduce infant mortality as well as disparities. And then they're funded to also support dissemination, spread, and scale of these best practices that they identify. So we were excited that last summer we could put out a new round of funding for the infant mortality coin. We were able to fund 4 cooperative agreements of up to $500,000 each. The project start date was just last September of 2017, so the grantees have just gone through their first year of a 3-year project period. And so the 4 award recipients are really expected to serve as a backbone organization to a coin team that they've proposed in their application. And so what I mean by serving as a backbone organization is that they're expected to provide that subject matter, content, technical support, and expertise to their coin team. But this time, and this was a new element to the infant mortality coin, they are expected to provide some small amount of financial support through sub-awards, because we heard over and over that it was challenging for state teams to participate without any additional funding. We also have a contract with Apt Associates to be the data and technical assistance contractor to support the grantees, both the backbone organizations and the state teams. And their TA focuses primarily around those core methods of QI, innovation. They can assist the teams with data and measurement and certainly evaluation. They also provide the coin teams with a web-based shared workspace or online platform, and that's where all the data is housed. They have a data dashboard for the teams to use to track those shared measures. So this is just a summary of the current phase of the infant mortality coin. Again, there's overall coordination and support by Mchd and our data contractor at Apt Associates. And then you'll see in the second column, or those blue boxes, those were the 4 awarded backbone organizations. So it's AMCHIP, Mchd, Project Concern International, or PCI, who's also a federal Healthy Start grantee, and then UNC Chapel Hill. And the third column, or those orange boxes, those are the state teams that are actually part of those 4 coin teams. So there's an overall count of 21 states participating in this current round. You can see AMCHIP's coin has the highest number of states. There's 13 participating in that social determinants of health coin. Mchd, PCI, and UNC Chapel Hill each have a coin team consisting of 4 states, and their topic areas are to the right. So Mchd is focused on safe sleep. Project Concern International is looking at prenatal care among women in U.S.-Mexico border communities, and UNC Chapel Hill is looking at preconception care. So just to give you a little bit more detail about each of the coin teams and the backbone organizations, as I mentioned, AMCHIP's looking at a social determinants of health for their coin, and so their aim statement is that by 2020, all 13 state teams will develop, adopt, or improve at least 2 policies and or practices at the state or local level, which will directly impact social determinants of health. They are working right now on what their shared measures will be for that aim statement. But again, there's 13 states participating on this team, including Belinda's team in North Carolina. Mchd, as I mentioned, has a safe sleep coin to reduce infant mortality, and their aim is to decrease SUID by at least 10% across those 4 states by increasing adoption of the ABCs of safe sleep. They're also going to look to reduce disparities in SUID by more than 5% among those 4 states. And they're working with Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, and New York. And you can see their shared measure there is fluid mortality overall and by race ethnicity on a quarterly basis. PCI has a coin they're calling the Border States coin. They're working with the 4 states along the U.S.-Mexico border, and their aim is to increase early prenatal care use by 10% among women in targeted communities or impact areas that have poor social determinants of health, and their focus is using place-based strategies. Their coin team measures first trimester prenatal care and an optional measure of looking at adequate prenatal care. And finally, UNC Chapel Hill has a preconception coin with California, Delaware, Oklahoma, and North Carolina. And their aim is to develop an adaptable model to effectively integrate preconception care and screening into the Well Woman visit. And they're going to do that by working with clinics, consumers, and communities, enhancing state capacity to support implementation, and finally disseminating the models that they come up with statewide and nationally. So you saw a variety of the team measures. These are the just overall measures that all 21 states will be reporting on for the infant mortality coin, and these are the same measures that we tracked in the last of the other 2 phases or iterations of the infant mortality coin. So I just wanted to share that we are continuing to track these measures in this current phase, both overall and by race ethnicity.
Thank you, Vanessa. Questions or comments from folks? Linda.
Belinda Pettifoe, quick question. Remind me, Vanessa, wasn't Healthy Start required to be on all of the coins? Weren't all of the entities supposed to partner with their local Healthy Start?
They were. Thank you, Belinda. And we were really excited to see much more, a higher number of Healthy Start programs actually engaged and actively participating in this round. But yes, that was we couldn't quite say the word require since it wasn't in the Healthy Start statute, but we strongly encouraged that if there were Healthy Start programs in a state that was on a coin team, that they had to partner with them and engage them on the team. We also said Title V had to be at the table and involved on the team, and then it was up to them to choose other local or state level agencies or partners depending on the topic and what made sense for them.
Other questions? Oh, Magda.
This is Magda. I'm curious in particular about the border states. That seems like a new area for investment. And the timing of it seems to also overlap with some changes in federal policy on the U.S.-Mexico border. And I'm wondering, through Project Concern International and the 4 border states, are they directly taking on some of the additional stresses to women, and especially if you're going to use accessing care when as a metric, and it happens to coincide or perhaps collide with the new proposed regulations? So I was just wondering, how does policy play out on the border in a time of heightened fear or new strategies, and then in particular on the border for women and children who are separated or not? How is pregnancy being dealt in terms of those that are being held in detention or incarcerated? Just wondering, there's just a whole series of stuff playing out. And I'm just wondering what's happening and how does the Bureau deal with this, or how does PCI deal with it?
And thank you for that question. This coin and team in particular, it is the Healthy Start border programs that are taking the lead in each of the 4 states. And they haven't really, and David, maybe you may have heard more, but they, at least for coin purposes, have not mentioned some of these issues. The strategies or innovations prototypes that have come out for this team are much more around education and the use of almost like mobile technology to get women to test earlier for pregnancy and therefore enter care earlier. I'm sure there are some clinic access barriers and things like less women wanting to get on Medicaid or things like that but they haven't come up yet in the current phase of this coin. Again, the prototypes that they've looked at are more, again, around messaging, around pregnancy, coming in for testing, and using different mobile technology to get more women informed and then into the clinics for services. And then California, they've taken a totally different approach and found that they have data quality issues, and so they've wanted to actually work more closely with prenatal care providers in Mexico that maybe are serving women in that first trimester, but it's not being documented, or those records aren't being transferred to the California medical record. And so that's just a totally different issue and area that they decided to work on. David, I don't know if you've heard from our Healthy Starts along the border that
it's
gone down.
Challenge. I mean, it's a challenge. It's a they're doing the best they can, and I think some agencies and organizations are affected more than others, depending on who they're serving and the communities they're serving. One thing that we don't, none of the questions that we ask is any sort of residency or citizenship status. You know, as a federal government funded activity or program, if you show up at our door, we have to provide services to you, and that's the way it is. We have heard many anecdotal stories about programs needing to shift the way they provide services and maybe do more outreach as opposed to them coming to a clinic, the clinic going out into the communities. I have glanced at some applications from that part of the country in the next round of Healthy Start, and it's definitely on their mind and something that they deal with on a daily, if not hourly basis.
And just as follow-up, so that given the proposed policy around public charge, I'm just wondering if that is manifesting at all in what you're hearing. And I'm also just wondering from a surveillance perspective, and the CDC has always done fabulous surveillance on the U.S.-Mexico border for maternal and child health, and I'm just wondering, and there's certain things that are just so pressing around threats, particularly as it's no longer just infant mortality as the metric, but women's health. And I'm just wondering if there's, speaking not to you necessarily, but to our colleagues for conversation at the end, is there any hot opportunities or issues that we might want to piggyback on or make recommendations around given this new investment in the border? And so I'll just leave it at that. I would feel that we would miss an opportunity to have potentially some influence in a very critically and evolving situation.
Art? So this is Art James. As a SACIM member that's stepping down, one of the things that it took me a minute to learn was the comment that I made earlier this morning that often politics takes priority over some of the things that we might recommend or be concerned about. Opening this meeting, one of the things that Dr. Ellinger challenged all of you with is determining who you were connected to, who were the organizations that you could take this information back to. And one of the things that I learned as a SACIM member is that there are things that are important and right to do that you cannot do through this committee, but that sometimes you need to go to your constituents to have them place pressure that you can't place because of your position on this committee to get done some of the things that we know are right and necessary. So I'll just kind of leave it at that, but I think you get what I'm talking about.
Good. Wendy, did you have a question?
I just wanted to add that Migrant and Seasonal Head Start, another ACF program under Head Start, it has also listed very, very similar issues and has had to really step up on recruitment. They found that participation is quite dropped. So, and that's nationally.
Well, again,
much room for more conversation. Our border issues, we're trying to keep people from moving to Canada. I mean, we have that huge border issue. But my last comment was I'll be really interested to see what that social determinant of health coin does. The other areas are much more program service focused, where rapid cycle change actually can do some stuff with its service delivery. Where it is social determinants of health, you're dealing with multiple sectors and huge policy changes that I'm not sure rapid cycle change is the appropriate mechanism, but that's why I'll be really interested to see. And you know, we struggled with that in terms of how to make that happen. So thank you. Thank you for that presentation and for the challenges that you're facing.
Thank you, and yes, we look forward to giving you guys more updates as the next year unfolds. And I failed to say this in the beginning, but thank you to all of you for your support and partnership along the way. Many of you personally have participated or co-led, partnered with us on the infant mortality coin, and if you haven't personally, your organization certainly has been a partner with us in this, so thank you.
All right, let's move on to maternal mortality and morbidity. Kimberly. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kimberly Sherman, and I'm very proud to be a member of the Maternal and Child Health Bureau and staff directly in the Division of Healthy Start and Perinatal Services. I serve as the Women's Health Lead and help to support the team that's implementing many of the women's health or maternal health activities. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come and share our work with you today. This, of course, is my passion, and to be able to continue this work well into the future and to secure funding for these activities has just been on my heart for a long time. So in our short time today, I'm not going to be able to talk about all of our activities in detail, but I would like to highlight a few of the items on your screen, including HRSA's Maternal Mortality Summit that was held this past summer, our women's health activities, the Alliance for Innovation on Maternal Health, and the Women's Preventive Services Initiative. And I'll briefly just say some of the other components of our tasks include special reports to Congress. We recently submitted a congressional report with recommendations to address maternal mortality and morbidity. We lead a federal partners work group to improve maternal health, which allows for alignment across optives for any funding activities on these topics. And then finally, the FY19 appropriations has brought an increase of $40 million to HRSA to support our efforts to improve maternal health outcomes. I'd like to begin by just giving you a brief overview of HRSA's Maternal Mortality Summit. It was held in June of this year, and it brought together both global and domestic maternal health experts to share their solutions on addressing maternal mortality and severe maternal morbidity. This was a really unique opportunity. Here at the agency, we see ourselves as conveners. With the limited funds that we do have, we want to make sure they're targeted and they are going to have the biggest impact. So our first step from our administrator was to convene experts to hear and learn from other countries, as well as our representatives here in the United States, about best practices, solutions and strategies focused on policy, programming, and data and surveillance. Our vision for the convening was to identify promising practices to improve maternal health outcomes. As you can see on the screen, we brought experts from 6 countries with varying rates of maternal mortality to share their perspectives on the issue. Our participants included Brazil, Canada, Finland, India, Rwanda, and the UK. And we also heard from representatives from the World Health Organization and from our Surgeon General. Other partners included representatives and leads on research in women's health, data, and in clinical practices. We heard from everyone. We use it as an opportunity to convene listening sessions around specific topics, and we followed the life course through our 3 days together. Just to highlight what our global representatives brought to the table, we learned from Brazil about their national C-section and normal birth guidelines that have been implemented to reduce the rate of C-section. We heard from India and Rwanda about community health worker models that have been implemented to spearhead change. From the UK, they highlighted the role of midwives in the provision of care. And from Canada and Finland, they highlighted national surveillance programs to really find out where the deaths are occurring and to target initiatives to those areas. Here's an overview of our agenda for the 3 days. We began by setting the stage, hearing from domestic experts on these issues. And then in the afternoon, we heard from our country representatives. On day 2 and 3, we began by discussing preconception care and its link to maternal mortality, moving on through pregnancy, labor, and delivery, closing with a postpartum session, and then finally on day 3, looking at emerging issues around substance abuse, mental health issues, emergency preparedness, and the obesity epidemic. In the interest of time, I'm going to just move quickly to highlight some of the key findings from the listening sessions. Much of what we heard, including information sharing, strategies, and best practices. First and foremost, the convening highlighted the need to improve access to comprehensive care for women during all phases, before, during, and after pregnancy. There was an ask to increase the types and distributions of healthcare providers, specifically looking at the training pipelines available in the United States and integrating team-based approach so that we can improve the entire birth experience through the inclusion of doctors, nurses, doulas, behavioral health specialists. There was lots of discussion around the quality and availability of national surveillance data and to really address the issue of disparities that occur in the United States. We need better data. And there was a call for the use of national definitions and measures for maternal mortality and severe maternal morbidity. In connection with data, there was a request to improve the availability of state-level maternal mortality review committees to analyze the data and then to move that data to action in each state. And finally, to improve maternity care services through the use of safety protocols, specifically through the AIM program, which I'll talk about in just a moment. So building off of our findings from the summit, we have future investments to explore. We are continuing to focus on collaboration through some specific funding mechanisms. We are finalizing a technical report so that you can hear all of the findings from our summit. But in the meantime, we have a couple of resources that are available to you if you were not able to participate. They're listed here on the screen. Through this summit, we now have this unique opportunity with the FY19 appropriations, which has brought an additional $40 million to HRSA to tackle many of these issues. As David mentioned earlier, $12 million of those funds is directly supporting our Healthy Start sites by adding clinical staff, and that is a great win. We are in the thick of developing and designing new programs to use for the remainder of these funds. I can tell you that much of these dollars will be used to highlight state innovation on these activities, where these funds will be used to directly support states addressing the disparity in that state, looking at high-risk populations. We're working in collaboration with our partners at the CDC through the Maria Project to make sure that these activities are in alignment and are coordinated so that there's no duplication. We look forward to sharing more information about these new programs as SACIM continues to meet. And I'm happy to answer any questions at the close of the presentation. In the remainder of my time, I'd like to highlight two of HRSA's programs focused on improving maternal health outcomes, specifically the Alliance for Innovation on Maternal Health and the Women's Preventive Services Initiative. So just very briefly, AIM is a cooperative agreement that HRSA has with ACOG, and we are working through that project to improve the quality and safety of maternity care services in the United States. Through AIM, we have developed maternal safety bundles that are being implemented in birthing facilities across the U.S. to train hospital staff on the leading causes on identifying the leading causes of an obstetric emergency and being trained to treat and to treat quickly. Currently, through AIM, we are working in 19 states and over 990 hospitals. AIM was launched in 2014, and I'm happy to report that we are on our second iteration of AIM, and through the FY19 appropriations, we are expanding that program to all U.S. states and territories, and this project should run through 2024. On your screen, you'll see a list of the existing resources for birthing facilities. These are our 8 maternal safety bundles. And if you don't know what a bundle is, they are evidence-based practices that are packaged together for easy implementation on a very busy birthing floor, labor and delivery floor. All of the resources to implement each of the bundles is available to any birthing facility and on a website. So that information I'll share at the end of the presentation. Here's a map of our existing AIM states. I'm happy to report that this map is not current, and we've just onboarded Alaska, New Mexico, and Indiana, and we'll continue to bring on more states as we move forward in the project year. Through AIM, ACOG is charged with these 3 key components. They are to lead a national partnership that brings together professionals, patients, and all of our state leads, so state public health officials, to implement the maternal bundles in each of the hospitals within their state. So again, we've created the bundles, we have metrics for the bundles, and they lead the TA and resources for state-led implementation of the bundles. And finally, they're tasked, much like COIN, with collecting data on the implementation, these short QI projects for each of the states. Once a hospital or the state has identified success in implementing that bundle, we have many more that they can go on and select another bundle to implement within the birthing facilities. So very quickly, I'll just talk about the Women's Preventive Services Initiative. This initiative is a cooperative agreement that's also funded through ACOG. This work began in 2011 through the IOM, and it continues on today with a 5-year project to identify preventive services and screenings to be used in clinical practice. This cooperative agreement is for a 5-year project period, and ACOG gets $1 million per year to convene a multidisciplinary panel of experts to review the evidence, to develop updated recommendations, and then to disseminate those recommendations into standard practice. We are currently in year 3 of this project. We're closing out year 3 and we'll shortly begin year 4, and we're now moving into dissemination phase of these recommendations and associated materials. On your table, there should be a handout. This is one of the products that ACOG through WPSI has developed. This chart is similar to the Bright Futures chart so that women and clinicians will know what to screen for by age. It was a huge undertaking, and it was just our first step at pulling all of the recommendations together in one place. Some of the companion resources that are being developed include material specifically for patients, and then identifying screening modalities for clinicians. So what are the best tools that clinicians should use when screening women on the various components? And you can find all of this information again on the website listed below. I would like to close by just saying that much of this work began in 2011 through a public-private partnership where we convened many of you who are here in the room to come together to help us strategize about very limited investments. What should we be doing to improve women's health? That first led to the implementation of AIM and then allowed us to focus our next efforts on women's preventive services and identifying recommendations that all women should be screened for without cost sharing. It's been a huge undertaking, but we know that there is a need to do more, and that's why we're very excited for the opportunities through the FY19 appropriations to continue this work. We to address maternal mortality and to identify programs that will improve women's maternal health outcomes. So thank you for the opportunity to share this work with you. I'm happy to answer any questions. I will pivot to our leadership in the room if you have hard questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Questions? Shia?
She doesn't have. Belinda Pettiford. I noticed with the AIM bundle, one is focused on health equity or health disparities. I can't remember the actual terminology. Do you know which states are using it and if they've got any lessons learned or exactly what they're doing with those bundles?
Thank you. That's a wonderful question. So AIM began in 2014, and we only had 2 bundles at that time. So much of our work in the past 2 years has been on developing additional bundles, racial disparities being the one of greatest need. So that bundle was recently completed, and we're now identifying data metrics that can be captured in a birthing facility or in a Healthy Start community setting to look at the metrics associated with that bundle. So it hasn't been implemented yet. It was just finalized. But we're working on that, and that is our charge for the expansion of AIM funds.
Vijaya?
Vijaya Hogan. This question may not be specific to you. It may just be an open question for the committee to discuss. But you mentioned something about states addressing disparities, and then this conversation you just had with Belinda. What does that mean? So I always struggle to understand what does it mean when somebody says they're addressing disparities.
That's a wonderful question.
A specific approach, a framework, a theory of change? Is it consistent? Is it not? Is it science-based?
So I'll start, but I definitely think it's for the floor to consider as well. With the with the 2 activities that I just highlighted, they're not really state-specific. So they're both through ACOG. One is to develop recommendations, and the other was to create the bundles to implement in a hospital. So we're bringing professionals together to identify what needs to be done or what women should be screened for. Very different. With FY19, the appropriation asks us to give money to states to address their disparities on these issues. And we know that the disparity can differ based on where you are in the United States. For instance, we know that the highest rates of maternal mortality out west, maybe like for the Dakotas, is very different than looking at maybe the state of California, where there's larger tribal population, and their leading causes of death are because of overdose. So we are asking the states to come in and to identify what are what issues and outcomes, looking at their maternal health outcomes, where does the disparity exist? Where are the high-risk populations for them to identify and then to use the funds to address those disparities?
So the assumption then is that they're either using sort of equality, raising all boats approach, where they do something for the whole state that improves the rate for everybody, but that doesn't necessarily address the disparity. Or they're targeting specifically to those populations that they're identifying, but they're targeting evidence-based practice to those particular populations, which again doesn't necessarily result in reduction in disparity. So I'm wondering if there's something else that's included in those approaches to disparity. I'm just trying to understand, because I hear it a lot nationally, and I'm sure everybody else has, but I don't have a good understanding of what it means. And again, I'm not requiring you to have an answer. I think this is a question that we need to discuss as a committee. What exactly does it mean to address disparities? What is the approach that people are taking, and to what extent does that conform to the science of what we know about disparities and what causes them?
Let's hold the discussion of that until after Art's presentation, because I think that'll answer some of our, tee up some of those things. Time for one more question.
I just wanted to say I had the privilege of attending the Maternal Mortality Summit, and the thing that I noticed, especially with some of the countries, was it was a national priority, women and children's health for that.
And some of the takeaways that I remember was when the United Kingdom said their goal is to have one midwife for every 27 women. That would be awesome to have one provider, a nurse practitioner, nurse midwife, PA for every 27 women in this country. And also with Finland, that if you had, and depending on the spacing, if you had like 3 children, you would have one community nurse see your family for their entire childhood, which in some ways that's what we were doing in the Indian Health Service with our public health nursing program. But if everyone in the nation could have that, that would be wonderful.
I think we all agree. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, our last presentation on behavioral health, Dawn Levison.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. How are we doing on time?
You've got your time.
Okay. All right.
We will make up time. But
Okay.
as long as you don't speak too slow.
No. I'm good. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Oh, perfect. So again, good afternoon. My name is Dawn Levinson. I'm the Behavioral Health Lead in MCHB's Division of Healthy Start and Perinatal Services, and I serve as a resource for the Bureau. And I've been asked to provide an update on how MCHB addresses behavioral health, both mental health and substance use, and give some examples of our program. So I wanted to take a moment to put MCHB's work in the context of HRSA overall. HRSA works across diverse populations, serving everyone from infants to the elderly, to ensure access to a broad range of primary care and public health services, especially for vulnerable, underserved, and isolated populations in the U.S. You may have heard from Dr. Segunas this morning. HRSA supports many activities, including direct patient health care, clinician training, research, and more. To demonstrate HRSA's reach, more than 27 million people in the U.S. receive their primary care through a HRSA-supported health center. That's 1 out of 12 adults and 1 out of 9 children. And on the behavioral health front, in the health center program, nearly 90% of health centers are providing mental health services, and about 70% provide substance abuse services. More than 60 million mothers, children, and adolescents rely on services provided through MCHB's program, as I'm sure you've heard already, and over half of people living with HIV receive care through the HRSA-administered Ryan White. So for MCHB, acknowledging that there is no health without mental health, MCHB programs fundamentally promote mental health and well-being for maternal and child populations across the lifespan. This aligns with our mission to improve the health of America's mothers, children, and families. Our programs do the following along the public health continuum. We promote, prevent, screen, intervene, refer, treat, train, and support. That's my 8 there. And our programs address behavioral health issues on multiple levels. At the provider level, grantees in MCHB programs like Healthy Start and home visiting, that's left, use evidence-based approaches to screen perinatal women and parents of young children and refer them to treatment and support for mental and substance use disorders. They provide health education and guidance for parents of young children, including caring for babies born with neonatal abstinence syndrome. Clinical guidelines, some of which you've already heard about today. We fund the development and dissemination of clinical guidelines, such as the Women's Preventive Services Guidelines that Kimberly just spoke about, Bright Futures, pediatric guidelines, and also the Maternal Safety Bundle, again, referenced by Kimberly, and specifically I always highlight the one that focuses on the obstetric management of women with opioid dependence. So at the systems level, states and territories have discretion in the use of the Title V Maternal and Child Block Grant Funds to address their unique needs through gap-filling direct services and enabling public health services and systems. So some examples at the state level where states are using the block grant funds that relate to opioids and neonatal withdrawal syndrome, also known as neonatal abstinence syndrome, include the following.
provider training on best practices, using screening tools for early detection of high-risk women, teleconsultation services for health providers who are treating perinatal women with psychiatric and substance use disorders, addressing the needs of pregnant women and their babies, including care coordination, standardizing care for infants with NAS, and using a maternal mortality review panel to explore the relationship between maternal mortality and mental health, and more. So that's just a snapshot for you of how the states are using Title V. We have two new programs, two new telebehavioral health programs that improve the mental health and well-being of mothers and children. Another grant to the state, those are to the states, and another grant to states supports building early childhood systems of care at the state, county, and community levels, and improving children's developmental health and family well-being outcomes. Another new grant is the Rural Health Impact Grant. The Rural Health Integration Models for Parents and Children to Thrive program, that is the IMPACT program, will provide tailored technical assistance to communities to implement evidence-based two-generational strategies that promote health and well-being of children prenatally to age 3 and create economic opportunities for their families. Target rural communities include those especially at risk for or who have experienced adverse childhood experiences, including dealing with opioid use and NAS. Others of our programs improve the quality and capacity of school-based healthcare services, including school mental health systems, and support bullying prevention at the national, state, and local levels. On the next slide, we continue with our behavioral health activities. Actually, at the innovation level, I believe you've already heard about the MCHD Grand Challenges. The one, of course, I always highlight is addressing opioid use disorder in pregnant women and new moms. At the workforce training level, we support interdisciplinary graduate training, such as our developmental behavioral pediatrics training program, and we support education for the practicing workforce around pediatric mental and behavioral health through our collaborative office rounds programs and others. And keep in mind, this is just a smattering of our programs here at MCH. At the patient and family level, grantees such as the state-based family-to-family health information centers provide training and education to families of children with special health care needs, including behavioral health needs, to help families navigate the healthcare system and to connect to services. And lastly, at the policy level, the Supporting State MCH Policy Innovation Program, also known as MCH, supports innovative policy initiatives at the state level that improve access to quality health care for MCH populations, and this includes a focus on behavioral health. Related to the MCH PIP, HRSA is funding 4 national policy associations to engage and support state team cohorts who are identifying the topic areas now in year 1, and again, several of which address mental health and or substance use. Here's my contact information. Brief and happy to answer any questions.
I'm sure there's lots of questions. Let's take a few here in the 5 minutes that we've got. Paul?
Yeah, I'm curious, and this isn't specifically MCHB, but the FQHCs have traditionally been very slow in picking up treatment with buprenorphine and Suboxone or other medication-assisted therapies. And there's an ASPE article here reporting on a NAC survey in 2015 where only 15% of the FQHCs said they had any physicians prescribing. Seems to me if we're going to really work on this issue, we've got to you should be able to put a lot of pressure on FQHCs. We've got to get the FQHCs to step up to the plate and start treating substance use.
So I just had one comment. At the state level, there's SAMHSA and community agencies and human services and health are different agencies. They get different funding. So like with school-based mental health, it comes from different directions. What are you doing to blend the federal resources so that at the local level it's a more unified package? Because it's so disjunct in the state level.
a great question. So actually, with regard to the mental health in schools activities that we do a lot of partnership with SAMHSA. And our lead on that for us is Dr. Trina England with our Division of Child Adolescent Health. She could speak more fully in regard to your question, but I can tell you that a lot of the technical assistance that we provide, we are doing in conjunction with SAMHSA. And when we bring different stakeholders and communities together, we are trying to make the point, as you said, that there are different funding streams and such, and recognizing that at the federal level. So we try to model that for folks in states and communities.
Thank you. I won't. Art, you're taking away your own time now, you know.
This is just a comment to follow up with what Paul said. So I'm speaking now with someone who has worked at an FQHC for 22 years, and just as of the last couple of weeks have accepted a part-time position as an interim medical director at an FQHC. And part of the point I want to make here is, while we are dependent on clinicians, I don't mean just physicians, but clinicians who work at FQHC to pick up the responsibility for caring for some of our most sick and ill patients, some of our most challenging patients to take care of, including a disproportionately large number of people who might use substances. We also significantly underpay the clinicians who work at FQHCs relative to other clinicians. And I think that that is also a piece of what the federal government needs to address, is we insist that that group of providers are going to be our safety net providers. They take care of patients who walk through their doors with much, much more medical baggage than generally physicians or clinicians are challenged to address, and we pay them less, and I think that that's unfair. We're going to require more of them, then let's pay them appropriately.
Out of the $11,000 per person per year that we spend on health care, we spend $450 on primary care. $11,000 per person, $450 on primary care. We underinvest in primary care, which is the Art's point. Let's take a 7-minute break and come back and hear from Art. All right, we're going to start in 30 seconds. We'll plan tomorrow morning's agenda at the end of this meeting. The after party. All right, I know, Art, you've got the biggest challenge of the day. but save the best for last, right? So I'm going to turn it over to you to give us your perspective on health equity and infant mortality. And I know Art's got a bunch of slides, so we're not going to have any questions during the presentation. We'll just save everything for the end.
Hi, this is Arthur James, and I'm going to start by first thanking HRSA for the opportunity that I've had to serve on the SACIM committee, and I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this meeting. This is the third formal presentation I've had an opportunity to make to SACIM. So let me figure out these slides and we'll get going. So the title, of course, is Equity, a Dream Deferred. I start with this poem by Langston Hughes. What happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun or fester like a sore and then run? Does it stink like rotten meat or crust and sugar over like a syrupy sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load, or does it explode? I have some aggressive objectives. I won't ponder on them for the sake of time. I have no significant disclosures. I have no conflict of interest, but I did want to start this presentation out with helping you all understand some of my basic beliefs relative to this challenge that we have for infant mortality. First off, that the racial disparity in birth outcomes is, in my opinion, the most problematic maternal child health challenge facing this nation. And that race is a social construct. It's not a biological construct, and as such, I don't believe that our physiologic racial differences offer adequate explanations for maternal and infant morbidity and mortality disparity. Third, that racism, both historical and contemporary, represent root causes that are contributors to the disparities that we've discussed. And if the eradication of racism was up to Black people or people of color, it would have been resolved a long time ago. The government agencies like this one, white people and white organizations have to want to dismantle racism and lead the charge to do so. And I think that this is critical to the understanding of what's essential for saving our mothers and babies. You all know this, the definition of infant mortality. We've paid attention to the information on the right side of this slide. Infant mortality also tells us a lot about the locations in which we live. And then to remind you of this statement from this body, SACIM in 2013, that infant mortality is multifactorial, that its rates reflect the society's commitment to the provision of the 5 things listed on this slide. And then the paragraph at the bottom, that as such, our ability to prevent infant deaths and to address long-standing disparities is a measure, if you will, of our society's commitment to the health and well-being of all families. So with that as background, I want to briefly go over some of the national data in terms of infant mortality with an emphasis intentionally for this talk on the Black-white disparity in birth outcomes. No disrespect to any other groups, but there are patterns here that I think pertain to others, but I'm just trying to point out what's going on in terms of the Black-white disparity. So this looks at the overall infant mortality rate for the United States from 1980 through 2016, so a significant period of time. And during that period of time, as has been pointed out in previous slides, we've made significant improvement, in this case, 53%. We disaggregate that blue line by Black-white race. This is how it looks, the Black rate being on top, the white rate being the red line on the bottom. And we'll get rid of that blue line as we go through subsequent slides. So this is the Black-white disparity during that period of time, and I'll remind you of that paragraph from SACIM that the persistence in this disparity says something about us, and I think that's important to appreciate. And recognized. Now, there's some characteristics of this same disparity or this same data set that I want to pay attention to, and we'll go through those real briefly. First of all, of course, is the disparity ratio. So that we see back in 1980 that black babies in the United States died at 2 times the rate of white babies. And as we move forward, even though the black and white infant mortality rate improved, the disparity ratio increased to almost 2.5. Now that occurs, of course, because during time the white infant mortality rate improves at a faster pace than the black infant mortality rate. But that disparity ratio of almost 2.5 is sort of where this conversation stops when we talk about the disparity, because then it automatically goes to clinical stuff. We say the disparity exists because the preterm birth rate amongst blacks is higher and other things are higher. But there's some other things that I think we need to pay attention to, other things that I think this data set is telling us. One is what I refer to as a survival interval or a survival gap. This isn't something you'll find in the literature. It's kind of made up by me, but I think it helps to draw out another characteristic of this disparity stuff that's important. So then in 2016, the black infant mortality rate in the United States was 11.76 black infant deaths per 1,000 live black births. We have to go back to 1978 to find a comparable white infant mortality rate. That creates then a 38-year gap. And unless we change this pattern, if this 38-year gap persists, then what this country is telling people who look like me is that our babies have to wait until the year 2054 to experience the same opportunity of surviving the first year of life as white babies did in 2016. So we need to address this gap. And to address this gap, to eliminate this gap, what we are really talking about is that we have to get to a point not just where we're improving infant mortality or not just where we're improving black infant mortality, but we have to get to a point that we're improving the black infant mortality rate at a faster pace than we're improving the white infant mortality rate. And we have to do that without any compromise in the rate at which we improve the white infant mortality rate. I've had the pleasure of giving versions of this talk in now 29 of our country's 50 states. And I can tell you that over and over again, I hear people express concern about that goal, suggesting that it would be unfair for us to ever think about improving the rate at which babies die for one group at a faster pace than we improve that rate for another group. They called it immoral. They say it's unfair. They say it's unjust. And I totally agree. But here's the bottom line. We've been doing this for decades in this country, and we've behaved as if it's normal. And that, in my opinion, has to change. Now, there are a lot of people who suggest that, well, it can't change, that we can't do that. Ed pointed out earlier in his post-World War II slides, and then the slide he showed included this period of time. This slide looks at the white infant mortality rate in the purple bars, the black infant mortality rate in the black bars, and then the disparity ratio in the blue line. And you can see in this slide that there's one period of time depicted here from the 1950s to the 2000s, where in fact the disparity ratio decreased from the 60s to the 70s. That increased, in my opinion, that disparity ratio decreased, in my opinion, because of what was taking place in terms of civil rights during that period of time. Significant in part because in the southern states, as a result of the Civil Rights Act, Medicare, Medicaid, black women were allowed to go to the hospital to have their babies for the first time. You talked a lot about wanting to hear stories. Circa 1920s or so, My maternal grandmother died while giving birth to her fourth child at home in Louisiana at a time when black women could not go to the hospital to have babies. I've never seen my grandmother's death certificate. I have no idea what it says. I have no idea what the clinical reasons were for her death. But in my head, number one entry on her death certificate should read racism. Because whatever the clinical reason was for her death, I think all of us in this room would agree that her opportunity to survive would have been significantly enhanced had she been allowed to go to the hospital to deliver. Next, I want to go over how we've done as a nation in terms of achieving Healthy People goals for infant mortality. You recall that for our Healthy People 1990 goal was that we wanted to achieve an overall infant mortality rate of 9, depicted on this slide by point A, a black infant mortality rate of 12, depicted on this slide by point B. We achieved that overall infant mortality rate for white babies in the United States in 1984, depicted on this slide by point X, 6 years in advance to the goal date. For Healthy People 2000, our goal was that by the time we got to the year 2000, we wanted to have an overall infant mortality rate of 7, a black infant mortality rate of 11, depicted on this side by point D. We achieved that overall infant mortality rate for white babies in 1992, depicted here by point Y, again well in advance of the goal date. For Healthy People 2010, things changed. We said we wanted to have only one goal for everybody, and that goal was a very aggressive one at 4.5 deaths per 1,000 live births. We did not achieve that goal nationally for white babies or black babies in this country, but in 2010, 20 years after the Healthy People 1990 goal, we achieved the black infant mortality rate of 12 that we were hoping to achieve back in 1990. Now, with that change in one goal, part of what happened was that we began to improve the black infant mortality rate at a faster pace than we were improving the white infant mortality rate. I point this out only because, again, a lot of people have suggested that it can't be done. But for this 7-year period of time, from 2005 to 2011, according to the CDC article published in April of 2013, the black infant mortality rate had improved by 16%, the white infant mortality rate by 12%. And if we then add that data set for the next decade to the slide that I showed previously, you can see that once again, the disparity ratio decreased. I go through all of that just to prove to this body that, in fact, this can be done. So for those naysayers, the data says something different. For Healthy People 2020, our overarching goals included to achieve health equity and to eliminate disparities. Where Healthy People 2020 is concerned, y'all just don't want to hear my talk. That's okay. That's okay, because I'm going on. Our goal was, by the time we get to 2020, to have an overall infant mortality rate for everyone of 6 deaths per 1,000 live births. We achieved that goal for white babies back in 1997, significant years before the goal date. So as a nation, we've established this racially determined pattern for achieving Healthy People goals. That we've achieved those goals for 3 of the 4 overall Healthy People infant mortality rates for whites. Then after nearly 4 decades, we've only achieved 1 Healthy People goal for black babies in this country. And I have these numbers at the bottom of the slide just as a reminder. If I pose the question to this group, 2, 4, 6, 8, and ask you to give me the next number, of course everybody would say 10, the same for the other set of numbers. And we can reliably predict what that next number is going to be based on the pattern of the numbers that preceded the question. The same is the case infant mortality stuff is concerned. So just like we could reliably say 10 for the next number for 2468, if I pose the question, is our black infant mortality rate in 2020 going to be 6? This room of experts, I would suggest to you would all say no, because that's not the pattern that we've established in this country. And it's something, again, that in my opinion needs to change. So I think this is a legitimate question. Do black babies in the United States of America matter? Or if we try to soften the question a little bit, do black babies matter as much as white babies? And while all of us say yes, I think our actions don't support that response. So despite the data, and again, I'm saying this as someone who has crisscrossed this country given a similar talk. There are many who believe that the black infant mortality rate can improve, cannot improve, that there are also many who believe that it can improve, but that it is high and as bad as it is because of group level flaws amongst those of us who are black. And essentially nobody is on the page of suggesting that it can be the same as our white infant mortality rate. But we have data like this. If the black infant mortality rate is as bad as it is because of group level flaws amongst those of us who are there, then how do we explain this highlighted column here where Massachusetts had a black infant mortality rate during this 3-year aggregate period of time of 6.9 black deaths per 1,000 live black births, while at the same time Kansas had a black infant mortality rate that is twice that. Same with Wisconsin, and essentially the same with Ohio. Is it because doctors and nurses are smarter and work harder than doctors and nurses in Wisconsin, Kansas, and Ohio? Is it because the hospitals are better? Is it because babies in Massachusetts are born more hardy than babies born in those other locations? I think all of us know that the answer to that is no. It has more to do with the way we've organized ourselves and the extent to which we support families to experience successful outcomes. We've talked a lot today about Healthy Start. I think Healthy Start is one of the greatest examples that we have, where one of the requirements to become a Healthy Start site is that your infant mortality rate has to be 1.5 times the national average. And over 27 years, Healthy Start sites have regularly demonstrated an ability to improve, significantly improve their infant mortality rates. With the latest Healthy Start, cumulative Healthy Start infant mortality data that I'm aware of is, again, from 2015 that suggests an infant mortality rate of 4.8, less than what the national average was during that period of time. So we know that we can do this. So then what accounts for the disparity? Why does it exist? Well, I think a lot of it has to do with social determinants. We've touched on this briefly, but internationally we recognize that infant mortality is not only about clinical care, but it's also about the provision of food, housing, income, education, and employment. Oh, now the advance the slide. So when we look at our interventions, and I think you've heard a lot of this in our conversation today, when we talk about infant mortality, we almost always talk about it in clinical terms. And it's within the clinical aspect of things that we generally fund the most, that we pay the most attention to. And I'm not suggesting that those things are not important, but we don't give nearly as much credence to the social stuff, the non-clinical stuff. So figuratively, this is how that looks to me. As I said, we talk about infant mortality almost exclusively in clinical terms. But where disparities are concerned, where we talk about the differences between one group and another, then in my opinion, the social ought to be considered just as important as the clinical. I think we make our best decisions in that area overlap between the clinical and the social. And in my opinion, where social determinants is concerned, we're required, ought to be required to address all that stuff that falls below the waterline in this slide. And if our efforts only concentrate on the stuff in that boat, the medical problems, then we never figure out what wrecked the boat in the first place. So the World Health Organization has told us a long time ago that inequities in health and avoidable health inequalities arise because of circumstances in which people grow, live, work, and age. So figuratively, from my perspective, this is how our intervention efforts probably ought to look, where we're paying a lot more attention to what's going on in people's lives. Now, many, I'm going to suggest most, of our policy prescriptions and programmatic interventions try to help families circumvent obstacles. I think that's what we do with managed care. I think it's a large part of what we do with Healthy Start, with centering, with nurse-family partnership. And I'm not dogging out those programs. I think they make a big, big, big difference. But I don't think we ought to stop there. So this is a map of an actual family in Los Angeles. The top of this map are the social agencies that family had to interact with for various issues that are concerned. And you can see the map of engagement that family had with those social agencies. And then once whatever the problem was that social agency was engaged to deal with that family with, then we return the family to the same conditions it required the assistance and help of those agencies in the first place. And what a social determinants perspective says to us, I'm sorry, my animations are not working on this PowerPoint, but it challenges us to eliminate the obstacles, eliminate the disparities. So on this slide, you should see a guy busting through that wall, breaking down that obstacle of disparity. I'm often asked which social determinants should we work on, which one should we improve? And my general answer is that at a community level, you work on the one where you can get the most buy-in, where you have the most will, where you have the most people willing to engage in addressing whatever that social determinant is, but that you also need to address all of them. And so you need to plan for how you're going to onboard the other social determinants that also need to be addressed. Michael Marmot, who is one of the authors of the World Health Organization's document on social determinants, suggests to us that addressing social determinants is a moral obligation, that it's a matter of social justice. For all those domains that influence our health, so social and economic policies, our institutions, living conditions, you can see the list here. All of them are, if you will, nested in community, meaning that we control them, we influence them, we determine the extent to which they positively and negatively influence our health. It's the quote at the bottom right of this slide that I want you to remember. That when a flower doesn't bloom, you fix the environment in which it grows. You don't work on trying to fix the flower. So is the same situation where this social determinant stuff is concerned. So the basic idea here is that socioeconomic position, race, ethnicity, and gender all structure the likelihood of multiple exposures at multiple points in time over the entire life course. And it's this lifelong cascade of interacting multiple exposures balanced against available resources that are the important determinants of how social inequalities leave their imprint as health disparities. Social determinants like poverty and constructs such as race are intertwined, with each making the other worse. And in my opinion, racism represents a particularly damaging and pervasive exposure. And for the poor, I think it's the venom and the bite of poverty. It's intricately woven into every domain of American life and has cumulative detrimental effects throughout an individual's lifetime, across all domains, and across generations. So often when we talk about equity, in our current conversation, stress comes up a lot. We're seeing it some with immigrant families. Magda has referred some to this earlier in our discussions. I want to use this quote from an article in the New England Journal of Medicine from 2016, where on July of 2016, in our Minneapolis community, Philando Castile was shot and killed by a police officer in the presence of his girlfriend and a 4-year-old daughter. Acknowledging the role of racism in Castile's death, Minnesota Governor Mark Dayton, asked rhetorically, would this have happened if those passengers and the driver were white? And he said, I don't think so. So we posed the same question to the maternal child health community in this country. If white babies were dying at 2.5 times the rate that we knew we were capable of them surviving, would we ever tolerate that? And I would like to suggest to you emphatically that the answer is no. We talk a lot about social determinants. Those social determinants are influenced, are made by structural determinants. So upstream from them are the policy systems and practices that we put in place that determine the conditions in which people live, and those conditions have consequences. In the case of the conversation we're having today, consequences for increased death during the first year of life for babies of color. Now this slide is here just to remind me about the conversation we have today about stress in pregnancy. We tell pregnant women today that if you're experiencing a significant amount of stress during your pregnancy, that the experience of that stress can compromise the outcome of the pregnancy, not only for you, but that in ways that that stress gets under your skin and incorporated into your physiology, that it is also adversely influencing your fetus. Not only that, but that physiologic incorporation of that stress into the fetus can be passed on to subsequent generations. Now think about that. That's part of what is a portion of the conversation we feel comfortable having with women today. Think about it within the context of African Americans. We arrived on the shores of this country in 1619 and were enslaved, endured 246 years of slavery, followed by 99 years of Jim Crow. The Civil Rights Act was passed in 64. But think about during slavery and Jim Crow. Forget that things haven't been equal since the passage of the Civil Rights Act. But think about those two periods of time and the level of toxic stress that generation after generation after generation of black people were exposed to. Those two periods of time to this day account for 87% of the African American experience. 87%. Yet when we compare blacks and whites across any parameter that you want to name, we never take this history into account. We never say, gosh, you've been exposed to so much disadvantage for such a significant period of time, while simultaneously other groups have been exposed to advantage. And we never take that imbalance into account when we talk about the differences in terms of outcome by race. So I want to very briefly go through some of the history of the African American experience. We talked about slavery. Understand that at the time of the end of the Civil War, the United States was the largest slaveholding country in the entire world. Remember that the Civil War that ended slavery is to this day the deadliest war in American history. Fortunately for someone like me, the North of Union won that war and, of course, ended slavery. With the end of slavery, we had the Civil War amendments where we abolished slavery. We made those former slaves citizens of the United States. And we gave all men, including former slaves, the right to vote. With that right to vote, for the first time, African Americans could go to the ballot box. It wasn't easy. We had to have Northern troops camped out in the South to try to help assure the opportunity to vote. As a consequence, at local, state, and federal levels, we elected black folks to office. And then we began to suppress all of those efforts with the development of the Ku Klux Klan, the White League, and others that were associated with significant number of lynchings to African Americans in particular. We passed Jim Crow laws, which, for the sake of this conversation, we'll consider the legitimization of anti-black laws throughout the United States. Those laws were codified, if you will, by the 1896 Supreme Court decision declaring separate but equal legitimate. We also developed what Douglas Blackman refers to as neo-slavery, where despite being free and no longer considered a slave, if a black person, particularly a black man, was walking on the wrong side of the street or deciding to leave a job to go to another job but didn't ask permission from the owner of the company that he was leaving to be able to do so, they were arrested. And arrested, they had to pay for the cost of their trial. And not having that money, they had to work it off. Some people disappeared from their families forever. But those prisoners were then loaned out to companies throughout this country. Again, a form of slavery. And during this period of time, we also had, of course, the Tuskegee experiments that took place. You can see the first, second, and third stages of syphilis in those pictures below, and how we watched people suffer through that without treatment. Even though early on in this process, we had penicillin as a form of treatment. We all know about housing discrimination. This book, The Color of Law, I think is an excellent read. But one of the quotes in the book says that today's racial segregation is not the unintended consequence of individual choices and of otherwise well-meaning law or regulation, but of unhidden public policy that explicitly segregated every metropolitan area in the United States. The policy was so systemic and forceful that its effects endure to the present time. According to Sampson and Wilson, when we look at the 171 largest cities in the United States, there's not even one place where whites live in equal conditions to those of blacks. Although the Homeowners Loan Corporation that did the redlining occurred in the mid-1930s, you look at the red line and then the next worst area, the yellow outlined communities. Fast forward from the 1930s to today and add those two percentages up. Today in this country, 70% of black people still live in previously redlined communities. And we talk about Healthy Start and the 100 Healthy Start sites that we have. An unpublished, as of yet, article that we've worked on that will be coming out, I think, in the next few months, will document for us that 70 of the 100 current Healthy Start sites exist in previously redlined communities. And that's not including our border community, that's not including our Native American communities where there are Head Start programs. And we have the GI Bill. The GI Bill was passed in a way to accommodate Jim Crow, and so was unfair, again, to black folks. And after passage of the Civil Rights Act, now I've just listed some of the things that have occurred during my lifetime where black folks have basically knocked on the door, challenging us to provide equity. The 1965 Voting Rights Act you all know about. One cartoonist recently summarized things like this. For some of us, we've had to wait over 100 years for the right to vote, and you all know about the significant efforts that have taken place just this past month to substantially suppress the opportunity for communities of color to vote. In 1968, there was the Kerner Commission report that was famous for this quote, "Our nation is moving toward two societies, one black, one white, separate and unequal." And every 10 years, the Kerner Commission does an update to its report. And every decade, this group has documented worsening disparities in this country by race. And now, during our period of time, we've dealt with this war on drugs. It's resulted in mass incarceration. Understand that where the war on drugs was concerned, it started during the Nixon administration, where there wasn't a significantly different issue for crack cocaine in the black community relative to the white community. But Nixon contrived this war, and the black community has suffered substantially. Reagan doubled down on the war and made mandatory minimum sentencing for drug offenders, some of them having to face lifetime consequences for minor infractions. During that period of time, compared to whites, Latinos were twice as likely to be incarcerated, and black folks 4 times at increased risk. According to Michelle Alexander, the war on drugs has been the engine behind mass incarceration. And from the 70s to 2000, you can see by race what happened in terms of the incarceration rate in this country. And as a result, this is the way the incarceration curve looks for the United States of America. Now, I have the writing up there to point out that on the left side of that slide and to the right side of that slide, the population in the United States didn't change. It was policy, it was practices, it was systems that changed that resulted in this incarceration rate. So one cartoonist suggested that our drug laws look like this. This disparate impact suggests that today in the United States of America, 1 out of every 3 black men is going to encounter issues with law enforcement and being imprisoned. So this is the way our current incarceration rate looks compared to other countries. Highest incarceration rate in the world. We have 5% of the world's population, 25% of its prisoners. This is another book that just underscores this whole issue. This was just published this year, where this author says that the reasons for our overinflated prison system are complex and highly debated, but few scholars deny that racism has been a major factor. What does this have to do with our conversation about infant mortality? We talk about the importance of fathers. Think about the devastating effect that this has had on the black community because we've placed so many of our black fathers in jail. So I talk a lot about this imbalance, this one group being subjected to unfavorable situations while another group enjoys a more favorable circumstance. I want to use our current situation in terms of our war on drugs, this opioid epidemic, as an example. Because where opioids are concerned, even though opioids are significantly more dangerous than crack cocaine, our national policy has been one of medicalizing our response to opioids, where we criminalize our response where crack cocaine is concerned. I'm not arguing about whether or not we should be medicalizing our response to opioids. I think that's the appropriate response. But my point is how unfair we have been to people of color. So our founding document of this country says that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But we have lots of examples. Hurricane Katrina, the killing of unarmed black people, the incarceration rate, and yes, the persistent and significant disparity for the opportunity to live, to survive the first year of life. It tells us that things are not fair. I've gone through that history to come to this point, to help you understand that from the time that slave ship landed in Jamestown in 1619 until now, that The African American history has been characterized by an uninterrupted continuing of providing substantial advantage to whites while simultaneously exposing African Americans to substantial disadvantage. Here's the bottom line here. The disparities that exist in this country are not natural. We made them this way. We created the gaps that exist by race. And the only good thing in appreciating that is that if we made them, we can unmake them, we can fix them. So in our current conversation today, there's a lot of talk about, working hard to achieve health equity. Nancy Krieger reminds us that social inequality kills, that it deprives individuals and communities of a healthy start in life, increases their burden of disability and disease, and brings early death, that poverty and discrimination, inadequate medical care, and the violation of human rights all act as powerful social determinants of who lives and who dies, at what age, and with what degree of suffering. So I'm going to suggest to you that I think our North Star in terms of our goals, and this is another animated slide that's not working, ought to be equity, not just health equity, but equity. And in my opinion, we cannot achieve health equity without first achieving equity. Annie E. Casey, I think, agrees. This was in September of 2018, that without equity, economic stratification and social instability will continue to increase, and far too many families and children will continue to lag behind. So as an African American, some of our sobering realities from my perspective is even though the North won the Civil War, we behave as if the South has won the peace. But at the end of the Civil War, I remind you again that the United States was the largest slaveholding country in the entire world. Fast forward another 100 years, and we've incarcerated enough of the descendants of those slaves that we now have the highest incarceration rate in the world. And that for those of us who are African Americans as citizens of the United States, we are dependent on the same country that enslaved us, that has oppressed us, to now save us. And after nearly 400 years, I think we live in a country that suggests to us that saving us is not a huge priority. So HRSA divides our country into 10 perinatal regions. And we talk about the difference sometimes in performance for those various perinatal regions. If we look at these regions through a racial lens, I'm just trying to simplify the regional nature of our challenge. This is how the country looks from my perspective. So we have the South and Up South. And we had a slide earlier today that looked at 2016 infant mortality rates by state. And the area that was the worst in terms of black infant mortality was perinatal region 5. 6 states there: Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. Minnesota was the only state on that slide that wasn't black in perinatal region 5, meaning the worst black infant mortality rate. But if you go back and look at Minnesota's data and disaggregate Somalis out of the black infant mortality numbers, then they are just as bad as the rest of the states in perinatal region 5. So what ought we do? First thing I think is that we got to get to a point where we eliminate excuses, and we find all kinds of excuses for not solving this problem. The relationships are important, but we need to work with communities to figure out how to fix things instead of deciding or saying that we know what that community needs. So, excuse me, I have that quote up there: no more about us without us. For proportionate universalism, I think this is an extremely important component of the work that we need to do. Vijaya talked about this a little bit, where we look at where we look at disparities in general. I think most of us are familiar with this cartoon, but it's the depiction on the right side of the slide that I want us to really pay attention to, that we've provided historically significant advantage to one group while significant disadvantage to another. And I think often we don't realize the degree of disadvantage that we've exposed not just black people to, but if you could go through this same slide set and talk about comparing Native Americans to whites and how we treated them in this country and come to very similar conclusions. So if we digress and looked at a slide like this that looks at socioeconomic status and life expectancy on a population level, and we decided that in order to improve life expectancy, our goal was to have life expectancy for the entire population to look like this. Then what proportionate universalism says to us is that our interventions to achieve that new life expectancy line need to look like this, where those red lines represent the effort, human resources, financial resources that we put in, not just to the people on the lower end of the socioeconomic status, but to everybody in between, so that we can achieve the goals that we would like to achieve. And we need to do that across all policy objectives and across the social gradient with a scale and intensity that's proportionate to the level of disadvantage. Life course I won't go over. Someone else talked about the 12-point plan. I think it was Belinda. And we have one of the co-authors for that plan sitting on SACIM now, and Dr. Hogan. It's going to take all of us to do this. I refer to infant mortality as a relay marathon, where each of us in our own segments of the community have a part to play, so nobody is left out. Advocacy is extremely important, and this body ought to be the biggest bullhorn on the block. And part of what we ought to be advocating for is that every baby matters, that any baby who takes his or her first breath within the borders of the United States of America is our responsibility, and we can and must do better. Now, for the sake of time, I'm not going to dwell on this slide, but it looks at the black-white infant mortality rates in Kalamazoo County, where we had the honor of leading a community wide effort to improve infant mortality that in fact included becoming a Healthy Start site. We improved things from a disparity ratio of 4 to 5 at the left side of this slide to 1.4 at the nadir of the black infant mortality rate, and in my opinion, we could have totally eliminated the disparity between black-white babies. But it was a policy change that resulted in a change so that black babies continue to die at a disproportionately high rate. Slide speaks for itself. We have a lot of stuff we need to address. Racism is, in my opinion, the big thing, but capitalism is also a part of this. Suggesting that we change capitalism in this country. I get that we're a capitalistic society. But there are a lot of people who believe that disparity is built into capitalism, that it's a core part of it. Well, I'm suggesting so is exploitation, that we determine how unfair we are to some of our citizens, and we need to address that. I mentioned that slavery began in this country in 1619. We are essentially 3 weeks away from 2019 and the 400-year recognition of African slavery in the United States of America. I would like for us to get to a point that we feel strongly that 400 years of this junk is enough. I'm embellishing here a quote from James Baldwin, but I think it's so appropriate for us. You've always told me that it takes more time It's taken my father's time, my mother's time, my uncle and aunt's time, my sister and my brother's time, my nieces and my nephew's time. And before them, it took my grandparents, my great-grandparents, and my great-great-grandparents' time. And now it denies any time to too many black babies. So how much more time do we need? I hope you'll accept that now is the time. Now there's all this other stuff that we've touched on. None of this is intended to demean the importance of clinical interventions, but it's to make a point about some of these other things. In July of 2013, sickened by the acquittal of Trayvon Martin's killer, labor organizer Alicia Garza wrote, "I continue to be surprised at how little Black Lives Matter." A friend of hers took the last three words of that sentence and made them a slogan. That slogan became a movement. I'd like to leave us this afternoon with the last four words of that sentence and remind us all that little Black Lives matter. Nelson Mandela taught us that it seems impossible until you actually do it.
Well, that starts and this is all part of the narrative question, and one of the, in my presentations, I make the statement that we have three existential challenges in this country, three things that if we don't deal with are going to actually destroy us as a society: nuclear war, climate change, and inequities. They are substantial, existential challenges for us. And to solve any of those, we have to solve the equity. The resolution to climate change and the resolution to nuclear war are the same things that we need to do in order to address inequities. And so I think that is our challenge. And I think that what we can do to address those would have implications far beyond infant mortality. They would actually benefit everybody. So I have comments from anybody else that the arts presentation. Yeah.
And I jumped in front of you, though. Sorry.
Pardon me?
Is she on the phone? Yeah, I enjoyed the presentation. I just thought it was interesting. You said your maternal grandmother died during childbirth, and for me, my maternal great-grandmother died during childbirth because she was poor, because she was Irish, probably because she was Catholic, and it was her 12th kid. And I think it was prejudice in the same sense that, like I don't speak to racism because obviously is not something that I understand as well as you do, but I still think there's prejudice today. So my question to you is, how do you address that in the sense that, say, if I walk into a room and I'm trying to encourage, so if you look at breastfeeding, which historically, although I think it's really getting better in recent 5 years, African American women have not chosen to breastfeed as high as other groups. And for me to say, this is why I think you should breastfeed, this is why I think it's good, and I feel like if they don't have people in their community telling them why they think it's important to breastfeed, that matters so much more than me, the white neonatologist walking in, who there is kind of like a disconnect as much as I try. So I guess my question is to you is like not speaking about racism, which I think technically the definition of racism is to think one's race is superior to another. But I think, we all have prejudices and that you don't necessarily know what shoes someone else has walked in or what perspective they're coming from. So how would you address at least that part of it in terms of, like, what I think is it's the community, again, that can help get these health initiatives moving forward, because it means so much more to hear something from your community member than from someone that you might not necessarily feel like you have anything in common with.
Yeah, so I'm going all over in terms of how to respond to that. But first off, let me suggest that when a disproportionately larger percentage of the segment that represents your community lives in areas that have been underinvested in. The schools are generally not as good, where the poverty rate is higher, the unemployment rate is higher, where we have all of these other things going on, and that has been intentional by design of this country. We can say, yeah, that occurred because of prejudice, but other than Native Americans, I can't think of another group in the United States of America that has been, from the time we stepped foot on the shore of this country, that has been mistreated to the extent that we have. And that's the point. It's not how one person individually has been treated, but it's how we have elected to treat this particular group historically from the very beginning, and it persists until today. I'm in total agreement with you where, interventions, not just where we talk about increasing the incidence of breastfeeding, but in other areas where the message is delivered more effectively, when we have people who look like the people that we're trying to improve outcomes in, who work with those people who live in those neighborhoods, work with them to improve those circumstances. But we disempowered historically those efforts in Black communities, so that I'm challenged to compare on a population level your example with what happens to us as a group. And
Oh
that's
yeah,
part
I'm
of
not.
the reason, that's part
I
of the
agree with
reason
you.
why
I can only, yeah, no, I
go through
completely.
that history.
Yes,
Because
no, and I appreciate that, and I'm not in any way would ever question any of that. That's like so beyond. I can only tell you like my experience in medicine today. Like I am not challenging anything of what you said in terms of the history, and I'm just talking about like, so looking forward today, how do we make things better from here on out? So like I really do think it's the slide that you showed with the big circle and the little circle, and the horrible picture of the crying woman with the hand over her mouth, like that's horrible to me, and it makes my heart hurt. And I think like the answer to that picture is to maybe have an African American hand. Like I think we need to work together kind of, and I understand where you're coming from, and gosh, I'm not talking about all that. The history was really great to learn about for me, but I think moving forward from here, like we really have to kind of, I feel like, work together.
I'm in total agreement with that. We do have to work together. But part of the point that I'm making is that within the context of our working together, from this person, I want folks to understand that it's important that we appreciate this history, and that we don't behave and act like the playing field that we're working on today has been level and fair for us forever, because it ain't never been that way.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
This is Vijaya Hogan. I totally agree with you as well, but I think we have to be careful not to rely on education or knowledge as the thing that's going to end disparity. So there's still all of these structural barriers behind all of that. So we could do the best job teaching the African American community about the benefits of breastfeeding, and that's making a big assumption that number one, we don't know, and number two, we don't breastfeed, which are not.
No, and the rates are a lot better. I think it's really picked up because of people in the community who have kind of taken it up upon themselves. They did much more.
That's a big plus, but there are still structural barriers that prevent people from breastfeeding. So it's not just that people don't choose, it's because people can't. So when you have women who have multiple children, or that map of engagement you showed, that was the first time I've seen anything like that. That was unbelievably important to understand. It's what I call the programmification of people's lives. People are so tied up in, navigating the requirements of all these programs in order to survive, that you don't have time for anything else. So, I mean, just imagine a case where a woman has to go back to work within 4 weeks of having a baby, and that is not uncommon for most low-wage workers. how do you breastfeed under those circumstances when you don't have a job that allows or supports pumping, you don't have the community support, you're not eating right? I mean, there's just so many structural barriers that prevent women from breastfeeding, and it's not something that people take lightly. People make a conscious choice, understanding what their context is, and they adjust to that and do what they think is needed. So the point is, it's not just a behavioral choice. There's a whole wall of structural issues behind it, and I think that's what I took away from your talk, that we have to dismantle those structures that prevent people from making that choice. So it's kind of like the whole theory behind baby-friendly hospitals. When you structure something by default to move in a certain direction, in this case to support breastfeeding, people are more likely to do that. But it's the structural thing. It's not necessarily relying on behavioral choices. But that being said, so I wanted to comment again about the map of engagement. I'd love to see that again, because that, I think, is a really important visual for people to understand how people's lives are lived and how they're so entangled in these programs that you just don't have time to actually live and grow and, you know, do the things that people who have privilege and money and resources can do. The other point I wanted to make is, I don't know how many people know about something called the Mississippi Plan. So if you ever get to Jackson, Mississippi, I really suggest you visit the Civil Rights Museum. It is, I'm getting emotional just thinking about it. It's such a powerful experience. So there's one room where you look and see this whole pillar with names of people who have been lynched. There must be like 100 names on that pillar. And I just felt compelled to read every one because they deserve recognition of their lives. And then I took a step to the side, and there were like 15 more filled with names, front and back. This is the reality of people's lives in Mississippi. And, you know, this is something that impacts on culture and how people behave and where they go and what they do and so on and so forth. And you can't deny that. Back to the Mississippi Plan. So Mississippi is such an interesting place because there's a small group of people who essentially have a lock on the political structure. And back in the day, you know, when voting rights occurred, the politicians knew that they were going to lose power. So they were the conservatives at the time, knew they were going to lose power because this whole block of people could now vote, and they were going to vote for the more progressive parties. So they put in place a series of rules to systematically disenfranchise people from voting. And these were actually codified into law, and they're still on the books to this day. And the Mississippi Plan actually forms the basis for how all the southern states act, which is why that map looks the way it looks. These are structural things that get put into place that codify rules and laws and regulations and ways of being and things you can and can't do that impact on your ability to protect your health. And we should never forget that. So your presentation is so on point and so important. There's one other thing I hope you will add to your presentation, and that is that the war on drugs actually fueled a whole narrative about Black males that even affects children 4 or 5 years old when they go to school. They're treated differently, they're demeaned, they're seen as a threat, and anything they do is seen as a behavioral problem that deserves punishment. And it fuels this whole sort of school to prison pipeline, as they call it. And this is a problem because a lot of these children are actually traumatized, whether it's ACEs or, you know, Hurricane Katrina, or seeing somebody shot in their front yard. You know, there are all kinds of experiences when you're a member of an oppressed group that you're witness to, and this causes trauma, and they act out because of it. And instead of demonizing it, we need to treat it as a health issue because it's just like stress, and not have these children punished and have this follow them through their life course. So there are just so many strings and so many avenues where oppression exists and occurs and impacts health. And this is why earlier I made such a stink about people who say they are addressing disparities, because they're not touching any of this stuff or any of the stuff I just mentioned. We talk about education, we talk about evidence-based practice, we talk about targeting those things to minority or oppressed populations, and then that's it. That's our strategy for addressing disparities, and we're done. And when it doesn't work, we say, oh, we tried, move on to the next thing. We can't do that anymore. We have to stop. And again, I thank you for that presentation. I wish everybody in the country could hear it, because people need to understand this history, because it's the effects of that history that needs to be undone before we can get to addressing disparities.
And if only it were done, because we had the North Dakota example there where the state legislature required of a physical address to disenfranchise the Native Americans. We have the North Carolina situation, the gerrymandering, so it's still going on. So Art, you said that 70 of the 100 Healthy Start sites are in former red-lined communities?
That's correct.
So
well, we have 100,
right.
so
So
70 of the 100.
But I guess this is what the thing that, and it's a wonderful program. We need to do it. But the dilemma I see here is we do something like Healthy Start in 100 communities. Are we just making ourselves feel better? Because we're not dealing with the structural issues around the red-lined communities, which is truly the answer to do away with that historic and current system. So I'm not saying we don't do Healthy Start, but you know, in effect, it's not dealing with the root causes of the problem.
Which is part of the reason that I tried to touch on social determinants, that we have to address those underlying issues. I think racism is a significant social determinant. If we're ever going to get to the point that we indeed truly have equity in this country. So a couple of things come to mind when you remind me of the situation with Healthy Start. First off, is a comment that I made earlier that we've been essentially involved in an elaborate local demonstration project for almost 28 years. We've proven that we know how to significantly improve infant mortality. At some point, we have to have a serious conversation about how to scale those interventions up. But I think that the stuff that we do is an intermediate step, that we ought to save those lives that we can by implementing that intermediate step while we are simultaneously working toward achieving equity by addressing social determinants, particularly for populations that have historically under-resourced.
So this conversation deserves much more attention and much more time. This is a huge conversation, particularly about how to address racism, and that we don't have all the time in the world. It is 4:45. I'm going to make one suggestion, and I'd like some feedback. I would like, the reason I'm on this committee is because I believe inequities are an existential issue. I think they should be primary of everything that we do. I That was my president's challenge with ASTO, that equity is the central focus. I would suggest that for this committee, and this is, we want your feedback, that whatever we do, and we should ask the question, how is this going to advance equity? Whatever the project is, whatever the program is, how the first question should be, how does this advance equity? And how could it advance equity? It's sort of the focus.
I would just like to add a comment that a layer to that, perhaps, that should also be asked. I mean, based on this conversation and some other thinking I've been doing lately, is are we addressing the social construction behind the issues? Because we might be doing Healthy Start and be addressing equity, but are we making sure for change behind the
That's sort of the second question. First one is, we've got all these things that are going on, and where are our investments going? Are they advancing out? And then, how do you deal with racism? How do you deal with the structural determinants that HRSA, HHS, or HRSA, I don't know, HHS has a bigger role. I think it is another question that we have to get at. But instead of focusing on infant mortality, do we focus on equity? And I say we focus on equity. Comments from others?
I really like the World Health Organization concept. It was 2001 of goodness and fairness. It's easily palatable. Goodness, but how the overall population doing? Fairness, how are different aspects of the population doing relative to each other? And having a goal for each of those. Rather than just setting a goal for infant mortality of whatever it was, 5.5, we need to figure out, can we set an equity goal? And having said that, I'm not sure how to do it. Because complete equity is the goal. But can we pick an intermediate, knowing that we're not going to get the 5.5 for every population? I think that's going to take a lot of conversation.
And we have to look at the difference between disparities and equity. We have disparities in a variety of men and women, old and young. We have disparity, but the equity issues, which I hear in almost every presentation that came out of today, we want everyone to have the opportunity to thrive. That was in all of the vision statements. We want everybody to have the opportunity to thrive. That's part of equity, and that everybody has that opportunity. They may end up at different places in terms of some of their outcomes, but they have the opportunity. That's part of the equity thing. So we have to make sure that we're not just focusing on disparities, because that's a number, and looking at equity. And that gets at a lot of the social issues that do people have the opportunity, the same opportunity to thrive.
So this is Arthur again. We often talk about changing the narrative, and I think the dominant narrative amongst health organizations today is that we are looking to achieve health equity. As I said earlier, I don't think we get to a point of achieving health equity in terms of outcomes, until we address equity, so that it is talking about trying to influence and change the national narrative from one of looking to achieve health equity to making equity our North Star.
And for this would be equity for mothers and children, or something they're focusing on the charge of this committee, that equity really, that we want every child to have opportunity to thrive. So to be born healthy, you have to have the opportunity to thrive.
This is Belinda, and I would say that agree to focus on equity, and I think as we're thinking through who's missing from the table, it helps us think through who are the other folks we want to bring to the table, because we've got to bring people in beyond just traditional health folks around this table in order for us to get to equity. And I think that gives us the rationale for bringing them and inviting them into this group.
I agree. Magda.
Thank you for articulating so clearly. I want to make sure I heard it. Like, it condensed down your hour. I just want to walk through like what I took away first before we jump to an action, because I want to honor what I heard. And so the first is that it is possible. It is possible. This is not some pie in the sky thing. It has been demonstrated. Well, actually, we know what to do. So that's the first thing I heard. I'm just going to ask if I got a yes on that. The second is that both of you, from the first comment that you made, Dr. Ellinger, to your comment, Dr. James, is we need to know our history. And you started with history, and you ended with history. And it's not just know it, but deeply understand it, deeply honor, and have the courage to learn from it. That's the second thing I heard. We cannot go forward on projects. We have to learn from history and act upon it. Yes?
Absolutely.
Third, we have a moral obligation to address social determinants. And it is unacceptable. We've been doing this for 28 years, 30 years, 40 years, 100. The cumulative number of years that many of us around this table have been working on this is also unconscionable to have the data that we still have. So to have a sense that it is unacceptable and immoral if we do not take this course. That's the third thing that I heard you say. The fourth thing that I heard is what you just articulated, is that no health equity without equity first. And so we need to reframe it so that we don't take a partial solution because it won't work. Number 5, I only have 2 more. Therefore, strategically, it goes to Belinda's point, that we need to have around this table, if we have 21 potential members, which is a structural and pragmatic question that you asked up front for us to consider. So where is criminal justice at this table? Where is transportation at this table? Where is housing at this table? Where is economic and tax policy? Where in education and the like? It's if we try to solve it through the lens of maternal and child health in our usual way, we will not get there. So a strategic question, which is a complement to your questioning what lens, and to reaffirm what Belinda said, which is the who. And it may not be there on the committee. I mean, how we structure, let's be smart about it, but we can't do this, I can't do this. We can't do this if we're going to take on this big a piece and actually get something done. And number 6, and my last, so that's what I heard inferred there, and I'm not sure that's clear. And my number 6, no excuses. I mean, no excuses. If we said yes to being at this table or this work, we can't not do it. So no whining, no excuses, no gnashing of teeth. My corollary is that it likely will not change in my career lifetime to the degree that I would like it to. But they did not build the cathedrals in Europe for the folks to pray in with the same generation. You built the cathedrals because it took 50 to 100 years to build those cathedrals, and we're already 37 years behind. So no excuses, but a long view. And last is the slide, if you could go back just 2 slides to the Little Black Lives Matter. This photograph was taken by a photographer who's based in Sonoma, California. And if you can bring that up, and this is a child who has been liberated from slavery. I don't know if you know what's the source of that photograph, but this is the picture of modern slavery today. And I have this picture in the primary photograph in my home. And so I just find it divinely coincident that in talking about slavery as being the essential history that brings us to this moment over 400 years, that here we still have modern slavery today, and you bring this picture to ask us, what does slavery look like? And essentially, SACIM has become not only an anti-racist, but an anti-slavery movement, and I'm in.
Well, mean, from your points, I think separate. I mean, is it possible? I think we're here because most of us, as I heard around the table, you're here because you have passion and you believe it's possible. And I heard equity even in our introductions. So I think we wouldn't be here if we didn't think it was possible. And we're here because we don't have any excuses. I mean, we said that over and over again. I think those go together. And I think we all expect that this is our moral obligation. Public health is about social justice. And so I think those things come together as a package. They lead then to the actions. What do we do next?
So I always, having worked in the mental health field, and actually I saw you put it up there, that nothing about us without us. I think we're missing from the room, and we may have them, but a mom or a dad or a family who's experienced infant mortality, who are not here based on credentials, but are here based on their life experience. I think they would keep us a little more honest, maybe.
Ways to move us ahead and actually get something. We talk about committees, breaking down. Do we need a group to start talking about who else needs to be at this table from that feedback today that can again come to with some recommendations about who should be at the table? Because we won't be able to do that today to list all the things, but somebody who could get impact, maybe survey some of us and then do some work on it. Do we want another committee to work on looking at history? What can we learn from the history that we have? And then what a committee to start working on, what is the narrative that we want to do that really embodies equity as 3 working committees as our first step in sort of trying to get us to a place where we can make some other recommendations.
So this is Dave. Let me just jump in. So I just need to be clear. You all, I'm not part of the committee, you all as a committee can propose potential nominees. That decision is made by the secretary. Of course, I just wanted to put that out there. Second of all, it's just a wording choice. If you form subcommittees, it can only be made up of members of this committee. If you do work groups, then it can be anyone you want. So yeah, exactly.
I'm learning something new every day. But whatever they're called, work groups, as a suggestion, other thoughts about how to proceed.
And I want to enjoy and respect Colleen, who I've never met before today, so thank you for that. And we were walking out and the notion about where does the clinical piece fit in? Where does the now fit in? And I want us to consider how strategically we are smart enough to sustain all hands on deck relative to advances in clinical medicine. That circle doesn't disappear. And it may be where our greatest leverage is in some ways. So I would, and having worked with the Women's Preventive Services Initiative and seen some very good work come out of that, I would like us to make sure that as we sum up today's meeting, we also make a commitment to stay the course on that which is working and really review some of those recommendations from 2013, the things that we can build upon, so that the lens and the container and the filter may always be and shall always be with moral courage about equity, and we pragmatically think about how we affirm that which needs to continue, expand, and go forward, including a clinical lens. So I'm just, I want us to be bold and visionary, and to be pragmatic and strategic.
And certainly, in my perspective, the medical care piece, the clinical piece, has with Medicaid, and during World War II with women's health, clinical care is important with an equity lens. And that's, I think that all pieces have to be there. Art?
So figuratively speaking, when you go back to those circles, to the one that I ended on where the social was much larger than the clinical, think about the transition as not doing anything to shrink the clinical, but to grow the social, so that we don't diminish the importance of the clinical interventions. We place emphasis on addressing the social determinants. That's absolutely correct.
Other thoughts of how to frame some of these things. And I don't think we have to frame the next 3 years. I'm hoping that we frame the next 3 months to get us to the next step of our conversations.
I just want to throw in there something I'd love to hear about. Maybe one of the reasons that Healthy Start has had these successes is a whole layer of their model that focuses on structural changes and community changes in the model that was shared earlier. And I wonder if we would like to hear some from those programs about what they've been doing to address those changes, and then we might have a better list of some target social determinants for us to be thinking about.
May I also suggest that we look at Healthy Start and Best Baby Zones and what the California has done in its 10 structural area zones with the place-based work, and potentially bring in the California Fed and the Building Healthy Places initiative. I think that there are, to build on, yes, Healthy Start, and there are other models, and I would prefer not to have all eggs in one basket.
So I may not know what I'm talking about here, but I remembered several years ago when Obama was president, there was a lot of emphasis on what I think was the National Policy Council, which I think, that may not be the right name, but it seemed like a meeting of cabinet ministers across sectors. And I'm wondering if, as one of the activities we can do, is define a narrative that can go from this department up to that body, if it still exists. I don't even know if it still exists and if it's active. No, that's different. I think that's something different, because this is not health specific. It's across all of the cabinet. So it would be housing, it would be health, it would be transportation, et cetera. And the leads met. And if it still exists, if it's something that still happens, it's a way to bring that narrative to this cross-sector body, so we can create a more cross-sector table here, but we can also influence one at a higher level. So it's just a thought to consider.
It is after 5 o'clock. I'm suggesting for the next step, we do some thinking around those 3 areas that I mentioned in terms of some work groups to flesh out who should be members. I mean, who should we add? The 3, yeah. So who should be members? How do we review the history of what works and what doesn't work, and then how do we start to change a narrative around advancing equity for mothers and infants? Those would be that I would suggest as the 3 sort of work groups that we sort of start to form in the near future to get us to the next iteration of where we go in terms of the actual programs or systems or policies.
If I might also add, just as a consideration for this group, that you also tap into the legacy of SACIM, and for your work groups or whatever you call them, you consider requesting that people who were previously formed, been a part of this committee, continue to assist in this effort. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are some pretty substantial minds out there who have already been engaged and involved in this work, who I know would jump at the opportunity to continue to be involved.
We're on the shoulders of the people who've gone before us, yes. Magda?
I was going to make that point. The second point I was going to make is just to ask for some clarity around what we mean by synthesizing history and changing the narrative. I'm still a little fuzzy about 2 and 3, to be honest, maybe it's late in the day. I get about the who, and I'm
as a result, I'd rather see it as, to get clear about, as a result of our doing this work, what will happen? Well, at the end of the day, we will have a more robust participation in this work that reflects the breadth and depth of perspectives and knowledge and information we have here. So I could get the membership one. From a change the narrative and history, they kind of blur together for me. And I was just wondering if you could articulate it again, what you're thinking about. I could imagine that one of the things that comes out is that someone other than art is able to give a brief presentation, or maybe not so brief, but it's not always art. That because, you know, the messenger is, with all due respect, my teacher, is when somebody else tells the story, particularly your line, if Black folks could solve this problem, it would be solved. So in the spirit of taking ownership, I'm just wondering if that's part of, so that the narrative, or at least the justification or what we learn from history, can be distilled and told in a way that is clear, compelling, convincing, and igniting by more than just the same message. Is that what you're thinking?
So for the history part, I think you mentioned, you know, we got a healthy start, and we've got healthy babies. We've got what happened in the war on poverty. We've got, you know, what happened with the Civil Rights Act, with SACIM, and we had a whole bunch of things. How do we start to? What are the questions we need to ask of all of the things that are out there in our history to mine it for the information that's needed? That's what I see in terms of the history. It's a process. How do we ask the right questions of our history, of the people who've gone before us, of the programs that are out there? What can we learn to move forward? That's what I think. What I'm thinking in terms of history is more to set the process in place. And the narrative is to start having some conversations, because this gets at, the narrative gets at the policy changes, the structural issues. What do we see is the common narrative now? What's the dominant narrative, the narrative that overwhelms everything else that has led to these policies? There's some history in that, obviously, but it's really what Lincoln talked about, the sentiment. If you don't have public sentiment, nothing can happen. When you have public sentiment, everything gets done. And so what's the public sentiment that's out there around infant mortality, among health? You know, and the sentiment is, as Belinda mentioned, and as some of our focus groups in Minnesota said, people don't know that African-American babies and American Indian babies are dying at an unacceptable level. They don't even know that, because the narrative is out there is that we've got the best healthcare system in the world. So it is starting to get at what's the dominant narrative, and then who are the people, what are the strategies that we can use to actually start to change that narrative? And there are people who are doing some work on that, and how do you do that strategy? And so it is setting the stage for a frame that we can use going forward.
So what I'm hearing is this is an on your mark today, and we need to get set before we can go. I'm just trying to put it in a way that makes sense what the next 3 to 6 months can look like, so that we have a greater readiness to do a different level of work. That's one. And that makes sense to me. I would therefore, a friendly amendment, add one other thing that's not a work group. I think form follows function. There's a lot of data presented today, and a lot of extraordinary colleagues present us beyond what Dr. James has presented. And we all took a lot of notes about what else did we want to know. And before we start making data requests, a piece of homework that the members, ex officio and sworn, if that's the right word, oathed, are that we should be able to send curiosities and requests for what else we would want to know that we were unable to get at today. But we should also be able to say, why do we want to know it, and how does this fit into this readiness strategy?
So you're taking notes on that, right? Yeah.
And so I just think that doesn't require a work group. It doesn't. It just means that we all have some follow-up. So I would give us individual tests as well, in addition to aligning with which follow-up path. You know, is it a history path? Is it a members path? Or is it a narrative story path? We all have the data
ending up of our asks as a way of honoring and building on the extraordinary work that was made with today's presentation.
Well, that was going to be one of my asks, but so that is an ask, that everybody who is here, put your questions forward. What data do you want? And I think your question is, why do you want the data? What could it be used for? And David will figure out some way to get that so that we condense our asks for the data for next step. But I also would like to have, I put out those 3 areas. I would like to have somebody take a lead in sort of working with this group and others to figure out how to move forward on any of those. I'd like to have somebody from this committee take a lead on the members, how to expand our group, what's the appropriate way to do it. Somebody who would start to help frame what our history questions are, and somebody who might be interested in sort of starting to frame, again, the discussion about changing the narrative, identifying the dominant narrative, and then some pathways and process to change that narrative. Would anybody be interested in any one of
I think we don't have enough people here, and there are folks not with us today that I don't know if they're still on the phone because we haven't heard from them in a while. Maybe they are, but I would love to be able to make sure that perhaps this ask, the series of calls, could be framed in an email back to all of us, saying, and what would you like your involvement to be in each of these 3? Do you want to be kept informed? Do you want to participate? Do you want to take a lead? And just give them, I just feel like it would be, the people that are here would be in a place of advantage versus the ones who were not necessarily part of this last call of conversation. And at the same time, people can express to you who, I'm just trying to figure out how to be inclusive. But push back.
Yeah, that's a way to temporize action, and there's different ways to get out of doing some stuff.
Right.
And this is not going to be forever.
No.
I want to have something that we can say in 3 months, your work is going to be done on this piece, and you've taken a leadership, and you've tried to include all of the people who are on the committee that weren't here or by the phone, but just to get some movement. Because if we put off, getting feedback, we're beyond the holidays, we're into January and February, and that's my belief. Is we have people here. You're committed. We're all committed to do something. And I don't think this is a large task. This is kind of talking with some folks a few times, getting some feedback, and then getting it back to David and me to sort of condense and see how we can frame the next meeting. That would be my pushback.
Can I ask one question? This is for David. Would members, let's say, of a segment of government that's over education, or the Department of Transportation, or you name it, but government agency, would they, if they were a part of this, would they also be considered ex officio? And so I want to make sure that people understand that there's the potential for having access to those far-reaching government agencies that influence social determinants, that don't have to take up the 21 SACIM member slots, and that you can go to the non-government folks who might represent those same interests to be sworn in SACIM members.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. So if representatives of various federal government agencies are considered ex officios, and then the 21 members are non-feds who become special government employees. But yeah, you're correct. And one of the reasons why ex officios do not vote is that you don't have that conflict of interest what we talked about earlier, where how far can the committee push? It allows the ex officio feds not to be put in a position where they are necessarily have to represent or vote on behalf of their agency.
So, David, if we wanted someone, let's say from housing, you all could get us someone from housing.
So housing is an ex officio. So if you look in the charter,
we just need the people.
Yeah, it just shows the ex officios are well described
But if we wanted them to recommend someone that wasn't in government, but was actively engaged in the work around housing, they could make the recommendation for us.
That's a starting point.
That's a starting point.
For sure.
So whoever would
I would like to work on that.
Take the lead on that for minutes. And people can work on more than one.
I would, if I can work in it with art and with your gracious offer on the history piece, I think that would also honor your many roles, and I'd love to work with others on that, but that would be a way to move forward, and it's also a way, given my longstanding history with this Bureau, that I can give away everything I know.
Okay, good. Anybody interested in sort of discussing narrative? I mean, I'll be gladly work with somebody on it, but as the chair, okay, you and I will work on that. All right.
Just for the record, that was Dr. Hogan.
All right, and then I have one other, all right, so we've got sort of plans, and we'll set some time frames to try to move this, but one other issue, I also believe, I took notes about things, I would really like some action on this area, or, some certain kind of issues. I'd like, if you have some issues that you took notes on, ask them to get us to, so we don't lose them, so that what's prompted your mind, disaggregated data, or how do we use the death review teams for a broader scope? Border health, how do we fit that in? Just a whole variety of things that can't fit any place, but it would be nice to sort of collect all of those if you have some issues that come forward so that we can start to organize them. All right, so we'd have 3 little working groups to try to move us along. We've got a data request, some issues requests. How fast do we want to move? When do we want to try to get back together again virtually? I assume it'd be a phone call.
Yeah, so we can only meet as a committee twice officially where it's open to the public. But in between, we can meet as often as you all wish, and those would be remote. So we pull together once in person, and then one official meeting by webinar, but then as many other conversations, teleconferences, webinars as you wish that HRSA sponsors.
Any thoughts about when we should try to get this interim work done and pull back together again to make some more specific long-term plans? March? That makes sense to folks? We'll try to find a time. Yeah. All right. Do that.
So part of the who might be the timeline for, like, by March, would you expect all the who's to be invited type of thing? Like, so maybe thinking for each of those committees what your milestone will be in March.
Yeah, I don't think we'll have them invited and vetted by that time, but at that point, that committee would have brought forward to us, this is who we're thinking about, and then we can decide as a group.
Yeah, I was just thinking setting, whatever your March milestone will be good.
Yeah, so the charter, yeah, right. The charter expires September 27th, 2019, but it renews every 2 years until the secretary decides not to renew it. But it's
all right. Any other? So I just have any other thoughts before I do some close here. We're only half hour after, so. This is the anniversary of the start of the Grange movement, which really organized farmers to actually change how they particularly interacted with the railroads and the landowners and the banks, and made a huge difference in terms of the life of farmers. So I think we're starting this sort of a Grange movement here to actually change things around the whole issue of equity and particularly equity with health. And I think we've made a lot of progress. And so I will just close with this thought from Thomas Carlyle, who I've quoted a couple times. He is a social commentary from the 18th century, said, thought, once awakened, does not again slumber. It unfolds itself into a system of thought, grows in person after person, generation after generation, till its full stature is reached, and such system of thought can go no further. But it must give place to another. So this is the history. We've been learning from all of our past. We're putting it together. We're going to take it as far as we can as this committee, as far as we can, and then it's going to be up to the next group to change that system of thought to the next level. So I appreciate everybody's involvement, active participation. I think everybody had some, had the ability to talk, brought good ideas forward, asked good questions, and I appreciate all of the federal staff who did a lot of preparation for this, and certainly I give thanks to the history that we're following with the SACIM committee and the work that they did prior to this. So thank you much. Everybody enjoy Hanukkah, whatever holidays you celebrate, solstice, the coldest of winter and snow, and we'll talk with you next year.
Any last questions or comments?
Just one other thing, Ed. So I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised by how comprehensive the notes are, the minutes from this meeting. But the other thing I wanted to suggest, if it's possible, and this will be up to you, David, I think, is for the PowerPoint presentations that were not presented because we condensed this to one day, if they could still be a part of the SACIM meeting minutes for this meeting, so people can see them.
Sure, for sure. I mean, my plan is to have them come present, if not in between this meeting and the next formal meeting, at least at the next formal meeting. Sure. Michelle Lowe. So Michelle is actually here. She's been fighting off the cold, which is why she's sitting in the corner. She will be your point of contact for any sort of travel reimbursement. So be in touch with her. She'll be in touch with you. Any last thoughts, comments? The minutes are... Yeah. Okay, so we're adjourned. I had to say that.
Thank you for joining today's conference. That does conclude the call at this time. All participants may disconnect.